Chapter 1798, Fortress Assault. Hellscythe understalky old cat. Hell mode. Unyielding Heart stared at Shifeng in disbelief. Only after taking some time to process Shifeng's statement did he ask, Guild Leader Black Flame, you must be joking, right? He had barely been able to accept the fact that Shifeng wanted to raid a neutral map's super large-scale team dungeon, but raiding the dungeon's hell mode was too much. This was beyond foolish courage. It was plain suicide. The hell mode of a level 50, large-scale team dungeon was already difficult enough that the various superpowers couldn't even get past the first boss, let alone the hell mode of a level 50, super large-scale team dungeon. Moreover, a super large-scale team dungeon's hell mode was far more severe than hard mode. Each death would take 15% of the player's EXP. 2 deaths in hell mode was the equivalent of 3 deaths in hard mode. Even Phoenix Rain frowned at Shifeng's declaration. She had to admit that Shifeng was too full of surprises. Although she doubted that the man would execute a plan that he wasn't confident in, raiding the hell mode of a level 50, super large-scale team dungeon at this time simply wasn't realistic. Hell mode might seem difficult, but it isn't impossible. As long as we cooperate well enough and react quickly enough, the dungeon won't pose much of a threat. Shifeng explained. He was very familiar with the Eclipse throne. It was one of the few dungeons that dropped top-tier fire resistance equipment. He had raided the dungeon more than 20 times in his previous life, and he had raided the hell mode roughly 7 or 8 times. He knew how to dominate this dungeon. Moreover, he had specifically invited the experts from 2 super first-rate guilds. How could he possibly settle for the hard mode Eclipse throne with such a rare opportunity? Not much of a problem? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words. It seemed as if Shifeng were treating the Eclipse throne like some 6-man party dungeon. However, with things as they were, she couldn't really argue with Shifeng's decision. Not only had Zero Wing invited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but it had also secured Unyielding Soul's help. In the end, she decided to leave the decision of how to utilize this chance to Zero Wing, following which, Shifeng chose the Eclipse throne's hell mode. His team members wore skeptical expressions as they followed the man into the horrific skeletal head that had appeared before the ancient fortress's entrance. Hell mode. Am I seeing things? Are Zero Wing's members insane? They actually want to raid the hell mode Eclipse throne? Most of the various superpowers are still struggling to get the first clear of level 50, 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Well, Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Since they dare to enter the dungeon, they should have some confidence of clearing it. Confidence? That can't be possible, right? That is the hell mode of a 200-man team dungeon we are talking about, not a 50-man team dungeon. After the adventurers in the jungle watched Shifeng's team disappear into the dungeon, they broke into a heated discussion. They were all very confused as to why Zero Wing would take such a huge risk to raid the hell mode Eclipse throne. Meanwhile, inside the Eclipse throne, once Shifeng and the others entered the fortress, they felt their 5 senses dull. Corrosive gas surrounded them, steadily depleting their stamina. The ambient mana was also significantly less dense than outside of the fortress. This decreased the player's efficiency with their skills and spells. Although the dense corrosive gas and thin ambient mana was alarming, those factors became of little significance once they saw the corrosive monsters roaming the dungeon. Corrosive Zombie, Undead, Lord. Level 56. HP 13, 000/13, 000/000. Corrosive Abomination, Undead, Great Lord. Level 56. HP 37, 000/000/37, 000/000. Corrosive Earth Dragon, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 56. HP 90, 000/000/90, 000/000. There were easily over 10,000 corrosive monsters wandering down the streets before them. Moreover, these monsters had formed patrol squads and marched down the streets. Aside from the large number of monsters, rapid-fire ballistas had been set up on the castle walls ahead. Multiple corrosive zombies manned each of these war weapons, and as long as those monsters discovered their team, they would face an intense bombardment. These players felt as if they were on a crusade against an army of corrosive monsters, Not a dungeon raid. Why is the difference so massive? Phoenix Rain wore a solemn expression as she watched the corrosive army that surrounded the castle. She had challenged a super large-scale team dungeon before, but her team had quickly given up the attempt once they realized that they were no match for the first boss. Her team had at least been able to clear out the mobs and reach the first boss. Here, however, she wasn't even sure that they could get through the mobs. Although the super large-scale hard mode team dungeon she had challenged had been occupied by a lot of monsters, her team hadn't had to face such an exaggerated number as they did now. Here, a single patrol squad easily had over 300 monsters. The weakest among these monsters was a lord. Even a 200-man team of Tier 2 experts would have a hard time against 300-plus lords, great lords, and grand lords. Furthermore, this dungeon's environment prevented players from exhibiting their full combat power. They also had to worry about the war weapons mounted on the castle's walls. If they accidentally lured a second wave of monsters, they'd have no choice but to flee. Guild leader Black Flame, we're not going to fight our way through this army, are we? Unyielding Heart felt an intense pressure bear down on him as he surveyed the monsters and rapid-fire ballistas, but seeing Shifeng's previous confidence, the man should have a method to get past these obstacles in mind. Of course not, Shifeng said, shaking his head. We're charging into the castle. Charging straight through those monsters? Unyielding Heart asked, flabbergasted as he pointed at the monsters on the streets before him. For a moment, he even wondered if Shifeng were truly Zero Wing's guild leader. Are you certain? Yes. If we try to clear out these monsters slowly, we'll run out of stamina before we even get to the first boss, Shifeng said, determined. But before we move out, I want everyone to use these items. Saying so, Shifeng took out the all-round devices and elven silver potions he had prepared and distributed them to every member on the team. If players wished to raid the Hell Mode Eclipse throne, they needed to restore their 5 senses, mana, and stamina. Otherwise, they'd be annihilated before they even met the first boss. Raiding a super large-scale team dungeon was different from a large-scale team dungeon. Rather than a dungeon raid, it was more appropriate to call it a miniature war. Most importantly, a team was limited to 200 players. Trying to clear the dungeon with brute force while at such a massive numerical disadvantage would be nearly impossible. At the very least, such a feat was impossible with his team's current standard. When brute force wasn't a viable option, a team would have to raid the dungeon by using their numbers and making appropriate sacrifices at the right times. By doing so, clearing the dungeon was possible, albeit a little cruel this time. Though, Shifeng did not intend to use such a method. Rather, his plan was a little more forceful. Although Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were still willing to believe in Shifeng's confidence, they couldn't help but wonder if they were as safe as Shifeng claimed as they watched the monsters cover the streets. What's this? When Phoenix Rain, Unyielding Heart, and the other team members received the all-round devices and elven silver, they didn't understand what Shifeng intended. However, gasps escaped them after they inspected the 2 items' attribute panels. Chapter 1799. Another Magic Crystal Treasure Chest. Hellscythe _Old Cat. Guild Leader Black Flame, do you have more of these items? Unyielding Heart could not help but ask after inspecting the all-round device and elven silver in his hands. If you have extras, I'd like to buy some. Ordinary players might not recognize the value of the all-round device and elven silver, but they were absolute treasures to superpowers. As players reached higher levels, they would encounter environments with low mana density more often. Some severe environments even inflicted debuffs, yet these locations were often high-resource maps or the sites of high-ranked quests. Dealing with such maps would often give the various superpowers painful headaches. Yet, even now, they hadn't found a solution. The all-round device and elven silver Shifeng had just handed out just so happened to solve all of those problems. Aside from the increased mana density the all-rounded device offered its user, it also provided a 5% increase. Attributes. I still have some left, but as they are very rare, they won't be cheap, Shifeng said, smiling. If you want to buy them, it'll be 300 magic crystals for each rounded device and 100 magic crystals for each bottle of elven silver. How many do you want? Unyielding Heart's interest in purchasing the all-round devices and elven silver potions didn't surprise Shifeng in the slightest. Superpowers had an extensive sphere of influence. Hence, they would encounter low-mana environments more frequently than ordinary guilds. If Unyielding Heart wanted to buy them, he could also use this opportunity to make a small fortune. They're so expensive. Unyielding Souls members were astonished when they heard the two items' prices. They were also surprised that Zero Wing had prepared so many all-round devices and Elven Silver just to raid the Eclipse throne. Alright. I want 100 all-round devices and 100 bottles of Elven Silver. Unyielding Heart answered without hesitation. You want that many? Sure Feng was surprised by Unyielding Heart's generosity. This transaction was actually worth 40,000 magic crystals. You don't have that many? Unyielding Heart's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Sure Feng. Unyielding Soul had a great use for the all-round device and Elven Silver, and Unyielding Heart judged that 100 of each should be enough for his guild's purpose. I don't have that many in stock right now. I'm sure you recognize how valuable these items are. It isn't so easy to acquire them. If you want that many, I'm afraid that I'll need a few days to get them ready. Sure Feng responded truthfully. Both the all-round device and Elven Silver took a long time to produce, and their production success rates weren't very high. Currently, he only had a dozen of each remaining. It would take quite some time to craft 100 of each item. A few days? After some mental calculations, Unyielding Heart said, "That's fine. If you can acquire the stock within 3 days, I will offer you an additional 5,000 magic crystals." As soon as Unyielding Heart finished his statement, Phoenix Rain spoke up, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I also want 200 of each item, but I don't have any time constraints. It is fine as long as you can get them ready for me." Hearing Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's offers, Sure Feng was at a loss for words. His asking price was already incredibly high. He had never dreamed that Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain would be so interested in the all-round devices and Elven Silver. He had secured 2 massive orders just by revealing the 2 items in the Eclipse throne. Once he filled these orders, he would earn over 100,000 magic crystals. This revenue flow was much faster than mining a manatite vein for magic crystals. Afterward, following Shurfeng's command, everyone equipped the all-round device and drank the Elven Silver they had received. In the meantime, Sure Feng signed a contract with Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain, assuring that the two couldn't go back on their word once he had crafted the items. Not only did the team's players feel much lighter after they had drunk the Elven Silver, but their 5 senses also recovered. Most importantly, their stamina consumption rate had drastically decreased. Now, these players felt more confident as they watched the monsters waiting for them. Once the team was ready, Sure Feng organized its formation. Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian would spearhead the team, while the other Tier 2 MTs would guard the team's sides. The remaining melee players would be responsible for protecting the team's ranged DPS and healers. Meanwhile, the ranged DPS would be responsible for pushing away and slowing down the incoming monsters with their spells and skills. After the team had prepared and under Shurfeng's command, these players charged for the castle's main gate without hesitation. Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian slammed their shields into the corrosive monsters. As soon as they did, the corrosive zombies and corrosive abominations blocking their path were knocked aside. The strength the 3 MTs displayed stunning the Tier 2 MTs from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. They were all Tier 2 MTs, so they knew what kind of strength a Tier 2 metric tons should wield. Their equipment should be the best available at this stage of the game, and their strength was only slightly higher than a High Lord of the same level. They still weren't a match for a Great Lord of the same level, yet Zero Wing's MT trio easily shoved aside the Great Lord-ranked corrosive abominations. This proved how high the MT trio's strength was, much higher than the other MSA. A moment later, 1 Grand Lord-ranked corrosive Earth Dragon charged towards the team, but despite the monster's approach, Cola accelerated as silver divine runes lit up along his saber. He swung the blade to counter the Grand Lord's approaching claw boom. As the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the fortress, sparks scattered, dancing around Cola and his foe. The corrosive Earth Dragon stumbled back by 3 steps while Cola remained unharmed and in place, standing steady. This scene stupefied the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members, watching with dropped jaws. Who is this Guardian Knight? Unyielding Heart could not believe his eyes. Unyielding Heart wore multiple pieces of epic equipment and wielded a magic weapon. He was also a Berserker, the class famed for having the highest strength in the game among the 12 main classes. However, Despite all these factors, his strength was only a match for a great lord of the same level even after he used an offensive skill, yet Kola had just forced back a level 56 Grand Lord. Moreover, he had done so without using a berserk skill. This was the first time Unyielding Heart had met such a powerful Guardian Knight since joining God's Domain. However, this was a common occurrence for Zero Wings members. Kola held a Tier 3 mana weapon, and if he activated the weapon's skill, suppressing a level 56 Grand Lord would be child's play. After the corrosive Earth Dragon stumbled backward, the team followed after Kola and the others, steadily advancing. Fortunately, the rapid-fire ballista's attacks didn't pose any threat to the team. Every member was an expert, and now that they had recovered their 5 senses, dodging the ballista attacks was easy. Trailing after the MT trio, the team reached the castle's main entrance in less than 10 minutes. Surprisingly, when they reached the gate, the corrosive beasts that had chased after them turned and fled. The monsters seemed oddly terrified of something. We reached the castle, just like that? When everyone turned around to look at the thousands of retreating corrosive beasts, they found it hard to believe what was happening. It felt like some strange dream. So, this is the Sword King's strength? When Unyielding Heart glanced around the perfectly intact team, he, more or less, realized that Feng hadn't come to the Eclipse throne to get himself killed. He was actually confident of succeeding here. By Unyielding Heart's estimates, it might have taken the team more than 5 hours to reach the castle gates if they had attempted to carve a path towards the castle, yet Feng had shortened that time to 7 minutes. Moreover, the team had reached the gates without a single casualty. Unyielding Heart finally realized how Zero Wing had grown to the standard of a first-rate guild so quickly without any background or support. Alright, that's enough rest. We should continue forward, Feng stated after the team had mostly recovered from their brief run. After entering the castle, the team had encountered far fewer monsters, although these monsters were of significantly higher quality. Most of the monsters inside the castle were Great Lords, with frequent appearances from Grand Lords. However, against 200 Tier 2 experts that were unaffected by the low-mana environment and corrosive gas, these monsters were no trouble. The Grand Lords didn't even last more than 5 minutes. Naturally, the monsters' loot was extraordinary. The most inferior items that had dropped were rare materials for crafting fire resistance items. If the team were lucky, the monsters would even drop level 55 Feingold fire resistance equipment. By the time the team had reached the first boss, a total of 6 such equipment pieces had dropped, inciting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul's Envy. Level 55 Feingold equipment was the equivalent of level 50 Dark Gold equipment. Despite these players' position as their superpowers Tier 2 experts, they only had a few pieces of level 50 Dark Gold equipment, much less Dark Gold equipment that increased fire resistance. After fighting and advancing for over an hour, the team reached a large arena inside the castle. Tall walls and steel cages lined the arena, and standing in its center was a 5-meter-tall humanoid monster. The monster was geared in crimson armor and wielded a one-handed axe in each of its 2 hands. Despite the monster's immobile state, it radiated an intense aura that made the watching players afraid. Troll Hero, humanoid creature, mythic, level 57. HP 500,000, 000/500, 000,000. Everyone involuntarily gulped upon seeing the Troll Hero's statistics, permeated by their fear. Not only was the Troll Hero a bona fide mythic monster, but it also had an attribute boost due to its home being a team dungeon. After the team members examined the Troll Hero for a moment, they noticed the steel cage hanging above the boss's head. What's that? A treasure chest? That should be a treasure chest. Though I can't tell its rank. That's not right. An ordinary treasure chest is either made of wood or metal, but that treasure chest is made entirely of magic crystals. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members fell into a heated discussion after discovering the treasure chest within the steel cage, but when Feng noticed the treasure chest, his eyes glowed with excitement. A magic crystal treasure chest. Chapter 1800, Violent MT. Hellscythe Understalky Old Cat. This is the first time I've ever seen such a treasure chest. What rank is it? This is a super large-scale Hell mode team dungeon. No matter how you look at it, that treasure chest should be Dark Gold rank. It might even be an epic treasure chest. The team started to discuss their guesses as they gazed at the magic crystal treasure chest with bloodshot eyes. Even Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart felt a pang of envy when they glanced towards the treasure chest. Although they didn't know the treasure chest's exact rank, it shouldn't be anything insignificant. Treasure chests often offered better loot than the items that dropped from a boss. In other words, securing that treasure chest was on par with killing an additional boss in this super large-scale team dungeon. Of course, Shi Feng was ecstatic. Unlike his teammates, he knew just how valuable a magic crystal treasure chest was. It was definitely far more valuable than an epic treasure chest. Moreover, this magic crystal treasure chest glowed with golden light. Even superpowers would go mad over the items inside. Could this be a reward for being the first team to raid the Eclipse throne? Shi Feng wondered as he looked at the magic crystal treasure chest. He hadn't seen a treasure chest in the dungeon during his visits in the past, even when he had raided the Hell Mode version. After the team finished its debate about the magic crystal treasure chest, they shifted their attention to the troll hero standing in the arena. No matter how much they desired the treasure chest, they couldn't reach it since it had been locked away in a cage. To open the cage, they'd need a key, and it was obvious that they could only obtain that key by defeating the boss before them. However, when the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members looked at the motionless troll hero, they couldn't help but gulp audibly, fear returning to their gazes. Despite having reached Tier 2, they still had an instinctive fear of mythic monsters. Their previous encounters had been traumatizing. Monsters at this rank were simply undefeatable. Moreover, as one of a Hell Mode dungeon's bosses, every aspect of the troll hero had been boosted, especially its HP. Compared to hard mode, the Hell Mode troll hero should have at least an additional 40% HP. This increased the pressure the team had to face by a considerable margin. However, in contrast to the reactions of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members, Zero Wings members seemed relatively relaxed before the troll hero. They were as calm as usual. Unyielding Heart was surprised to see such a lack of reaction from Zero Wings members. All of Unyielding Souls members present had their fair share of tough battle experiences, but despite the wealth of experience, they couldn't help their anxiety about facing the troll hero. And yet, Zero Wings members were so calm. Do they think they can beat the troll hero? Examining Zero Wings members for a moment, Unyielding Heart realized that not only weren't they anxious, but they even watched the boss like hunters tracking prey. Guild leader Black Flame, how should we go about raiding this boss? Should we test its skills and combat method first? Phoenix Rain asked. Normally, when going up against a boss monster that could potentially annihilate an entire team in a single attack, players would send in a small number of players to probe the boss for its combat method and skills so that they could set up a better foundation for the actual raid. It's best that we don't do that. This is a mythic boss. If we send in too few players, we won't learn anything at all. Instead, we'd be wasting EXP. Let's just start the raid, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then commanded, Kula, Turtledove, you two will take turns tanking the boss. Other MTs, prepare to replace them at any time. Melee DPS, stay back and leave the attacks to the ranged DPS for now. Only go in after we ensure that it's safe. Phoenix Rain could not help but be appalled at Shi Feng's instructions. His commands felt too half-hearted. It seemed as if he had given up on the battle already. Unyielding Heart gave Shi Feng a similarly confused look. He could not figure out if Shi Feng were an expert or a fool. Shi Feng's instructions during the start of the raid had been precise and effective, yet the man was barking out such cursory commands now. Although starting the raid without probing would spare their guild members, avoiding unnecessary deaths that could compromise their participation, blindly sending the team into battle was both reckless and counterproductive. However, what Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart did not know was that Shi Feng was already familiar with the troll hero's skills and combat method. The troll hero was a pure warrior. It didn't wield any spells, but it did have frightening strength and agile movements. Most importantly, it possessed the passive skill, self-regeneration. This skill was the reason the troll hero had earned the title of Eclipse Throne's Undying Gatekeeper. Self-regeneration allowed the troll hero to recover rapidly from heavy injuries. This skill ensured that the troll hero's combat power couldn't be affected. Moreover, unlike normal bosses, whose battle recovery restored 1% of their HP every 5 seconds, The troll hero regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. The longer it fought, the more strength it would gain as well. Fortunately, it could only use this power-up once every 5 minutes, but there wasn't any upper limit. Due to this passive skill, countless teams' progress in the Eclipse throne had slid to a halt. No other boss in the Eclipse throne tested a team's raw power like the troll hero. Technique wasn't as important when raiding this boss. Players simply had to attack with everything they had and pray that they had enough DPS without waiting for Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's comments. Cola and Turtledove charged forward. Seeing this, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls MTs exchanged a few hesitant glances before helplessly following after the 2-0 MTS. When Cola and Turtledove were less than 100 yards away from the troll hero, the latter abruptly opened its eyes. When its gaze landed on the two MTs, the boss revealed a sneer and roared, "Foolish challengers! Do you believe you can defeat the strongest warrior in Lord Armas's army?" The troll hero then threw its axes at Cola and Turtledove. Shwa! Shwa! The two 4-meter-long axes flew from the troll hero's hands, transforming into spinning blades as they soared towards Cola and Turtledove. As the axes sliced through the air, they left behind long, pitch-black lines. Dodge! Unyielding Heart shouted in panic. Attacks that caused spatial tears could even threaten mythic monsters of the same level. If current players received such an attack, even powerful MTs like Cola and Turtledove, they'd likely die instantly. However, just before the axes reached these MTs, Turtledove slid in front of Cola. Releasing a black aura, her attribute skyrocketed as she activated Power of Darkness, following which, she swung her sword at the two flying axes. Silver divine runes illuminated Turtledove's longsword, which formed a dazzling arc as it cut the two colossal axes down. Boom! Boom! With two explosions, the axes crashed to the ground. As for Turtledove, she had been forced to take 3 steps back to stabilize her stance. At the same time, 2 damages exceeding -20,000 appeared above her head. However, to Turtledove, who had 140,000 HP after activating Power of Darkness, the damage was tolerable. Meanwhile, the rear-line healers, who had long since prepared for this moment, released several healing spells, instantly restoring Turtledove's HP to fullies. What is going on? She blocked both attacks all by herself? I'm not seeing things, right? How did she stop those attacks so easily? Is that really a mythic monster? Didn't you notice that she activated her Berserk skill? Even if that's the case, she shouldn't be able to stand against a mythic monster. Moreover, the boss used a skill. Those attacks had definitely been enhanced. Both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members gaped at Turtledove, who had resumed her charge towards the boss when the troll hero charged at her in return. Turtledove smiled brightly. When less than 30 yards separated both sides, Turtledove activated the Steel Crown's additional skill, Steel Impact. Suddenly her speed doubled. Raising her shield, she transformed into an afterimage. A moment later, she appeared before the troll hero and slammed her shield into the boss. Immediately, the troll hero flew back by over 20 yards. Chapter 1801, Sturdy Team. Hellscythe _Old Cat. As they watched the troll hero fly 20 yards across the arena and slam into the ground, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members watching from a distance were stunned. She sent it flying. That's a mythic boss we're talking about. Just how much strength does she have? Is she really a guardian knight? For a time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members fell into a heated discussion. None of them could believe their eyes. Unyielding Heart was particularly shocked. Not even Unyielding Soul had an MT with such astonishing strength. Finally, Unyielding Heart, more or less, understood where Zero Wing found the confidence to raid the Hell Mode. Eclipse Throne MTs played a crucial role in dungeon raids. Oftentimes, a failed dungeon raid wasn't a result of a lack of DPS. Rather, the team's MTs weren't able to survive against the bosses long enough. However, as long as a team had an MT that could tank the boss, even if the first raid attempt failed, The team would use the next few attempts to probe the boss for weaknesses and would eventually defeat it. The reason that the various superpowers didn't dare to touch a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon at this stage of the game was the lack of capable MS. How did her strength improve by so much? Phoenix Rain was wrought with confusion as she watched Turtledove. When she had met Turtledove last, the female Guardian Knight had already been very powerful, easily tanking a Grand Lord by herself. However, after not seeing Turtledove for some time, the female Guardian Knight had grown to become capable of throwing a mythic boss. The speed at which Turtledove grew stronger was simply terrifying. Even after this shocking revelation, however, Zero Wings members were still unsurprised. They knew that Turtledove had upgraded her Steel Crown to epic rank. Meanwhile, the Steel Crown's additional skill, Steel Impact, had also improved. Now, instead of increasing her strength by 300% and speed by 100%, the skill increased her strength by 400% and speed by 150%. With such a boost, it was only natural for her to send a level 56 mythic boss flying. After the Troll Hero's clash with Turtledove, its HP fell by over 150,000. Turtledove had secured the Troll Hero's aggro. With an angry roar, the boss's muscles bulged, and it stomped on the ground before transforming into a blur as it charged at the female Guardian Knight. Fortunately, since the Troll Hero's axes were still stuck in the ground behind Turtledove, it didn't pose much of a threat. In fact, Turtledove did not even bother to avoid the charge. Instead, she thrust the point of her shield into the ground and prepared to receive the Troll Hero's charge head on Tier 2 skill, Backfolding. Backfolding was a Tier 2 skill Turtledove had recently acquired from the Primordial Divine Ruin. It was a super rare skill that could reflect an incoming attack from the front boom. When the Troll Hero crashed into Turtledove's shield, its massive frame stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage of over -500,000 appearing above its head. Good. Ranged players, attack. Sure Fong commanded one. He saw that Turtledove had solidified her aggro spells and arrows bombarded the Troll Hero, and damages of over -10,000 appeared above the target's head, one after another. Occasionally, damages exceeding -40,000 also floated above the boss's head. These damages originated from Zhao Yueru, who wielded Frostflame's Wrath. Her attacks were particularly prominent among the bombardment. Her ice and fire-type spells were clearly stronger than the other Tier 2 Elementalists' spells on the team. What a high damage! Zero Wing actually has such a powerful Elementalist? Unyielding Soul's magical class players were stupefied by Zhao Yueru's performance. They were bona fide Tier 2 players and wore the best equipment available at this stage of the game. The fact that they were able to deal over -10,000 damage to a mythic boss was already impressive and would attract the awe of many expert players. However, Zhao Yueru's attacks had utterly changed their views on the world. Not only did Zhao Yueru's attacks consistently deal over -40,000 damage, but some of her attacks also dealt twice that without a critical hit. Her DPS alone could rival the total DPS of 5 of them. Unyielding Soul's magical class players couldn't figure out what was happening. Despite the fact that they were all Tier 2 players, the difference between them was massive. What these players didn't know was that Frostflame's Wrath improved its wielder's ice and fire-type spells by 1 tier. Now that Zhao Yueru was Tier 2, her Tier 2 spells had been upgraded to Tier 3. Not even Sure Fong was confident of beating out Zhao Yueru's DPS. When the team saw the Flame Witch's damage, they became far more confident of defeating the Troll Hero under the unceasing magical bombardment. The Troll Hero rapidly lost HP. However, after 5 seconds, something happened that stupefied the team. The boss instantly healed all of the damage the team's ranged players had caused. What's going on? Why did it fully recover its HP? Didn't we take more than 1% of its HP in the last 5 seconds? These players were dumbfounded as they stared at the unharmed Troll Hero. They couldn't understand how the boss had recovered all of its lost HPA passive skill. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain quickly reached the conclusion that this disconcerting issue had been caused by one of the boss's skills. There was no other way to explain how the boss had recovered more than 1% of its HP in the last 5 seconds. This turn of events extinguished the little confidence everyone had gained from Zhao Yueru's performance. This boss's combat method is very simple. If the boss takes about 1 second to charge up when it lifts both axes into the air, It'll execute an AoE attack. You'll be safe from this AoE attack as long as you remain more than 15 yards away from the boss. If it charges up for only half a second, it'll execute a straight line attack. In that case, you'll be safe if you maintain a distance of more than 25 yards from the boss. So, pay attention to dodging. When you're attacking, you'll have a higher chance at hitting the boss if you execute two-part attacks, Silverwing commanded through the team chat. If everyone's ready, then melee players, join the assault. He's learned the boss's attack method already? Unyielding Heart could not help his surprise as he watched Silverwing calmly issue commands. Normally, a raid team would need 2 or 3 minutes to figure out a boss monster's attack pattern. Depending on the attack pattern's complexity, a raid team may even need over 10 minutes to figure it out. Yet, despite fighting for a few short seconds, Silverwing had already figured out this boss's attack method. Hearing Silverwing's orders, the team sprung into action as Silverwing had stated, although the difference between a 1 second and 0.5 second charging time was subtle. The team's expert players easily recognized the difference. Hence, practically no one died when the boss used its 2 AoE skills. Moreover, when everyone assaulted the boss according to Silverwing's requirements, their hit rate was extremely high. As a result, the troll hero's HP steadily decreased once the melee players included their DPS. The boss lost HP even faster because of this. These players had a newfound admiration for Silverwing's leadership. If a team had such a capable commander, the team's overall combat power would no doubt rise by a small margin. While the improvement might not be significant, this small difference could become a deciding factor in whether or not a team could clear a dungeon after another 5 seconds. The team managed to shave off a little over 2% of the troll hero's HP. However, when the troll hero's self-regeneration took effect, it instantly recovered 2% of its total HP, healing most of the damage. It was evident that the team was in for a long battle of attrition. Not even this is enough to beat it? Phoenix Rain thought, frowning. With the team's current DPS, it was possible to whittle the boss down and kill it eventually, but at the current rate that the healers were burning through their mana, they wouldn't last until the battle ended. Unyielding Heart had come to the same realization. It might be fine if they were raiding a 50-man team dungeon, but in super large-scale team dungeons, players were prohibited from using magic arrays to suppress the boss. Players had to rely on their own strength to defeat the dungeon bosses. This was also why the various superpowers couldn't raid super large-scale team dungeons yet. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the troll hero annihilated the team. Sure enough, it is too much to ask for current players to defeat this thing. Silverwing could not help but reveal a bitter smile as he watched the troll hero's HP bar. He then took out the Ring of Gospel from his bag and injected 7,000 magic crystals. World projection. Ring of Brilliance. Chapter 1802. Set equipment of astronomical value. Hellscythe _Old Cat. The moment world projection activated, the troll hero paused. Meanwhile, due to Ring of Brilliance's effect, everyone on the team felt a pleasant sensation course through their bodies, their basic attributes and physique instantly improving by 10%. What's this? A magic array? Didn't they say that magic arrays are prohibited inside super large-scale team dungeons? When these players noticed the troll hero's attributes decrease, they couldn't help but turn to Silverwing in astonishment. How is this possible? The boss's basic attributes fell by 20%. Shock filled Unyielding Heart's gaze when he noticed the change. Turning to Silverwing, he thought, is this the real reason that he is so confident in challenging a super large-scale team dungeon? Unlike Grand Lords, mythic monsters had more resistance against magic array suppression and negative status effects. If one tried to suppress a mythic monster in the fields with an intermediate magic array, they would be very fortunate if the magic array suppressed the mythic monster's attributes by 10%, much less 20%. Although a 20% decrease in basic attributes did not seem like much, it decreased the raid's difficulty by at least 30%. This also reduced the equipment standard requirements for MTs and the DPS requirement for damage dealers. Sure enough, he came prepared. When Phoenix Rain sensed the ambient mana density and the increase to her basic attributes, she shot Silverwing a glance. Although she had assumed that Silverwing had prepared more trump cards than those they had seen thus far, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised once she actually saw them. With this development, The troll hero was at a disadvantage. Now, Turtledove was able to stop all of the troll hero's frenzied attacks all by herself. The boss also recovered far less HP via its battle recovery. As a result, the troll hero's HP, which had barely moved thus far, began to fall at a steady pace: 99%, 96%, 92%. When Turtledove's Berserk skill ended, Sherfong had the other Tier 2 MTs activate their Berserk skills to tank the troll hero. Unlike Turtledove, though, the other MTs struggled to hold the boss by themselves. Hence, Sherfong had two Tier 2 MTs tank the troll hero at the same time, with Cola and Yiwumian offering support from the sides. Time passed quickly. After 5 minutes since the battle had begun, the troll hero received a small boost to its strength and speed. Fortunately, the improvement was tolerable for the Tier 2 MTs. Before 20 minutes had passed, the troll hero's HP fell below the 1% threshold. Seeing this, Sherfong activated Divine Providence before activating Lightning Slash to land the killing blow. The troll hero then collapsed and transformed into particles of light, disappearing when the boss faded away. A small mountain of items took its place. The loot's brilliant glow made the players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul drool. The boss of a super large-scale team dungeon actually drops so many items? With a rough glance at the pile of items, Unyielding Heart determined that more than 50 items had dropped. That was more than double what dropped from a level 50 large-scale team dungeon's boss. The number of items before her surprised Phoenix Rain as well. Sherfong, however, didn't share their reaction. Although a super large-scale team dungeon and a large-scale team dungeon dropped roughly the same quality of items, the former tended to drop far more loot than the latter, following which, Sherfong collected the items while the Ream took a break. The intense battle against the troll hero had lasted nearly 20 minutes. At this point, the healers had expended a considerable portion of their mana. The fighters also needed a moment to relax. Guild leader, how's the loot? Blackie, who rested on the ground nearby, asked Sherfong. Not bad. We got a total of 63 items. 3 are level 55 dark gold weapons, one of which is a Greatsword that adds fire resistance. Aside from that, we also got 8 pieces of level 55 dark gold equipment, 3 of which add fire resistance. Of the 3 pieces of dark gold equipment that add fire resistance, one is the Dark Corrosion Boots, a set piece for a level 55 plate armor set, and another one is the Sundial Arm Guard, a set piece for a level 55 cloth armor set. There are also 7 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, 5 of which add fire resistance. As for the other items, they're mainly magic scrolls, potions, mana stones, and raw materials, Sherfong said as he shared the equipment statistics in the team chat for everyone to see. Crap. Level 55 dark gold set equipment. Everyone's eyes glowed when they saw the statistics Sherfong had shared. Both the Dark Corrosion set and the Sundial set were 6-piece, level 55 to level 60 dark gold set equipment. These 2 sets were easily the strongest set equipment they had seen thus far. If one equipped one of these sets, only players in full epic equipment could surpass them. Sherfong simply smiled in response to everyone's exclamations. The Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set were some of the best sets available to players between level 55 and level 60. Not only did they provide superb fire resistance, but they also had effects that significantly enhanced fire-type damage. The full Sundial set, in particular, would increase all basic attributes by 220 points and physique by 15%. The set provided a significant improvement in all aspects. No ordinary dark gold set equipment could compare. When they saw the Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's eyes turned slightly bloodshot. They hadn't considered that the Eclipse throne could drop such valuable dark gold set equipment. If an MT equipped the Dark Corrosion set, that MT could easily tank bosses in fiery environments. Tanking level 50 mythic bosses would also become much easier. Guild leader Black Flame, if you can collect a complete Dark Corrosion set, Unyielding Soul will purchase it for 15,000 gold. Unyielding Heart declared Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is willing to offer 17,000 gold. Phoenix Rain said. Hen, Unyielding Soul offers 18,000 gold. Unyielding Heart hurriedly countered Phoenix Rain's offer. Seeing Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain competing over the Dark Corrosion set, The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members present were stunned. Even Zero Wings members had similar reactions. They never thought that the VIPs of two super first-rate guilds would fight so fervently over the Dark Corrosion set. Sorry. While I can understand your interest in purchasing the set, but the Dark Corrosion set is very important to Zero Wing, so I have no intention of selling it for now. Shifeng refused the offer immediately. Of course, if Zero Wing obtains a second Dark Corrosion set, I will be willing to sell it. However, the minimum bid I'll accept per set is 24,000 gold. Of course, you can also offer rare materials or magic crystals. Shifeng's team members gasped when they heard his price. It was too expensive. One could purchase a very good plot of land in an imperial capital's central district for 24,000 gold. It was even possible to construct a town with that kind of money, yet Shifeng wanted 24,000 gold for a single dark gold set. Equipment Guild Leader Black Flame, I believe you are aware that equipment has an effective time period. Although the Dark Corrosion set is a level 55 to level 60 dark gold set equipment, its value will decrease as time passes, Unyielding Heart said. If you gather a complete set within 7 days, I am willing to spend 24,000 gold to purchase it. However, if you offer the complete set after a fortnight or a month, I'm afraid that the Dark Corrosion set will no longer be worth that price. Phoenix Rain nodded in agreement with Unyielding Heart's words. As their levels and equipment improved, bosses that they hadn't been able to tackle would become easier to defeat. It was only a matter of time before they would acquire something similar to the Dark Corrosion set. They were only willing to buy the Dark Corrosion set now to jumpstart their plans, but as their time advantage shrunk, the set equipment's value would decrease as well. Rest assured. Zero Wing should have no problems securing a second Dark Corrosion set within 7 days. If we fail to collect a second set, I will put the first up for sale, Shifeng said. Although the Dark Corrosion set was precious, its drop rate in the Hell Mode Eclipse throne was relatively high. He also had the Icarus's Heart. Super large-scale team dungeons reset once a week, and after another 7 days, Zero Wing would have far more Tier 2 experts. While Zero Wing wasn't guaranteed to acquire 2 Dark Corrosion sets after 2 dungeon raids, securing one shouldn't be an issue. After some negotiations, Shifeng decided to hold an auction for the Dark Corrosion set in 10 days. The set's final owner would depend on who offered the highest price, Phoenix Rain or Unyielding Heart. Once Shifeng had organized the loot, he turned his gaze to the magic crystal treasure chest in the gigantic iron cage above. When the troll hero had died, it had also dropped a pitch-black key. This key, without a doubt, was related to the massive cage. Shifeng then activated Gale Domain and flew towards the hanging cage. Chapter 1803, Greatsword Saint. Hellscythe Undersocki Cat. The iron cage above the arena was as large as a house. Although the cage was covered in rust, the divine runes on the iron railings were visible. Due to these divine runes, some kind of invisible energy constantly circulated the cage. When Shifeng landed on top of the iron cage, he discovered that he was unable to use any skills or spells. His body also felt heavy, his movements becoming sluggish. What powerful suppression! Shifeng felt the strange energy suppress his mind as he stood on the cage, becoming a little dizzy. If a Tier 1 player stood in his place, they'd likely pass out. When Shifeng tried to reach the cage's lock, a powerful force shoved him away. He transformed into a blur as he crashed into the arena below. What's going on? Didn't he already get a key? Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were a little surprised when Shifeng's figures slammed into the ground from their position. They had only seen Shifeng fly like a cannonball the moment he had reached the cage's lock. They had never seen anything like it. Once Shifeng stood, he shook his head, still dizzy. He then fell into deep thought as he stared at the iron cage that one blow had dealt minus 60,000 damage. If a cloth armor or plate armor class with low HP had taken the blow, they would have died instantly. Guild leader, is the key unable to open the cage? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she looked at Shifeng, whose HP had fallen to a critical level. No. We must be missing something, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He realized that they needed more than just the key. I think the rest of the bosses should have what we need. He hadn't heard anyone mention a gigantic cage above the troll hero during his previous life, so he had no idea of what he needed to open it. However, Since this was clearly a reward for the first team that challenged the Hell Mode Eclipse throne, the following bosses should carry what he needed after Shifeng rested for a while. He led the team onward. The Eclipse throne's castle was massive, and the troll hero was only the castle's gatekeeper. Under Shifeng's command, the team slaughtered the patrolling monsters inside the castle. After nearly 2 hours, the team arrived at a garden. Along the way, the team had killed a large number of monsters. Overall, these monsters dropped a total of 5 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment and 1 level 55 dark gold equipment piece. Since none of them provided fire resistance, Shifeng decided to hold an internal auction for the Zero Wing members on the team. This made the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members jealous. Even now, they did not have a single piece of level 55 fine gold equipment, much less level 55 dark gold equipment. Guild leader, there's a boss ahead. Fire Dance, who scouted for the team, reported through the team chat. Hearing Fire Dance's report, everyone went on high alert and ventured through the garden carefully. After about another minute, the team found a courtyard that could very well be described with the word paradise. Surrounded by greenery and gorgeous flowers, a giant wolf lay slumbering beneath a large tree. The wolf was 6 meters long and covered in crimson fur. Corrosive Wolf King, demonic beast, mythic. Level 57. HP 400, 000, 000/400, 000, 000. This boss's aura is so strong. The corrosive gas this boss is giving off is really dense too. I can already feel my stamina decreasing faster than before, despite standing so far away. The team members watched the Corrosive Wolf King with solemn expressions. If the Corrosive Wolf King were similar to the Troll Hero, they would not have to worry. However, bosses like the Corrosive Wolf King, which could cause constant damage or inflict debuffs, were the most troublesome. These bosses would place an immense burden on the team's healers. If the healers couldn't keep up with the constant damage, it would only be a matter of time before the boss annihilated the team. All MTs form groups of 3 and stand in these specified locations. Melee DPS split up into groups as well and stand beside the MTs. Healers and ranged DPS will run after the boss throughout the raid. If there are no problems, let's begin. Shifeng simply used the standard procedures for a boss raid and had his team move out. This left Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart speechless. Although they wanted to express their opinions about Shifeng's instructions, they held back and followed his orders when they recalled the swordsman's ability to adapt. As soon as the raid began, Shifeng activated Ring of Brilliance. This time, though, he did not activate World Projection. Ring of Brilliance only cost 2,000 magic crystals, whereas World Projection cost 5,000 magic crystals. Meanwhile, the biggest problem with the Corrosive Wolf King was the low mana environment, which weakened the effects of skills and spells. There was no actual need to suppress the boss's attributes, following which, under Shifeng's orders, the team shaved off the Corrosive Wolf King's HP. Whenever too much corrosive gas contaminated the MT group that tanked the boss, Shifeng ordered another MT group to take its place. By replacing the MTs responsible for tanking the boss, the contaminated MTs had enough time to recover. As for the healing aspect of the raid, Shifeng wasn't worried thanks to Violet Cloud's holy prayer and his life domain. By alternated these 2 AoE heals, the team's healers were able to conserve their mana. In the end, it took less than half an hour to defeat the almighty Corrosive Wolf King. When the Corrosive Wolf King had died, it had also dropped a pile of items, including the head and leg parts for the Dark Corrosion set. The team then proceeded toward the third boss, the Corrosive Dryad. As with the last boss, Shifeng used the standard raid procedures, splitting the MTs into groups to deal with the Corrosive Dryad's numerous tendrils. Meanwhile, the melee players would open up a path for the ranged DPS to bombard the Dryad with fire-type skills and spells. During this raid, Zhao Yueru, with her Frost Flame's Wrath, shone brightly. Like the Corrosive Wolf King, it took less than 30 minutes for the Corrosive Dryad to fall. Meanwhile, the Corrosive Dryad dropped 5 pieces of level 55 dark gold equipment and 8 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, all of which added fire resistance. Among the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment, 2 were set pieces for the Dark Corrosion set, specifically the arm guards and belt. By the time the team defeated the Corrosive Dryad, Including the 2 other bosses and mobs they killed, everyone on the team had gained roughly 20% more EXP. Their leveling speed in the dungeon was much faster than grinding elsewhere. This left the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls members speechless. They currently rated a level 50, super large-scale team dungeons hell mode, yet not only hadn't they died and lost EXP, but their experience bars had also increased faster than grinding monsters outside of the dungeon. If they were to retell this tale, nobody would believe them. What surprised these super first-rate guilds members the most was the fact that they had only used the standard raid procedures to defeat every boss they had encountered. Despite facing mythic monsters, they had managed to defeat these bosses, one after another, without so much as suffering a single casualty. Since when were standard raid tactics so effective in super large-scale team dungeons? The bosses they had raided thus far were much easier compared to the bosses in large-scale team dungeons. However, unlike their companions, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart realized what was happening. Their team hadn't defeated these powerful mythic bosses so easily because the standard raid procedures were so effective in this dungeon, but because Zero Wing's MTs, healers, and DPS were astoundingly powerful. There was also Shurfeng's heaven-defying Ring of Gospel, which could weaken the bosses and enhance their entire team. Without these factors, all of these boss fights would have been incredibly difficult or ended in a team wipe. The Eclipse throne had a total of 4 bosses. Now that they had killed 3, only the final boss remained. Both Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart felt as if they were in a dream, following which, under Shurfeng's command, the team soon reached the throne room housing the final boss. The throne room was also on the castle's top floor. When the team reached the throne room, they encountered a young man lying before the room's tightly shut doors. The young man wore golden armor and carried a greatsword that radiated a holy light on his back. If one inspected this young man, they would discover that he was a level 60 mythic NPC. When Shurfeng saw this NPC youth's name, he was stunned. Why is he here? Shock filled Shurfeng's eyes as he gazed down at the mythic NPC. At this stage of the game, most likely no player, other than himself, knew about this NPC, but during his previous life, every God's Domain player would recognize the youth. This man had been reputed as the Greatsword Saint, known by players as the strongest entity below Tier 6. However, the main reason for this NPC's fame was the weapon he wielded. It was also the easiest weapon to find among the 10 great legendary weapons, the Glorious Will. Chapter 1804, Epic Team Quest. Hellscythe Understalky Old Cat. Shurfeng had never thought that he would actually come across the Greatsword Saint Edward in the Eclipse throne. From what he remembered, the Greatsword Saint was stationed at the ruined mountain range in the continent of God's Domain. Although the Glorious Will was the easiest of the 10 great legendary weapons to come by, even after 10 years, no player had managed to acquire the real Glorious Will. There had been a player that managed to acquire a replica of the Glorious Will, who had been titled the Glorious Sword Saint. Rumors had it that the Glorious Sword Saint had acquired the replica from a quest. Other rumors claimed that the replica came from the loot of a powerful field boss. There were also some that stated it was a commission made by a famed smith. Although the Glorious Sword Saint had eventually revealed that the Glorious Will replica came from a quest given out by Greatsword Saint Edward, nobody believed him. The reason for this was that many players had tried increasing their favorability with Greatsword Saint Edward after the revelation. However, no matter how high their favorability reached, the NPC did not offer them the same quest. Hence, everyone concluded that the Glorious Sword Saint had lied to conceal the origin of his weapon. Could that person's weapon have come from here? Shurfeng thought as he looked at the Greatsword Saint Edward lying quietly against the doors to the throne room. When he raided the Hell Mode Eclipse throne in his previous life, he had never come across Edward. Now that the NPC appeared in the dungeon in this life, Shurfeng could not help but suspect that the quest the Glorious Sword Saint had mentioned back then was related to the Edward before him. Right now, this discovery thrilled Shurfeng. The Glorious Will was one of the 10 great legendary weapons in God's Domain. Even its replica was something that countless players dreamed of obtaining. Otherwise, the owner of the Glorious Will replica wouldn't have become the Glorious Sword Saint in the past. Guild leader, should we approach this NPC? Aqua Rose asked. Of course, Shurfeng replied, nodding before walking up to the NPC. When Shurfeng got within 20 yards of Edward, the resting NPC abruptly opened his eyes. Adventurers, this isn't a place any of you should come to. Armas has stolen the Sun Crown. His strength exceeds your imagination. You all had best turn back now, Edward said, somewhat exhausted upon hearing Edward's words. Sher Feng immediately connected the dots and concluded that the quest to acquire the glorious replica came from this Edward. Lord Edward, we are not afraid of danger. If there is anything we can help you with, please say so, Sher Feng declared. Since you are determined, so be it. Brave adventurers, Armas has only recently stolen the Sun Crown. He has yet to absorb its power completely. I hope that you can help me reclaim the Sun Crown, Edward said after giving the matter some thought. System, do you wish to accept the epic team quest, Sun Crown? Quest content, help Edward reclaim the Sun Crown that Armas stole. Rewards unknown. Sher Feng accepted the quest without hesitation. Everyone else in the team gaped in shock when they read the notification. They had never thought that they could receive an epic team quest in such a place. This situation made Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart envy Zero Wing even more. This epic team quest was essentially a dungeon raiding quest. Successfully raiding the dungeon meant the completion of this quest. It was basically a bonus reward to Zero Wing. Brave adventurers, follow me. It is time for this evil lich to receive his due, Edward said as he stood up. He then pushed apart the tightly shut steel doors and stepped into the throne room. Everyone, follow the NPC. Sher Feng commanded. Everyone trailed Edward into the throne room. Upon entering the throne room, everyone felt as if they had gone outdoors at nighttime. The ceiling of the throne room resembled the starry sky at night. At the far end of the throne room, seated high up on the throne, was a 2-meter-tall skeleton dressed in midnight robes, wearing a fiery crown on its skull and holding a golden staff. This skeleton was none other than the Lich Armas. Currently, Armas was gazing down at Sher Feng and the others as if he was the king of the underworld. Meanwhile, standing on one side of Armas's throne was a suit of pitch-black armor that was missing its head, and on the other side was a 6-meter-tall beast that had the body of a scorpion. Armas, Lich Mythic. Level 60. HP 500,000, 000/500, 000/000 Headless Knight, Undead Mythic. Level 59. HP 360, 000/360, 000/000 Scorpion Snake King, Demonic Beast, Mythic. Level 59. HP 420, 000/420, 000/000. The statistics of these monsters had everyone gasping. The confidence built up from their success thus far promptly disappeared. Is this a joke? 3 mythic monsters. The system is too shameless. So, this is Hell mode. No, that can't be right. Even Hell mode shouldn't be this difficult. This must be due to the team quest. Everyone's hearts stopped as they stared in despair at the 3 mythic monsters at the far end of the throne room. It already took everything they had to fight one mythic monster. Fighting 3 mythic monsters at the same time was beyond a 200-man team of Tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart currently wore somber expressions as they looked at the 3 mythic monsters. They felt that the system was playing a big joke on them. Guild leader Black Flame, this quest is a little outside of our capabilities. Why don't we abandon this quest? With our team's current strength, it is simply impossible to go up against 3 mythic monsters simultaneously. Phoenix Rain suggested. Unyielding Heart nodded his head in agreement. This was no longer a feasible challenge for current players. At the very least, their entire 200-man team needed to be fully equipped in level 55 or even level 60 Dark Gold equipment, with the main members of the team having multiple pieces of epic weapons and equipment. Only then could they cope with 3 mythic monsters at once. At this moment, Sher Feng had a gloomy expression. He had never imagined that the epic team quest would be so vicious. If there were only 2 mythic monsters, he still had the means to deal with them. However, with his current team, challenging 3 mythic monsters simultaneously was asking too much. Must I give up? When Sher Feng thought about how much he had gone through to obtain this quest, reluctance filled his heart. No, if even my current team can't complete this quest, how could the Glorious Sword Saints team possibly have completed it? As the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Eclipse throne, the Glorious Sword Saints team might be slightly superior to Sher Feng's current team in terms of equipment standards, but there was definitely a limit to the difference. Not to mention, he had the Ring of Gospel to improve his team's basic attributes and suppress the mythic monsters. At this moment, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered everyone's ear system. You have accepted the epic team quest, Sun Crown. Please select your challenge difficulty system. There are 3 difficulties available: Bronze, Silver, and Gold. Depending on the difficulty selected, the final reward will also be adjusted. Please choose carefully. The difficulty cannot be changed once selected. Chapter 1805, Skyrocketing Combat Power. Hellscythe Undersockield Cat. There are 3 different difficulties? Shi Feng, more or less, understood how the glorious Sword Saint had completed this quest in the past after seeing the system notification. Bronze rank was no doubt the easiest. It was also very likely that the glorious Sword Saint had chosen this difficulty to complete the epic team quest. However, the only problem right now was that the system did not clearly state the difficulty standards if players had to fight all 3 mythic monsters at once. Which difficulty was it? If Bronze difficulty had that requirement, then even Shi Feng had to admit defeat. When he had raided the Hell Mode Eclipse throne during his previous life, Armas had been the only boss at the end of the dungeon. The Lich hadn't had any subordinates at his side. With his current team, it was simply impossible to take on Armas and his 2 subordinates simultaneously. However, the challenge before him was Gold rank, then he could attempt Bronze or Silver. This difficulty selection really is troublesome. The system actually refuses to provide any information about our options. It's impossible to make a good decision. Phoenix Rain frowned as she watched Armas and his 2 subordinates without any information as a benchmark. They would waste all of the effort they had put into this dungeon raid thus far on the off chance that they made the wrong selection. Brave adventurers, Armas and his subordinates are very strong. If you can't hold on after the battle begins in a moment, you can gather around me. Although I haven't fully recovered my power yet, I can unfold a domain around me. The domain will, more or less, weaken their power. Edward suddenly said power hasn't fully recovered yet? Unfold a domain? Shi Feng could not help but turn to look at Edward upon hearing the NPC's words. So that's the case. Guild leader, did you figure something out? Aqua Rose asked curiously when she saw Shi Feng's smile. I now understand this quest's difficulty standards, Shi Feng said as he gestured to Edward. The challenge difficulty doesn't refer to the 3 bosses. It refers to the support Edward can provide. The more difficult the challenge, the more limited Edward's help will be. Hearing Shi Feng's words, realization dawned on the team. They all felt that Shi Feng's guess was likely the right one. However, a gloomy atmosphere descended on the team again. Even if Edward could help, his assistance had a limit. Moreover, after all was said and done, they still had to face 3 mythic monsters simultaneously. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng decided to choose the Silver rank difficulty. He felt that his team's overall combat power was higher than the Glorious Sword Saint's raid team in the past. If the Glorious Sword Saint had been able to clear the Bronze challenge, then his team should have a high chance of clearing the Silver challenge. Although the Gold challenge's rewards might be abundant, Shi Feng didn't think it was worth the risk. Since the system notification had clearly stated that one could not change their difficulty selection once they had made their choice, it was likely that they'd only have one opportunity to challenge this quest. If they failed the quest, they'd walk away with nothing. Hence, Shi Feng decided on the Silver challenge system. You have chosen to challenge the Silver difficulty system. It is detected that you are challenging the Sun Crown quest for the first time. Difficulty selection may be altered to normal mode or hero mode. For normal mode, the boss's attributes will be weakened by 20%. Based on your performance in the battle, the reward will range between Bronze rank and Silver rank. For hero mode, the boss's attributes will be weakened by 10%. Based on your performance in the battle, the reward given will range between Silver rank and Gold rank. This privilege is only available on the first challenge. You may also forsake this opportunity and choose the standard difficulties. Please choose wisely. Privilege for the first challenge? Shi Feng could not help his grin. He now realized how the Glorious Sword Saint had completed the quest, following which, Shi Feng chose hero mode. If all 3 mythic monsters' basic attributes fell by 20%, it would undoubtedly be of great help to the team. It was no wonder why the Glorious Sword Saint's raid team had defeated all 3 mythic bosses. Although hero mode only weakened the bosses by 10%, he should be able to reduce the mythic boss's basic attributes by nearly 30% with the Ring of Gospel Suppression. With Cola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian's strength, plus the other Tier 2 MTs, they should be able to keep all 3 bosses in check hero mode? Unyielding Heart was speechless when he saw Shifeng's selection. Is he insane? Phoenix Rain was similarly surprised. Shifeng's initial decision to choose the Silver Challenge was understandable since they had so little information to work with, and regardless of their choice, they still had to face 3 mythic bosses at once. However, now that they had concrete numbers, Shifeng had chosen hero mode. This decision was confusing while she understood that with Shifeng's Ring of Gospel, it was possible to suppress the 3 bosses further, but the biggest problem wasn't whether or not the team's MTs could tank the bosses. It was whether or not the team had enough DPS. Moreover, since they had to fight 3 mythic bosses simultaneously, the pressure on the team's healers would be unprecedented. When the raid began, the healers' mana expenditure would be massive. If their healers ran out of mana in the middle of the raid, they'd definitely team-wipe. They had to reduce the boss's maximum HP as much as possible to ensure a greater chance of success. Although there was only a 10% difference between normal mode and hero mode, the 3 bosses had a combined 1,280,000,000 HP. A 10% difference meant that their team had to deal with an additional 128 million HP. Moreover, there was the matter of battle recovery. This would undoubtedly extend the raid's duration by a significant amount of time, which would increase the risk of the team's healers running out of mana mid-battle. Meanwhile, after Shifeng had selected the fight's difficulty, the 3 mythic bosses lost 10% of their attributes. Good. Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, each of you will tank one of the bosses. The other MTs will support them. Prioritize the Scorpion Snake King, Shifeng said. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Everyone, release the limiter on your weapons altogether. For the raid, he had armed every participating Zero Wing member with Tier 2 and Tier 3 mana weapons, especially the Tier 2 mana weapons. Of the 85 Zero Wing members he had with him this time, he had armed each with at least 3 Tier 2 mana weapons. Initially, he had only planned to use the mana weapons when the team lacked firepower. Now that they were required to go up against 3 mythic bosses simultaneously, he couldn't afford to be stingy with the mana weapons. Hearing Shifeng's words, Zero Wing's members, who had felt a little gloomy, revealed excited expressions. Thus far, only the MTs had been allowed to liberate their mana weapons power. The rest of them hadn't been allowed. Now that Shifeng had given them permission, they could use their mana weapons skill whenever they wanted to exhibit immense power. What's going on with Zero Wing's members? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members were confused to see Zero Wing's members brim with confidence and fighting spirit. However, after Shifeng used World Projection and Ring of Brilliance, and Cola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian had stabilized their aggro, the scenes that followed thoroughly dumbfounded Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members. After Edward activated his domain, the domain reducing the 3 bosses' reaction speed by 30% and attack power by 20%. This greatly reduced the pressure Cola and the others faced after the Scorpion Snake King and Headless Knight lost nearly 30% of their attributes. The 2 bosses were a joke. Even the team's regular Tier 2 MTs could tank the 2 bosses' fierce assaults on their own, let alone Turtledove and Yiwumian. This allowed the DPS to attack the 2 bosses freely. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Souls Tier 2 experts were fortunate if their attacks dealt more than -10,000 damage, yet Zero Wing's experts dealt over -30,000 damage with each attack. The latter's magical class experts even landed multiple attacks that dealt over -50,000 damage. The damage Zero Wing's members dealt was simply ridiculous. Moreover, a Tier 3 demon bombarded the bosses in a frenzy, rapidly devouring their HP. This stupefied the players from the 2 super first-rate guilds. They had never thought that Zero Wing could summon a demon that was as strong as an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level. After the team defeated the first 2 mythic bosses and focused on Armas, the raid became considerably more difficult. Armas was a lich that could use spells of all of the 4 major elements. Each of his spells could instant-kill a non-plate armor class. Hence, even though Armas's attributes had been suppressed, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Feng had his forbidden domain to stop the occasional large-scale destruction spell the Lich cast. On the rare occasions when forbidden domain was on cooldown, the other players disrupted the Lich's spell casting with powerful skills and spells, significantly reducing the threat Armas posed. When Armas's HP fell to 30%, however, the Lich began to double speed cast, catching everyone off guard. As a result, over a dozen players died in the blink of an eye. The rest of the players were startled. How is this possible? The boss actually knows how to double speed cast? Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were just as stunned. Double speed casting was a technique that many expert players found extremely difficult to accomplish, but once they could execute the technique, they'd undergo a qualitative transformation. Players would be able to enhance their offensive and defensive capabilities. Everyone, activate your berserk skills. With the exception of MTs, I want everyone to keep moving around. Do not let the boss lock onto you. Feng hurriedly commanded. After seeing Armas going berserk, hearing Feng's command, the team went into action. Everyone activated their berserk skills and ran in random patterns, making it difficult for Armas to target them with his spells. As a result, the Lich could only target the relatively immobile MTs. This allowed the team to reduce the risk of casualties. The boss doesn't have much HP left. Attack with everything you've got. Feng said before activating Lightning/Gentle Snow. Also used her Tier 2 skill Blade Storm, while Zhao Yueru used Frostflame Space and attacked the boss alongside her doppelgangers. As for Aqua Rose, she used her domain skill, Aqua Precinct. Everyone on the team used their strongest skills and spells available. Even the weakest attacks inflicted over -50,000 damage, while the stronger ones dealt over -100,000 damage. Armas's HP plummeted as a result. 20%, 10%, 5%. Die. When Armas's HP fell below 1%, Feng, who had Power of Darkness activated, used Divine Providence and Flame Burst. Miniature suns bombarded Armas, one after another, devouring the boss's remaining HP. Boom. As the team watched, Armas's skeletal body crumbled to the ground. The surviving members then heard a series of system notifications. Chapter 1806, Eclipse Throne First Clear. Hellscythe_Old Cat. The boss is dead. We did it. We won. Everyone cried out with joy when they saw Armas's skeletal figure on the ground. Although Armas had killed over 60 of their 200-man team, they still defeated the final boss of the Eclipse Throne in the end. Not even the various superpowers dared to challenge this dungeon. Zero Wing's members were similarly ecstatic. Although they had trusted Feng's decision, they couldn't help their excitement after actually watching Armas fall. After all, they had achieved a feat that not even God's domain's current superpowers were capable of. Everyone was particularly excited to see their names appear on the dungeon's glory list, which had appeared in the center of the throne room in the form of a stone monument after Armas's death. With this, their names would be permanently recorded and put on display for players that would clear the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne in the future. Even Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It had not been easy to defeat Armas and his two subordinates. He couldn't use many of his tools in a super large-scale team dungeon. The team had to rely on their weapons and equipment to take out the 3 mythic bosses. System. Congratulations. You have obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne. Rewarding guild popularity +20, humanity reputation +20, all loot doubled. System. Do you wish to release a congratulatory announcement to the public? If you do not make a decision within 30 seconds, the announcement will be made by default. After giving the matter some thought, Feng chose not to inform the public of their success. While announcing Zero Wing's success of clearing the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne would garner a lot of fame to the guild, it would also attract more enemies. Furthermore, Zero Wing had stood out quite a bit lately thanks to Silverwing Town, earning a few superpowers envy. If the various superpowers knew that Zero Wing also had the strength to raid a super large-scale team dungeon, even if it had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, they would definitely relate this success to Silverwing Town at that time. The various superpowers would likely do everything they could to capture the town. Although Silverwing Town's development was coming along quite nicely right now, its defensive capabilities weren't strong enough yet. More time was needed to fortify the town properly. Phoenix Pavilion Master, Vice Guild Leader Hart, I hope that you will keep this matter a secret for the time being. I don't want too many people to know about what happened here, Shifeng said as he looked at Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart. That won't be a problem. The people I've brought today are my trusted subordinates. None of them will speak a word about today's raid, Unyielding Heart said, nodding. There aren't any problems on my side either, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Publicizing their success today would only be a detriment. After all, they still had important business with Shifeng. If the various superpowers learned of the Dark Corrosion set, an intense struggle over the set would definitely ensue. Hence, both Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain welcomed the fact that Shifeng wanted to keep today's achievement confidential. Shortly after Shifeng decided against the congratulatory announcement, Armas's golden throne abruptly shattered. A small mountain of items took its place, radiating a glow that illuminated the throne room at a glance. There were easily over 100 items in that pile. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members stared at the loot with bulging eyes. Adventurers, thank you for your help in giving Armas the punishment he deserves, Edward said sincerely as he walked up to Shifeng. Edward held the golden crown that previously graced Armas's skull. Although Armas has died, his power has not vanished completely. Half of his power has gathered in one of his eyes, while the other half is stored in the sealed cage above the arena. If you wield his eye, you should be able to acquire his remaining power. Hopefully it will be of some help. After Edward had said so, a magic array appeared beneath his feet. The Greatsword Saint then transformed into a streak of light and left the throne room system. Congratulations! You have completed the epic team quest, Sun Crown. Total deaths 63. Time spent 47 minutes, 28 seconds. Awarding Grade A evaluation, plus 30% EXP, for legacy skill points, and 1 Armas's I Grade A. When Shifeng read the system notification, he was satisfied with the outcome, seeing as they had challenged hero mode. He then plucked Armas's eye from the ground and inspected it. Armas's eye, necklace, epic rank item. An Eye of Time formed of nearly half of the Great Lich Armas's power. The Eye of Time can view both the past and the future. Level 50, level 100. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 1200, Vitality 800, Intelligence plus 57, Vitality plus 54, Endurance plus 44, level 50. Casting speed increased by 15%. All spell effectiveness increased by 15%. Cast range plus 2. Spell completion rate increased by 1%. Additional skill 1 dash. Eye of Future, when activated, allows the user to maintain an hour of simulated combat cooldown. 10 hours. Additional skill 2 dash. Eye of Past, tracks the target's movement and location for 3 hours cooldown, 6 hours. What heaven-defying skills! Shifeng was astonished after reading Armas's Eye's attribute panel. Armas's Eye's basic attributes were average at best, but the two skills were incredible. Eye of Future, in particular, was simply heaven-defying. With the Eye of Future, players could participate in a system-simulated battle before the actual fight. If the skill were used to raid bosses, players could test various strategies without sacrificing team members. If used in a PvP battle, although the main god system wouldn't be able to replicate enemy players' movements perfectly, it could mimic players with an 80% to 90% accuracy. If players could practice against their simulated opponents before the actual battle, they would be more confident during the actual battle. Most importantly, Eye of Future could reveal an enemy's true strength. Meanwhile, the simulated player would remain wholly ignorant of their trump card's exposure. The only downside was that Eye of Future had a very long cooldown. Even so, it was amazing. After Shifeng finished marveling over Armas's eye, he examined the rest of the loot. A total of 131 items had dropped from the throne. Over half were rare materials, magic crystals, and mana stones. Only 23 items were weapons and equipment. Among the weapons and equipment dropped, the best was the epic weapon, Nether Scepter, a top-tier staff for summoners. The staff enhanced summon creatures using Nether Spirit, which increased their basic attributes by 25%. The staff could also summon a squad of Nether Guards, consisting of 1 captain and 9 soldiers. The captain was a High Lord, while the 9 soldiers were Lord. Shifeng had also obtained the chest piece for the Dark Corrosion set, the last piece he needed to complete the Dark Gold set equipment. Including the set effects, The Dark Corrosion set granted a total of 180 points of fire resistance. With such high fire resistance, players would have no trouble against a fire-type boss. Moreover, the set offered higher basic attribute bonuses than ordinary Dark Gold set equipment of the same level. Silverwing had Cola equip the Dark Corrosion set without hesitation. Upon equipping the set, Cola's basic attributes skyrocketed. His HP also reached 87,000 with this fire resistance. A Tier 1 player's fire-type attacks will likely have no effect on me, Cola said, astonished when he saw his fire resistance. He now had more than 200 points wearing the red and black metallic armor. Cola looked like a war god that had just stepped off a battlefield of fire. Heat wafted off of him in waves. Seeing this, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain raised their evaluation of the Dark Corrosion set. Silverwing didn't leave the team dungeon immediately after he tidied up the loot. Instead, he led the team back to the castle's arena. Now that Armas was dead, as Edward had said, he could retrieve the other half of Armas's power, which was inside the locked steel cage. When Silverwing thought about the glorious will replica, his heart pounded with elation. Chapter 1807. Glorious Will's Replica. Hellscythe Undersockield Cat. Once more, Silverwing stood before the rusted cage in the bloodlust-saturated arena. The mysterious power that previously protected the cage was now gone. This allowed Silverwing to approach the cage and unlock it with the key he had acquired from the troll hero. Click. After opening the cage, the magic crystal treasure chest appeared before Silverwing in full. Curiosity overwhelmed the other players in the arena after seeing Silverwing unlock the cage. They were all eager to learn what the treasure chest contained. After all, this magic crystal treasure chest was the epic team quest's true reward. Please let the glorious will replica be inside. Silverwing inwardly prayed as he carefully opened the magic crystal treasure chest. Although the glorious sword saint had claimed that he had acquired the replica from a quest, he hadn't stated which quest. It was possible that he hadn't obtained the replica from this team dungeon. Hence, Silverwing wasn't certain that he would find the glorious will replica in this magic crystal treasure chest. As the loading bar slowly filled, Silverwing grew increasingly nervous. After the 20-second activation progress completed, the magic crystal treasure chest's lid slowly lifted on its own. Golden light then illuminated the entire arena. The arena's ambient mana even grew slightly denser. What's going on? Opening the treasure chest can actually increase the arena's mana density. This treasure chest is amazing. Could it be a legendary treasure chest? How is that even possible? Why would the system award players with a legendary treasure chest just for completing an epic team quest? At the very least, you'd have to complete a legendary quest to get something like that. I guess that's true. Even so, that chest definitely has an epic item. That's right. I had never thought that it was possible to acquire such a huge harvest by raiding a super large-scale team dungeon. We got so many more items than we could from a large-scale team dungeon. Zero Wing struck gold this time. With all of the weapons and equipment it earned from this raid, its main force will definitely become a lot stronger. Zero Wing will have a much easier time raiding super large-scale team dungeons in the future. As the light from the magic crystal treasure chest started to dim, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members chatted among themselves. They could already see Zero Wing growing even stronger in the future. Even if the guild had a numbers problem right now and would not be able to raid other super large-scale team dungeons for some time, the guild should have no problems raiding large-scale team dungeons in kingdoms and empires with all of the loot it had acquired from the Eclipse throne cycling. Once we return, notify the guild's upper echelons and tell them that I'm holding an emergency meeting. Unyielding Heart whispered to the male cleric beside him. Vice guild leader, you couldn't possibly be thinking of inviting them, right? Cycling Light asked in surprise. Isn't that a little too risky? Aside from the other vice guild leaders, I'm afraid the guild leader won't agree to it. Zero Wing might be an outsider, but you've witnessed the guild's strength personally. Zero Wing's main force is no weaker than a super first-rate guild's. I believe that with this strength, the guild leader will be very happy to get Zero Wing's assistance, Unyielding Heart said, smiling. We truly have to thank Lingsha for this. If she hadn't sent us to help Zero Wing, we'd likely remain ignorant of Zero Wing's strength. Indeed. We really have to thank Miss Lingsha. Cycling Light nodded. Miss Lingsha likely discovered Zero Wing's strength a while ago, so she asked us to do everything we could to help the guild. He hadn't understood why Mu Lingsha had wanted them to help Zero Wing, but now he had to admire her excellent insight. It was no wonder why Unyielding Soul's board of directors had voted to make Mu Lingsha the guild's current honorary elder when Mu Lingsha was first conferred the position. The decision had displeased many of the guild's upper echelons and elders. After all, Mu Lingsha was simply too young. She also wasn't very familiar with God's domain, and she wasn't particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It simply wasn't fair that she should have so much authority in the guild. Looking at it now, however, Cycling Light thought that Mu Lingsha definitely deserved the position. Standing nearby, Blue Phoenix glanced at Unyielding Heart and Cycling Light. Big Sis Rain, it seems Unyielding Heart has become very interested in Zero Wing. Blue Phoenix said quietly. That's normal. The power Zero Wing displayed truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Zero Wing's strength is nothing like what a first-rate guild should have, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. Nine Dragons Emperor is still trying to find a way to eliminate Zero Wing. I'm really curious to see what kind of expression he'll make once he learns that Unyielding Soul wants to deepen its relationship with his rival. The struggle for the position of Great Pavilion Master had grown more intense lately, and thanks to the wonderful misunderstanding that Zero Wing was one of her subordinates, she had gained the upper hand in the competition for the position. Although she had tried multiple times to refute the misunderstanding, she no longer felt that it was a bad thing to let the misunderstanding continue. The stronger Zero Wing became, the greater her chance would be of becoming the next Great Pavilion Master. However, she was surprised when she considered how fast Zero Wing developed. When she had first encountered Zero Wing, it had been just another small guild in the kingdom. Now, however, even a veteran super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul considered Zero Wing important. This development speed was a little scary. Meanwhile, when the magic crystal treasure chest opened fully within the iron cage, Shifeng was stunned by what he saw. He had to admit that a gold magic crystal treasure chest was indeed amazing. The items inside were far more impressive than the contents of an epic treasure chest. Although this gold magic crystal treasure chest didn't have as many items as the one he had found in the Lost Town, the item's quality was just as high. There were a total of 5 items inside the treasure chest. The first was an epic consumable called Frost Hell. It was a domain tool that could be used to alter the weather. However, it could only be used 5 times. The second item was a warrior summoning order. When used, it would gather a group of powerful NPCs. Players could then choose a personal guard from among these NPCs, the weakest of which would be secret silver rank. If one were lucky, one of the NPCs could be fine gold rank. The warrior summoning order was easily worth tens of thousands of gold. The third item was an advanced smithy design. As an advanced construction, the advanced smithy possessed abilities that a basic smithy definitely did not. For example, the advanced smithy had the ability to invite NPC master forgers to run it. Meanwhile, players could periodically commission the invited master forger to produce weapons and equipment for them. Although the cost was extremely high, players could obtain a highly compatible weapon or equipment piece. The fourth item was the Tier 4 Continuous Use Magic Scroll, Vulcan Sigh. The magic scroll was slightly special due to its multiple uses, though players would have to spend magic crystals to replenish the scroll's mana. Typically, a continuous use magic scroll could be used 4 to 6 times. It was easily worth more than a piece of ordinary epic equipment. The final item was a cool, dazzling golden greatsword. It was the most valuable item among the 5 inside the treasure chest, and the item Shifeng had hoped to find the most. The replica of the Glorious Will. Chapter 1808, Sword of Violence. Hellscythe Understalky Old Cat. The Glorious Will was a golden greatsword radiating a golden glow. A bundle of golden flames encased within its hilt emanated a sacred aura. The weapon's cool design would easily captivate its wielder. As Shifeng inspected the greatsword in his hands, everyone else in the arena had their attention drawn to the weapon. What's that sword? It's so amazing! It's actually giving off such a powerful aura despite being in an inactive state. Why does that sword look somewhat familiar? That looks like the greatsword the NPC from before had. That sword looks so cool. I wonder, what is its rank? I'm guessing it should be an epic weapon at the very least. There's no way a dark gold weapon would feel this powerful. Everyone discussed quietly among themselves as they looked at the glorious will Shi Feng had retrieved from the magic crystal treasure chest many swordsmen and berserkers, the only two classes capable of using two-handed weapons like great swords. The team stared at the great sword greedily, their eyes turning bloodshot. Sure enough, it really is amazing. Shi Feng was astonished as he checked the Glorious Will's attributes. Glorious Will, Replica. Two-handed sword, epic rank. Level 50, level 100. Equipment requirement, strength 2000. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2320, level 50. Strength plus 285. Endurance plus 240. Agility plus 265. Attack speed plus 10. Attacks have 20% chance to transform into a sword of light and penetrate through all defenses. 30% chance to trigger Scorching Radiance, increasing strength by 40% and damage by 10% when equipped. Increases strength by 30% and agility by 10%. Attack range plus 2. All weapon-related skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Additional passive sketch dash. Radiance domain. Increases the wielder's movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed based on the number of creatures within a 50-yard radius. Each additional creature provides a 1% boost, up to a maximum of 30% additional active skill 1 dash. Will of Light grants the Will of Light onto the weapon, increasing strength by 150% and inflicting 400% damage to a 5 by 25-yard area in front. Can be used up to 5 times. Each use has a 1-minute cooldown. Additional active skill 2 dash. Myth of Light temporarily increases user's tier by 1 up to a maximum of tier 4 to deal 1 devastating attack in a 50-yard cone. Cooldown 20 minutes. Additional active skill 3 dash. Light speed allows the user to transform into light and instantly travel a maximum distance of 150 yards. Afterward, increases movement speed by 50% for 15 seconds. During this duration, user can also control and attack with 16 swords of light formed using the power of light. Each sword of light can attack only once. Each sword of light has 80% of the user's attributes cooldown, 5 minutes. This is a replica forged by Lich Armas using the power of the Sun Crown. Due to insufficient power, Armas failed to complete the replica. Currently, this replica is still in an incomplete state. Gather 100,000 magic crystals and 100 sun essences to complete the replica. The replica has currently absorbed 0 magic crystal and 0 sun essence. Looking at the glorious will in his hands, Shi Feng felt that the weapon was basically a sword of violence. It possessed paramount strength. Ordinary epic weapons simply could not compare to it. Moreover, this greatsword was even useful for chasing fleeing or swiftly moving targets. The skill light speed, in particular, allowed its wielder to cross a distance of 150 yards instantly. With the ability to traverse such a distance in a heartbeat, players would be able to execute many feats. This greatsword was perfect for berserkers and swordsmen lacking in survivability when grinding in the fields in the past. Thanks to Glorious Will, the Glorious Sword Saint had managed to escape many fatal situations. Moreover, despite the current Glorious Will already being very powerful, it was still incomplete. In its completed state, the weapon's life-saving capabilities would be much better. This was also the reason why the Glorious Sword Saint had become one of the most difficult sword saints to kill in God's domain in the past. Even when going up against Tier 6 God-ranked experts, the Glorious Sword Saint had been able to attack and flee as he wished. However, the upgrade conditions sure are stringent. It actually needs 100,000 magic crystals and 100 sun essences. Shi Feng frowned at the upgrade requirements. Even for the current Zero Wing, 100,000 magic crystals was a considerable amount. Not to mention, in order to defeat the bosses in the Eclipse throne, he had already spent tens of thousands of magic crystals. Right now, he had only a little over 20,000 magic crystals left. As for sun essence, it was even more valuable than magic crystals. Right now, one sun essence was worth around 50 gold on the market. It was so valuable because it served as the power source of many mechanical tools. For example, Practically all engines used by mysterious iron-ranked ships needed sun essence. Even so, each engine required only 10 or so sun essences. Meanwhile, a mysterious iron ship was currently more valuable than even epic equipment. Nonetheless, the Glorious Will actually required 10 times the number of sun essences needed to run a mysterious iron ship. Sun essence was extremely rare. It could only be acquired from special regional dungeons and maps, although, most of the time, players got it through quests or exchanges with NPCs. However, these quests were tough, and the items needed to trade for sun essence were likewise very valuable and difficult to obtain. It seems I have no choice but to gather sun essences. Feng sighed as he looked at Glorious Will. He then stored the weapon in his bag, not intending to share its statistics with the team. This was a replica of Glorious Will, one of the 10 great legendary weapons of God's domain. Moreover, although it was currently only an epic weapon, it had the potential to reach Fragmented legendary rank. If information of this weapon leaked, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Hence, the fewer players that knew about the weapon, the better. This was just like Gentle Snow's 7 Luminaries battle armor, Zhao Yueru's Frostflame's Wrath, and Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations items that needed to be kept a secret. Currently, less than 7 people in Zero Wing knew what these items were. Hence, even until now, their details had yet to leak to the public. Nobody aside from these people knew that the number of fragmented legendary items and items capable of being upgraded to the fragmented legendary rank in Zero Wing's hands was close to 10. If this matter became public, every superpower in the game would instantly target Zero Wing. When everyone saw Feng exiting the cage, they were all sensible and refrained from asking about the contents of the treasure chest. Zero Wing's members, in particular, understood that if he wished to share information about the loot with them, he would naturally do so. If he didn't, however, he absolutely would not tell them. Snow, learn this skill book. I'll also leave this weapon for you to use, Feng said after walking up to Gentle Snow. He then passed the super rare skill Titan's Hand, which he acquired previously, and the Glorious Will replica to Gentle Snow. Currently, in Zero Wing, aside from himself, the only other person who possessed over 2,000 points in strength was Gentle Snow, who had claimed one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacies. Even Fire Dance's strength was still a little far from 2,000 points. Moreover, Fire Dance was an assassin and thus incapable of using two-handed weapons. As for the other players in Zero Wing, while some berserkers might be close to attaining 2,000 strength, their techniques were far from equal to Gentle Snow's. Besides, Gentle Snow was the vice guild leader managing Zero Wing's branch in the Black Dragon Empire. She would need greater power to have others submit to her commands. As for Titan's Hand, it was a useful skill that would boost Gentle Snow's combat power. Titan's Hand allowed berserkers to temporarily wield two-handed weapons simultaneously. Although only one weapon's basic attributes would apply, the skills and effects of the inactive weapon could still be used like normal. For me? Gentle Snow was slightly confused as she received the Titan's Hand skill book and Glorious Will. However, after she inspected the items, she was dumbfounded, especially when she saw the attributes of Glorious Will. Guild leader, this. You are the only person in the entire guild who has enough strength to use this weapon. Nobody else can use it. Letting it sit inside the guild warehouse would be a huge waste. Feng said. Understand. I'll make sure to put it to good use. As an expert sword user, Gentle Snow could not help but be excited as she held Glorious Will. After trading Glorious Will to Gentle Snow, Feng had everyone exit the team dungeon. The team disappeared from the arena and appeared outside the Eclipse throne's entrance in the blink of an eye. Guild leader Black Flame will be leaving first, then. Once you collect another Dark Corrosion set, you must remember to contact us, Unyielding Heart said. Of course. Once I have the second set, I'll contact both of you immediately. Feng nodded. He was also very eager to sell the Dark Corrosion set. After all, this was a huge money-making opportunity. However, right when the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul members were activating their return scrolls, a magic array suddenly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the activation process of everyone's return scrolls was forcibly halted. UVE made us wait for quite some time now. Do you think you can leave this place so easily? Just as everyone was trying to find the caster of the magic array, A cold laugh suddenly entered their ears. Then, a large group of players, easily numbering over 1,000, suddenly jumped down from the trees of the wetlands before them. A short moment later, a level 55 middle-aged man holding an ancient blackhorn bow walked out of this group. Black Shark? Unyielding Heart's complexion darkened when he saw this middle-aged man. Chapter 1809, Wrong Opponent. Sigh, the Understalky Old Cat. The sudden appearance of over 1,000 players put Feng and the others on high alert. The 1,000-plus players that had just emerged from the marshy jungle were by no means ordinary players. The lowest leveled player among them was level 53, and the weakest piece of equipment they wore was level 50 secret silver rank. Quite a few of these players even had level 50 fine gold equipment at this stage of the game. This was an equipment standard could only be found in expert teams. Vice Guild Leader, this is bad. They used a darkness seal. We won't be able to use our return scrolls for the next 2 hours. Cycling Light commented worriedly as he eyed the middle-aged man carrying the ancient, pitch-black bow. Compared to the 1,000-plus players that had emerged from the forest, Cycling Light deemed this middle-aged man to be most concerning. This was because this middle-aged man was Black Shark, the commander of the Dark Hunters Adventurer team. Black Shark had fought Unyielding Souls members many times before. Not only did the Ranger possess superb combat standards, but he also had the ability to transform into a monster. Not even Unyielding Heart, Unyielding Souls Guild Leader, was capable of defeating Black Shark. In addition, the Dark Hunters Adventurer team also had quite a few monstrous existences. According to Unyielding Souls investigations, Dark Hunters should possess around 300 troublesome experts. With a glance at the 1,000-plus players surrounding their team, Unyielding Heart could see that the Dark Hunters had come prepared. Including the fact that they were caught in a darkness seal, they'd have to fight if they wanted to leave this place. Immediately, he warned Feng through the team chat. Guild Leader Black Flame, these people are from the Dark Hunters, a dark adventurer team with many powerful players. Some are even capable of transforming into monsters and drastically increasing their combat power. Even if they are at Tier 1, they have enough strength to face ordinary Tier 2 players. Although their side currently had 200 Tier 2 players, they shouldn't take on the Dark Hunters carelessly. After the Dark Hunters Tier 1 players transformed into monsters, although they couldn't compare to Tier 2 players in basic attributes, they could employ certain unorthodox combat methods. If one weren't careful with these players, they could easily take a hit. Furthermore, the Dark Hunters had a decent number of Tier 2 players normally. This ambush wouldn't have been much of an issue, but their team had just finished a demanding battle and had used their berserk skills already. Fighting a force of transformed Tier 2 players in such a state would be troublesome. They the Dark Hunters? Phoenix Rain gave Black Shark a second look after hearing Unyielding Heart's introduction. Although she did not know exactly how powerful the Dark Hunters Adventurer team was, she knew that the Adventurer team was one of the reasons for the Starline Corporation's rapid rise in God's domain. Based on the few reports she had received, the corporation used the Dark Hunters as a trump card to destroy and assassinate its opponents. Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul had also suffered significant thanks to the Adventurer team. Although the Dark Hunters seemed to have the numerical advantage, their 200-man team wasn't to be trifled with. Their team was the combination of 3 powerful guilds' main force members. An adventurer team like the Dark Hunters couldn't do much to them. While both sides cautiously eyed each other, a sweet, melodious voice rang out from the jungle. What a lively scene! How could you possibly leave Shadowclaw out of the fun? A moment later, a woman in beautiful, dark blue mage robes slowly stepped out from the forest, leading a group of well-equipped experts. Like the Dark Hunters, this group had well over 1,000 members. Why is she here? Unyielding Heart frowned when he saw the woman in dark blue. Others might be unfamiliar with this beauty, but he knew her well. This woman was named Veiled Spirit, the leader of the dark forces plaguing the Copper Eagle Kingdom, which neighbored the Dark Knight Empire. She was also the commander of Shadowclaw, a dark adventurer team. He knew of this woman because Veiled Spirit had personally destroyed Unyielding Soul's subordinate first-rate guild, which used to rule over the Copper Eagle Kingdom. As one of Unyielding Soul's subordinated guilds, Unyielding Soul had dispatched many experts to assist the first-rate guild. In the end, however, Unyielding Soul failed to change the first-rate guild's fate. On the contrary, Veiled Spirit's Shadow Claw adventurer team had slaughtered the dozen or so peak experts Unyielding Soul had sent and the legion of several thousand players that had accompanied them. "Spirit, your timing sure is impeccable," Black Shark said as he eyed the approaching woman. "3 powerful guilds' main forces have gathered here. How could Shadow Claw possibly miss such a rare opportunity?" Veiled Spirit said, chuckling, "Fine. I'll leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members to you. I'll take Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's members." Black Shark said, "Is that all right?" "That's the main force of 2 large guilds we're talking about," Veiled Spirit asked, flashing Black Shark a confused look. Although their 2 adventurer teams greatly outnumbered their opponents had quite a few players wearing Tier 2 class insignias. The enemy team should have some Tier 2 players who weren't wearing their insignias as well. Such a team should not be easy to defeat. Relax. None of them should even think of escaping," Black Shark said confidently as he licked his lips. During his previous investigations, he had learned that the 3 guilds had come together to raid a dungeon, so he had come prepared. In fact, his original plans had never taken Shadow Claw's participation into account. He had been fully intent on devouring all 3 guilds. Now that Shadow Claw had arrived, he'd have an easier time taking down Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's forces, although he would have to share some of the profits due to the Alliance's rules. "Fine, then. I'll take a little loss this time," Veiled Spirit said, nodding after she saw Black Shark's confidence. Although she wasn't all too willing to let Black Shark monopolize the items of Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's members, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain and other experts weren't exactly easy opponents. After Black Shark and Veiled Spirit reached an agreement, the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw's members began to tighten their circle around Feng and his companions. Guild leader Black Flame, dealing with both Dark Adventurer teams will be very difficult. You could say that Unyielding Soul and these adventurer teams are old rivals. I'll have my men open a path in a moment. Use the opportunity to get out of the encirclement, Unyielding Heart hurriedly said as he watched the approaching dark players. As far as he was concerned, this ambush was definitely related to Unyielding Soul. The guild was, after all, waging an all-out war with the Starline Corporation. Expert assassination attempts were expected. "You want to escape?" Black Shark smiled when he noticed Unyielding Heart prepare to break past his people. "Do you think the Dark Hunters would ambush you without preparing? Move out." As soon as Black Shark said so, over 300 Dark Hunters transformed into monsters. Meanwhile, another 100+ Dark Hunters took ancient scrolls from their bags and began to chant an incantation. A layer of dark fog blocked out the sun, forming a massive barrier that trapped everyone inside Dark Precinct. In the next moment, the 300+ transformed players inside the barrier doubled in size, and their attributes skyrocketed. Their HPs, in particular, had tripled. These players no longer looked human. They had completely transformed into monsters. "Today, none of you shall escape. You will all die here," Black Shark, who had also transformed, said, laughing. Seeing the 300+, 3-meter-tall transformed players and sensing their frightening auras, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain's expressions darkened. They could sense that the transformed players' basic attributes had increased by at least 50%, likely due to the magic barrier. Even the transformed Tier 1 players had higher attributes than theirs. The difference between their basic attributes and the 20+ transformed Tier 2 players was even worse. Not even Unyielding Soul was confident of charging ahead. Veiled Spirit, who stood beside Black Shark, was also slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Black Shark to have such a trump card. It was no wonder why the man was confident that his adventurer team could take on 3 guilds' main forces by himself. "Is that so?" Feng said as he glanced at the dark precinct that had formed around him. He then took out Frost Hell, the epic consumable he had just acquired from the dungeon, and continued, "It's a pity that you've picked the wrong opponent." After saying so, Feng activated Frost Hell. Suddenly, the world around him turned snowy white as the temperature plummeted. The wetlands ahead visibly froze, and the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw's members felt an intense pressure weigh on them. Not only did their movement become sluggish, but their stamina also began to fall so sharply that others could clearly sense the change. Even their attributes rapidly decreased. Chapter 1810, Taboo Potion. Hellscythe _Cat. Why is this domain skill so powerful? Black Shark was astounded as he watched his attributes fall. Not only had his basic attributes decreased by 20%, but his movement speed and reaction speed had also decreased considerably. Most importantly, the Dark Precinct he had used failed to suppress this domain skill. Dark Precinct was far more powerful than a domain skill because the magic array formed a separate world within itself. No domain skill could compare, yet Dark Precinct had failed to suppress the effects of Shifeng's domain skill, and the domain skill had reduced their attributes by as much as 20%. However, Black Shark didn't know that Frosthell was slightly unique. While it was considered a domain skill, it was also a weather spell that could change an area's weather. Moreover, Frosthell was a Tier 4 domain skill, so it was still effective despite Dark Precinct. Thanks to Frosthell, the Dark Hunters and Shadowclaw's strength had decreased significantly. Although Dark Precinct still gave the 300-plus transformed players more strength than normal, overall, the two Dark Adventurer teams no longer posed as much of a threat to the three guilds' main force members. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain breathed sighs of relief because of this turn of events. They had come here to help Zero Wing raid a team dungeon. They hadn't brought any powerful tools essential for team battles, such as domain magic scrolls. With them, fortunately, Shifeng had the foresight to carry a domain magic scroll. Otherwise, this upcoming battle would have been disastrous. Black Shark, do you still want to fight? Your trump card has been suppressed. Both of our sides are roughly equal in combat power. Nobody can say for certain who will win this battle, Unyielding Heart stated, hoping to scare Black Shark into backing off. I'll admit that I underestimated you, but do you really think that I only prepared one trump card? Black Shark said, sneering. I had planned to save this for a more suitable stage, but I'll let you have the first taste. In the next moment, several normal Dark Hunters pulled dark blue potions from their bags, consuming them. These Dark Hunters then roared with excitement. Their skin began to turn dark blue as tough scales grew all over their bodies. Tails sprouted from these players' rears. These players now looked like dragonoids, not humans. Looking at these dragonoids, the members of Zero Wing, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Unyielding Soul were stupefied. They couldn't believe their eyes. What is going on? These people. Phoenix Rain was shocked as she stared at the players with tails. Even as one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion masters, this was the first time she had seen anything like this. The dragonoid players radiated violent auras that felt like some wild beast. Aside from the increased attributes, Phoenix Rain could sense that these players now had higher life ratings than hers. She could explain the Dark Hunter's ability to transform into monsters as a result of a class unique to Dark players. After all, Dark players had their own unique development path, but she had never heard of a potion that could transform a player into a dragon. And everyone, charge. You may claim any item that you get from your kills. Black Shark shouted as he readied his longbow. Hearing Black Shark's command, the Dark Hunters revealed crazed expressions. Without hesitation, they split up and charged at Zero Wing and Unyielding Soul's members. Unwilling to fall behind, Veiled Spirit took out a Tier 3 buff scroll and activated it, increasing her team members' basic attributes, raising them to their original values, although her people's mobility was still affected. After receiving the buff, Shadowclaw's members charged at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Members less than 200 yards had separated the combatants. Ignoring Frosthell's influence, all of the ranged players began to exchange blows. For a time, spells and arrows filled the space between the two sides, causing a series of explosions. Although the three guilds' attacks contained more raw power, they were still vastly outnumbered. Ordinary players' ranged attacks were relatively easy to dodge, but none of these players were ordinary. Even dodging their ranged attacks was quite difficult. Moreover, the Dark Hunter's defense had increased significantly after transforming into dragonoids. Even when they received a Tier 2 spell, they only took around -8,000 damage. In contrast, the Tier 1 dragonoid spells dealt nearly -6,000 damage to the three guilds members. Their damage was only slightly lower than Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, due to the disparity in numbers, the guild players lost more HP during the exchange. The basic dragonoid potion? Shifeng was astonished after seeing the dragonoid's combat power. Why do the Dark Hunters have this kind of taboo potion? Could they have someone capable of brewing it already? At first, he hadn't been certain that the potion the Dark Hunters had used was the basic dragonoid potion, but after seeing their defense and attack power, he was sure that they had used that exact potion. The basic Dragonoid potion was capable of turning humans into Dragonoids, and the purer the potion was, the closer one would become to a true Dragonoid after consuming it. It was an extremely rare potion. Basic Dragonoid potions did not provide much in terms of basic attributes. They generally only provided a 10% to 15% increase. However, the potion provided a significant boost to reaction speed, kinetic vision, defense, and attack power. As for intermediate Dragonoid potions, not only would the potion increase its user's size, but it also provided considerable improvement in terms of basic attributes. An intermediate Dragonoid potion generally provided a 25% to 30% increase. However, at the end of the day, humans were still human. A human's body couldn't endure the violent power of a Dragonoid. Any human that consumed a Dragonoid potion, whether they were an NPC or a player, was guaranteed to die after half an hour. Hence, Dragonoid potions were considered taboo potions. However, since players were immortal, they'd only lose half a level of EXP after they died from drinking a basic Dragonoid potion, not an entire level. Hence, many crazy players loved the potion. Silverwing had never dreamed that the Dark Hunters would have so many basic Dragonoid potions. Moreover, he hadn't expected them to use it without hesitation. With the increased defense and attack power provided, 3 to 5 Tier 1 Dragonoids working together would be more than enough to defeat a Tier 2 expert. It was also very difficult to kill Dragonoid players quickly. To make matters worse, there were the 300+ monster players that were capable of unorthodox attack methods. After a brief clash between the enemy ranged players, Zero Wing and Unyielding Souls members felt their disadvantage, and several of their members had already died. In contrast, the Dark Hunters had only lost a dozen or so members. Moreover, every one of these members was only a Tier 1 player. The Adventurer team's 24 or so Tier 2 players were still alive and kicking good. Prioritize the healers and magical classes. Do not let them break through the encirclement. Black Shark instructed when he saw his melee members close in on the enemy ranks. After saying so, Black Shark knocked his bow and released 9 arrows simultaneously. All 9 arrows targeted one of Zero Wing's shield warriors, and each had the power of a peak Tier 2 attack. Moreover, Black Shark had accurately aimed for the shield warrior's blind spots. Even if the shield warrior tried to block the arrows with his shield, he would be monetarily paralyzed. The several Dragonoid players before him would then take advantage of the gap, and the shield warrior would fall just before the arrows struck. A white light flashed before him. Like a barrier of light, the flash struck down the 9 arrows, and several Tier 1 Dragonoid players lost all of their HP instantly. How is this possible? Black Shark's expression darkened when he saw his Tier 1 members die. He knew just how much HP and defense a Tier 1 Dragonoid possessed. Not even he could kill a Tier 1 Dragonoid player with one hit, yet several of them had died in the blink of an eye. Before Black Shark could react, another golden flash blinded him. In the next moment, a lithe figure wielding 2 greatswords appeared before him. One of those greatswords was dark blue and radiated a freezing chill, while the other greatsword was a radiant gold and had a cool appearance. Rotating behind this figure were 16 swords of light. This figure was none other than Gentle Snow, who had just learned Titan's Hand and equipped Glorious Will Disappear. Swinging Glorious Will, Gentle Snow sent 16 swords of light flying at Black Shark. Chapter 1811, Overpowered Equipment. Hellscythe Understalky Cat. So fast! The members of Dark Hunters couldn't help their surprise as they watched Gentle Snow attack Black Shark. Gentle Snow was simply too fast. Not only had she broken through their defensive lines without much effort, but she had also reached their commander in the blink of an eye. Her 16 swords of light also targeted Black Shark's blind spots. Defending against so many attacks at once was impossible for a ranger. You wanna kill me? Black Shark sneered at the 16 swords of light. Before the swords of light struck the ranger, Black Shark swung his longbow horizontally, forming a barrier of wind around him. The wind pushed all 16 swords of light away, and they harmlessly brushed past Black Shark. The ranger did not receive a single point of damage. Tier 2 skill, Wind Armor. Although Gentle Snow hadn't harmed Black Shark with her 2 greatswords this time, he couldn't attack while under Wind Armor's protection. When Wind Armor was about to disappear, Black Shark activated backward jump. He fired 5 arrows, which formed a magic array and shot towards Gentle Snow like a comet, while he soared backward through the air. Tier 2 skill, Starburst. This was the Ranger class's most powerful Tier 2 skill. The skill combined the power of 5 arrows, and the attack was even strong enough to force a Great Lord of the same level stumbling backward despite the approaching attack. However, Gentle Snow didn't bother to dodge. Instead, she countered the attack with a swing of Glorious Will of Light. Buffed by Will of Light, Glorious Will released a golden brilliance as it transformed into a streak of light and clashed with Black Shark's Starburst boom. Gentle Snow's counterattack sliced Starburst in half on the spot, stupefying the other players present from afar. It had looked like a beam of light slicing apart another beam of light. It was spectacular. A heartbeat later, an intense shockwave slammed into the surrounding players. After cutting down Starburst, Glorious Will continued to slice the area in front of its wielder. The 6 Tier 1 Dragonoids caught in Gentle Snow's 5 by 25 yard AoE died instantly. How is that possible? Hasn't she used that attack already? Could it be a bug? Some players who had a good memory noticed that the skill Gentle Snow had just used was the same one that she had used to protect Zero Wing's Shield Warrior and kill several Tier 1 Dragonoids earlier. Normally, such a powerful skill should have a very long cooldown, but even if it had a short cooldown, there was no way that she could use it after just a few seconds. But before anyone could figure out what had happened, Gentle Snow swung Glorious Will at Black Shark yet again. Like before, Glorious Will released a golden light that extended towards Black Shark. Black Shark had just landed, and he had no way to dodge the attack. Seeing the approaching sword light, Black Shark could not help but frown. Immediately, he pulled his ancient longbow's bowstring. This time, however, he did not knock any arrows. He simply pulled an empty string. However, a horrific amount of mana gathered around the empty bow, forming an arrow of light. He then released the bowstring and sent the light arrow flying at the incoming sword light. Unlike before, Gentle Snow's attack didn't stop Black Shark's arrow. On the contrary, the light arrow shattered the sword light as it continued towards Gentle Snow. Black Shark sneered as he watched the arrow come within 10 yards of his target. This arrow of light wasn't a result of a ranger skill. It was actually one of his bow's skills, Space Shattering Arrow. Not only could it enhance his attack by 1 tier, but it could also severely injure a Grand Lord of the same level. Suddenly, the light arrow split into over 30 miniature copies. Even Gentle Snow felt powerless for a moment as she watched the tiny arrows rain down. Meanwhile, the nearby Dark Hunters revealed victorious expressions. They were all very familiar with their commander's move. Each one of those miniature arrows carried 100% of Black Shark's strength. Even if just a few arrows found their mark, Gentle Snow would lose a significant amount of HP. However, something unexpected happened suddenly. Once again, Gentle Snow raised Glorious Will high, and it released the same golden glow it had twice before. Glancing at the 30+ arrows flying towards her, Gentle Snow swung down Glorious Will once again. A golden beam of light shot forth from the Greatsword, instantly devouring every light arrow and continuing toward Black Shark. Responding quickly, Black Shark leaped out of the golden beam's way in the nick of time. When the ranger stood back up, he could not help but stare at Gentle Snow in utter shock. Who is she? When Black Shark looked at Gentle Snow now, he did so without his previously complacent expression. He was a ranger, a class that focused on ranged attacks, yet despite facing a berserker like Gentle Snow, he was at a disadvantage. This was simply unbelievable. Even Veiled Spirit, who commanded her allies in battle, wore a somber expression as she looked at Gentle Snow. She was quite familiar with Black Shark's strength. Even when Black Shark had fought Unyielding Heart, Unyielding Soul's #1 berserker, he had suppressed the man easily as long as he didn't allow the berserker within melee range, yet a different berserker had suppressed him in a ranged battle during the brief moment. While Gentle Snow had both Black Shark and Veiled Spirit distracted, a series of screams rose from the Dark Hunter's army. To be precise, they came from the MTs that had transformed into Dragonoids. Despite having transformed into Dragonoids, a single female assassin was slaughtering the Tier 1 MTs. Moreover, the female assassin was only using Tier 1 skills to kill the full HP MS. Elsewhere, a female elementalist hurled one spell after another. The ice and Fire-type spells instant-killing any player who was not an MT. When 3 Tier 2 players tried to stop this elementalist, she split into 3 clones. Each copy easily suppressed the 3 Tier 2 players that assaulted her, and in the end, she killed all 3 in fewer than 5 moves. This startled the nearby Dark Hunters. A short distance away, a Guardian Knight rampaged among the Dark Hunters' frontline. With a single charging attack, the Guardian Knight sent more than 10 players flying. Even when the player took Tier 2 attacks directly, the Guardian Knight only lost a little over 2,000 HP. The Guardian Knight's defense was even higher than the Dragonoid players. So many of Zero Wing's members displayed ridiculously high combat power. Just one of these Zero Wing members could contend with 2 or 3 Tier 2 Dark Hunters. Because of these Zero Wing players, the Dark Hunters, which had the upper hand initially, suffered constant casualties so strong. Cycling Light, who currently fought a Tier 2 player, was stunned when he saw Fire dance and her companions fight from the corner of his eye shark. We can't let this continue. Even if we win, we'll likely suffer severe losses. We should wait for the other adventurer teams to arrive and take action together. Veiled Spirit messaged Black Shark through a private chat. Several other adventurer teams have heard about our ambush. I doubt it will be long before they arrive. While it was true that they had been hired to annihilate Zero Wing, they had stated one precondition for taking this job: they couldn't afford too heavy of a loss. Otherwise, the rewards weren't worth the cost. Alright, let's retreat, Black Shark said, gritting his teeth as he agreed to the temporary withdrawal. Although he was reluctant to run from his fight with Gentle Snow, the situation right now in the 3 guilds' favor. Moreover, the basic Dragonoid potion his allies had consumed lasted half an hour. That was more than enough time for the other adventurer teams to arrive and assist them in a second assault, following which, Black Shark ordered his army to pull back. You want to leave? Realizing that Black Shark was trying to widen the distance between them, Gentle Snow used Will of Light once more. Damn it. How many times can she use that skill? Black Shark felt as if he were going a little mad when he saw the approaching beam of light. Despite the fact that Gentle Snow was only a refinement realm expert, she had suppressed him thoroughly in a ranged battle with her powerful skills and basic attributes. There was too little distance between them, and Black Shark had no time to dodge the incoming attack. As a result, he was forced to use a life-saving skill to protect himself. After using his life-saving skill, however, Black Shark noticed Gentle Snow radiate a rainbow glow. In the next moment, a powerful pressure weighed him down, reducing his speed. Now, he had lost the advantage in speed he should normally have. Before Black Shark noticed, 3 sacred spears flew towards him. Black Shark desperately tried to block the attack with his bow. However, the moment one of the sacred spears encountered his ancient bow, Black Shark felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Unable to resist the powerful force, Black Shark stumbled backward, his HP instantly falling by over 3,000. While Black Shark dealt with the 3 sacred spears, Gentle Snow, who was less than 15 yards away, executed Will of Light, whose cooldown just so happened to have ended Will of Light. This time, Black Shark had no spare energy to stop the approaching beam of light. The attack devoured him, and his body transformed into particles of light as he vanished from the battlefield. Chapter 1812, Light's Power. Hellscythe Undersaki Old Cat. Commander! The commander got killed. Is she a monster? Seeing Black Shark's body disappear, the members of the Dark Hunters adventurer team were stunned. A few members had even forgotten to attack and took direct hits from Zero Wing and Unyielding Souls players. How could the commander lose? Lonely Lamp could not bring himself to believe what he had just seen. Black Shark's strength had imprinted itself on Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters' minds long ago. Not only were Black Shark's combat techniques astounding, but he also wore the best equipment available at this stage of the game. Even if he faced Super Guild's old monsters, he could enter and leave the battlefield freely. If a group of Tier 2 players had ganged up and killed Black Shark, Lonely Lamp could believe that his commander had died, but a single player had faced and killed Black Shark. Moreover, that player wasn't a monster-level expert that had enjoyed many years of fame in the virtual gaming world. How could he possibly accept this fact as true? How is she so strong? Unyielding Heart, who looked at Gentle Snow standing proudly in the distance, was at a loss for words when he saw what had happened. Both surprise and admiration filled his heart. He was no stranger to the name Gentle Snow. After all, she had once been a guild leader herself. Although her guild had been disbanded due to the Blackwater Corporation's intervention, it was an inescapable fact that Gentle Snow was a very talented player. After Ouroboros had disbanded, Unyielding Soul had attempted to recruit Gentle Snow, and it hadn't been the only superpower to reach out to her. According to Unyielding Heart's knowledge, at least 3 superpowers had tried to recruit the Snow Goddess. In the end, however, Gentle Snow had chosen to join Zero Wing, which had been an unknown guild at the time. This decision disappointed the various superpowers during the earlier dungeon raid. Unyielding Heart's opinions about Gentle Snow had been reaffirmed. The woman was indeed extremely talented and would no doubt become a famous expert in God's domain in the future. Right now, however, Gentle Snow's combat standard was still too rough. She relied entirely on her advantage in basic attributes to contend with the various superpowers. Peak experts. Unyielding Heart had never imagined that just by switching to a new weapon, Gentle Snow would be able to display combat power on par with experts like himself. By relying on that horrific skill of hers, her victory over Black Shark, who was very famous among the Dark Knight Empire's dark forces, had been overwhelming. Unyielding Heart could not help but pity Black Shark. He also understood why Black Shark had lost. If he had to challenge Gentle Snow, he'd likely suffer a similar fate. It was simply absurd that Gentle Snow could use a skill with such high burst damage repeatedly within such a short time. This was no longer an attack that could be mitigated with techniques. Not even an assassin, the class with the most life-saving skills, would get away from Gentle Snow unscathed, much less a ranger like Black Shark. If Black Shark had to blame someone for his death, he could only blame himself for launching his ambush with such poor timing. He had actually attacked on the day Zero Wing raided the Eclipse throne. Moreover, the ambush had taken place after Zero Wing had cleared the super large-scale team dungeon. Thanks to the dungeon's loot, Zero Wing's members had improved their weapons and equipment considerably. What immense power! Just what is that weapon? Phoenix Rain was a little astonished as she looked at the glorious will Gentle Snow wielded. Although she knew that any weapon from the magic crystal treasure chest would be extraordinary, she had never thought the weapon would be this powerful. Glorious Will had elevated Gentle Snow's combat power to a whole new level. This was especially true for her PvP capabilities. Moreover, Cola's performance on the battlefield was also eye-catching. Equipped with the Dark Corrosion set, Cola's entire body radiated a scorching aura. While in battle, this aura became even more intense. Any player that came close to the Guardian Knight would felt a stinging pain, losing their focus in the fight. Without enough fire resistance, players even took damage from this burning aura. Even against multiple Tier 2 melee experts, Cola easily sent them all stumbling backward with a single charging assault. When struck by a Tier 2 fire-type spell, Cola would only receive around -2,000 damage. As for Tier 1 spells, they did less than -1,000 damage. To Cola, who had over 85,000 HP, this was barely a scratch. By himself, Cola had torn a hole through the Dark Hunter's defensive net. The Dark Corrosion set performed better than she had imagined. After a brief moment of silence on the battlefield, the Dark Hunter's adventurer team snapped out of their daze, but unexpectedly, the Dark Hunters didn't turn and flee. Instead, they stared at Gentle Snow with greedy eyes. That woman's combat standard is subpar at best. The fact that she can kill the commander must mean that she has excellent equipment. Her greatsword looks so cool. It's definitely not some ordinary weapon. She just finished a tough fight with the commander. She must have exhausted her skills. If we kill her now, we can claim her equipment for our own. Desire dominated the Dark Hunters as they watched Gentle Snow, who currently stood alone within her enemies' ranks. Have these people lost their minds? They're actually eyeing Gentle Snow at a time like this? Blue Phoenix was confused when she saw the Dark Hunter's greed. She simply could not understand what was going through these players' minds. The Dark Hunters had lost their momentum, yet rather than trying to escape, these players wanted to waste precious time to surround and kill Gentle Snow. Kill her. Avenge the commander. Right. Kill her for the commander. With a shout, 80 or so Dark Hunters near Gentle Snow charged at the female berserker. They had been in the process of retreating, and to kill Black Shark, Gentle Snow had reached their rear line by herself. She didn't have a single companion nearby. This was their opportunity to take her out and plunder her items. Moreover, they were all experts. They could tell that Gentle Snow had only defeated their commander because of the frightening skill she possessed. In their experience, such a powerful skill wasn't from a skill book. There was an 80% chance that the skill belonged to the weapons or equipment she used. Many of the Dark Hunters had already consumed the basic Dragonoid potion. They were going to die sooner or later. If they could kill Gentle Snow and get a piece of top-tier equipment before they died, their death would be worth it. Most importantly, there was a very high chance that they would succeed. Not good. Guild leader Black Flame, we need to save her. Unyielding Heart shouted as he watched the Dark Hunters surround the Snow Goddess. However, as soon as Unyielding Heart finished his statement, Gentle Snow charged straight toward the 80+ Dark Hunters approaching her. 5 of these Dark Hunters were Tier 2 experts. Even Black Shark would be hard-pressed to survive if surrounded by such a force, yet Gentle Snow showed no intention of running away. Instead, she simply raised Glorious Will. A moment later, the weapon began to cast a dazzling glow. She's going to use that move again. Everyone, pay attention to dodging. Lonely Lamp, who was part of the crowd charging at Gentle Snow, shouted as experts. The Dark Hunters reacted very quickly. They had also long since estimated Will of Light's AoE and maintained a suitable distance from each other. Meanwhile, seeing the Dark Hunters spread out, Gentle Snow could not help but smile, confusing her opponents. However, before anyone could figure out what was going on, Gentle Snow brandished Glorious Will. However, unlike before, Gentle Snow did not swing her greatsword downward. Instead, she thrust it into the ground before her. A dazzling beam of light then pierced the dusky sky and descended on Gentle Snow. In the next moment, a magic array appeared beneath the approaching 80+ Dark Hunters. The Dark Hunters caught within the magic array felt an intense pressure weigh them down as their movements became sluggish. They all felt the threat of death loom over them. No. This isn't the same move. It's another skill. The Dark Hunters quickly realized that something was amiss, but it was too late to change their fate. Disappear from this place. Myth of Light. Before anyone could react, Gentle Snow tightened her grip around Glorious Will and pulled the weapon from the ground in an upward slash. The sword light cut through the earth, shattering it. As the sword light moved forward, it rapidly expanded and devoured everything it touched. By the time the sword light disappeared, the fading light had revealed a 6-meter-deep crater that stretched out in a 50-yard cone before Gentle Snow. Ownerless weapons and equipment littered the crater. Chapter 1813, Magic Soldier's Descent. Hellscythe Undersockield Cat. Such power! Shi Feng was a little astonished when he saw the crater Myth of Light had created. The skill's destructive power was even superior to Flame Domain's. Flame Domain only caused massive amounts of damage. It couldn't change the terrain like Myth of Light had. While the ability to affect the surrounding terrain might not seem much, it had a lot of uses in specific situations. This ability was particularly useful during a siege battle. Myth of Light could decimate defensive structures. It was far more powerful than an ordinary war weapon since its ability to alter the terrain would damage targeted defensive structures' defense and defensive magic array, making them more vulnerable to attacks. In the past, such items had been strategic resources for the various large guilds. A weapon like Glorious Will was no longer a weapon to be used against other players, but against towns and cities. Moreover, despite causing so much destruction, the current Glorious Will wasn't complete. When they gathered enough magic crystals and sun essences to upgrade it, the power of Myth of Light would increase further. Shi Feng wasn't the only person surprised by Myth of Light's destructive power. Even Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain, who stood nearby, were stunned. The Dark Hunters that had intended to charge at Gentle Snow were frozen with shock. What is that skill? How is it so powerful? Although they had seen quite a few high-tiered spells that could change the terrain, none of those spells had caused as much destruction as Myth of Light had. The 6-meter-deep crater's walls had even turned into molten lava. The skill's power was astonishing. After watching over 80 of their allies burn to ash, the remaining Dark Hunters hesitated, a little afraid. At least they could attempt to dodge Gentle Snow's Will of Light, but against such a super-large AoE, their deaths were guaranteed unless they had an invulnerability skill. They had no hope of dodging the attack. The Dark Hunters quietly re-examined Gentle Snow. Although their greed hadn't faded, fear was now the prevalent emotion in their hearts. Furthermore, the crater myth of light had formed prevented them from charging at gentle snow. The crater had also split their path of retreat in two. Now, all these players could think of was escape. No one knew whether or not gentle snow could use myth of light again. As she had with will of light, these players weren't fools. While they weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't die for nothing if they died a natural death while under the effects of the basic Dragonoid potion. Not only wouldn't they lose any weapons or equipment, but they'd also only lose 50% EXP. However, if they were killed, they'd lose a weapon or equipment piece and a full level. How does Zero-Wing have such a powerful player? Veiled Spirit, who was in the midst of retreating, could not help her shocked when she saw the Dark Hunter's fear. According to the information Shadowclaw had gathered, while Zero-Wing was very powerful, it definitely wasn't this strong. Gentle Snow, in particular, was like a completely different person from what the reports had described. The female berserker had single-handedly killed over 100 Dark Hunters. The Dark Hunters were not your average Joe. They were experts that had been handpicked and recruited from among the various Dark players. Moreover, they had received a lot of specialized training after joining the adventurer team. In addition, as Dark players, they were adept at fighting other players. In PvP, they were much stronger than ordinary expert players of the same combat standard. Gentle Snow had single-handedly killed off 1/10 of the Dark Hunters. This outcome was truly scary. Commander, the other adventurer team's commanders have messaged us, stating that they're almost here. 2 are very close and will reach us in around 2 to 3 minutes. They are hoping we can stall Zero-Wing for a little while longer. A level 55 female cleric wearing exquisite, blue robes and wielded a silver staff suddenly reported, 2 or 3 minutes. Veiled Spirit fell into deep thought upon hearing this. A brief moment later, she responded, "Notify the Dark Hunters and tell them that reinforcements will arrive soon. Tell them to do everything they can to stall for time." When trying to assassinate a guild's upper echelons, the first attempt was the most important, as these upper echelons wouldn't have prepared for an ambush. If the first attempt failed, subsequent attempts were even less likely to succeed. Now that Black Shark had prohibited Zero-Wing, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Unyielding Soul's teleportation abilities and physically prevented these upper echelons from leaving the Dark Precinct, this was the perfect opportunity to kill these 3 guilds' upper echelons. They likely wouldn't find another such opportunity as long as the dozen or so adventurer teams that belonged to Dark Soul gathered. The 3 guilds' experts would die here, even if they were more powerful. But, Commander, Zero-Wing's people are too powerful. They are even slaughtering the Dark Hunters' Dragonoid players. I'm afraid that the Dark Hunters will be annihilated before reinforcements arrive. If that happens, we'll be next, the female cleric said worriedly as she watched the Dark Hunters' member count continue to decrease. Moreover, the Dark Hunters should realize what fate awaits them if they stay and fight. They'll never agree to the proposal. Although they were all members of Dark Soul, the organization's adventurer teams were also rivals. None of them would willingly sacrifice themselves for another. Veiled Spirit understood that her demand was outrageous and would undoubtedly get rejected. After pondering for another moment, she commanded, "I understand. Notify the Iron Blade team. Tell them that they don't need to hold back any longer. Have them help the Dark Hunters pin down Zero-Wing." Let the Iron Blade team take action? Commander, isn't it a little early to expose this trump card? The female cleric asked in astonishment. Every adventurer team in Dark Soul had their own secrets. The Dark Hunters' basic Dragonoid potion was one example. If the Dark Hunters hadn't used the potion in this battle, Shadowclaw would have remained ignorant of its existence. Although Shadowclaw did not possess an item like the basic Dragonoid potion, it had its own trump card. It's fine. Holding Zero-Wing's members back is more important right now, Veiled Spirit said as she waved off her subordinates' concern. If they did not stop Zero-Wing now, their dream of obtaining Zero-Wing's weapons and equipment would shatter. She could recognize that Zero-Wing's upper echelons used far better weapons and equipment than what the adventurer team's commanders, like her and Black Shark, used. If Shadowclaw could get its hands on these items, it would have a chance of completing some of the quests that it had been forced to set aside for some time. Understood. The female cleric replied. She immediately notified the Iron Blade team, whose members currently fought the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion of the Changed Orders. At the same time, she had the retreating Dark Hunters stall for time. Fortunately, the Dark Hunters did not oppose Shadowclaw's request. They realized that, even if they started to flee now, Zero Wings members would claim many of their lives. Rather than dying pointlessly, they might as well fight it out, and hopefully buy enough time for reinforcements to arrive. For a time, the Dark Hunters engaged in a running battle with Zero Wing and Unyielding Souls members, using hit-and-run tactics. They avoided any prolonged fights as much as possible, significantly reducing their casualty rate. On the other side of the battlefield, a 100-man team from Shadowclaw split away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members and encroached on Zero Wing's battlefield. 10 of these 100 players were Tier 2, while the rest were Tier 1 players. This team was a relatively powerful expert team. However, this small detachment from Shadowclaw paled in comparison to Zero Wing's members, who were all Tier 2 players. Yet, these Shadowclaw members did not hesitate to face Zero Wing's members in a frontal clash. They showed no signs of fighting a running battle like the Dark Hunters. In fact, these Shadowclaw members charged straight at Shadow Sword's vanguard unit. Interesting. They want to pick a fight? Shadow Sword raised his brows in surprise when he noticed the approaching 100-man team. He selected a dozen or so players and moved to meet this new enemy. When less than 50 yards separated both sides, the Shadowclaw members grinned playfully. Each of them then took a magic array scroll from their bags and unfurled the scroll without hesitation. Suddenly, 10 magic arrays appeared on the battlefield, each maintained by 9 Tier 1 players and 1 Tier 2 player. A moment later, the Tier 1 players standing in each of the 10 magic arrays went pale, their basic attributes plummeting. In contrast, the Tier 2 players saw their aura's intensity rapidly increase. They also began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, the 10 Tier 2 players had become 5-meter-tall giants. They were covered in pitch-black armor, which had been enchanted with magic runes. It's time for you people from Zero Wing to learn of the Shadowclaw's greatness. Magic Soldiers Descent. The Berserker leading the Iron Blade team said, laughing as he looked at Shadow Sword and the small team the enemy Berserker led before swinging down the battle axe in his hands. Reacting quickly, Shadow Sword activated Whirlwind Slash before the gigantic axe could reach him. Clang. With the sound of metal on metal, Shadow Sword was thrown over 20 yards away, and he wasn't the only one. The other enlarged players had also sent the dozen or so Zero Wing experts that had accompanied Shadow Sword flying, instantly dealing over -5,000 damage. The players that had taken a direct hit, however, had instantly lost over half of their HPs. This scene stupefied the 3 guilds members. Not only were Zero Wing's experts no match for these giants in a head-on collision despite both sides being Tier 2 players, but they had also lost over 5,000 HP. These colossal players had even more strength than a great lord of the same level. Magic Soldiers Descent? When he noticed them, Shi Feng flashed the 10 armored giants a surprised look. Magic Soldiers Descent was a taboo magic array that sacrificed multiple players' attributes to enhance one of their comrades. Even the basic Magic Soldiers Descent could strengthen a player to the Tier 3 standard. However, the target had to be a Tier 2 player. Due to the 10 giants, the remaining Dark Hunters regained some confidence as they began to launch attacks alongside the giants. Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain watched the 10 gigantic players with somber expressions. Even an MT as powerful as Cola could only tank one of these giants. The only other player in Zero Wing that could do so was Gentle Snow. After a brief clash, Zero Wing's members began to retreat. Just before the giants shattered the formation of Zero Wing's vanguard, splitting it in two, a figure appeared before one of the massive enemy players. It was none other than Shi Feng. Shi Feng swung Killing Ray at the giant before him. Lightning Slash. Seeing the massive lightning bolt approaching him, the armored giant, who had the physique of a Tier 3 player, reacted very quickly and raised his battle axe to block the attack. Boom. The impact shoved the armored giant back by over 20 yards, the armored giant taking over -7,000 damage. Chapter 1814. Appearance of the Black Dragon. Hellscythe Understalky Cat. When the 5-meter-tall armored giant got pushed back by over 20 yards, the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. Even the 9 other armored giants fighting some distance away shifted their gaze to their repulsed companion guild leader. When Zero Wings members saw Shi Feng appearing on the front lines, they all became very excited. Although Shi Feng had already displayed superb combat power in the team dungeon, fighting in a battle against other players was another story. While inside a dungeon, the contribution an individual player could make was very limited. If one were to say that players only needed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 5th floor to raid a particular dungeon, then the maximum combat power that players could exhibit in a dungeon was the 6th floor standard. In that case, the combat standard that peak experts, who had reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor and beyond, could exhibit would be no different from that of 6th floor experts. They would not be able to display any additional strength in a dungeon despite their advantage in actual combat standards. However, a field battle against players was a different story. Depending on one's opponent, there was almost no limit to the combat standards one could exhibit. What great strength! Veiled Spirit, who was commanding the battle from afar, was startled when she saw the armored giant being pushed back. So, he is Black Flame? She knew very clearly what kind of strength the armored giants possessed. The armored giants had not only tier 3 physiques but also extraordinary strength and defense. They could easily suppress a Grand Lord of the same level. The magic soldier's descent was made using a production scroll Shadowclaw had obtained from an ancient ruin. However, as the materials needed to make the magic array were extremely precious and difficult to acquire, Shadowclaw had only managed to make 10 of the magic arrays thus far. Originally, she had intended to keep the magic array as a trump card for when the Starlight Corporation launched an all-out war against Unyielding Soul. She had never thought that a lone player could push back one of the armored giants by such a long distance. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Veiled Spirit and the other members of Shadowclaw regained their calm. While it was indeed surprising that Shi Feng had dealt over -7,000 damage to the armored giant despite the attack being blocked, the armored giant currently had 320,000 HP. They didn't even need a healer to handle this minuscule damage. The armored giant's battle recovery alone would suffice. What with the occasional heals sent by the rear-line healers, it was simply impossible for Shi Feng to kill the armored giant all by himself. Just then, the fallen armored giant stood back up and charged at Shi Feng with its great axe raised. Despite the armored giant's massive frame, its movement speed was actually superior to even a tier 2 player's. The armored giant took only an instant to cross 20 yards and launch an attack on Shi Feng. You simply relied on a skill to push me back. Now, it's time for you to realize the power of the magic soldier. The armored giant shouted. In the next moment, the black smoke circulating around the armored giant's battle axe turned into a gigantic lion exuding a frightening aura. The lion then pounced, slamming its paws down on Shi Feng. Tier 3 skill, Magic Lion Stomp. At this distance and with the lion's attack speed, Shi Feng couldn't dodge the lion's blow. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng met the attack with both his swords' Purgatory Pentaslash. In the next moment, Shi Feng's two swords met at a single point and slashed at the descending battle axe boom. Immediately, dazzling sparks scattered into the surroundings. The ground beneath Shi Feng's feet cracked and sank under the immense pressure. After the clash, Shi Feng had actually sunk half a meter into the ground with a small crater around him. Meanwhile, a damage exceeding -5,000 also appeared above his head. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious at a glance. Zero Wings members turned somber at this situation. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain, who were currently fighting their own battles, were also astonished by this outcome. They had never thought that the armored giants would be that strong. An ordinary expert might not be able to discern the technique Shi Feng had used, but they could tell what he had done just now. The general name of the technique was Strength Combination. It was an extremely difficult technique to grasp and was even more difficult to execute in high-speed combat. Even the slightest mistake in the technique's execution could have the opposite effect. Meanwhile, although Strength Combination didn't directly double the strength of one's attack, good execution of the technique would still yield a 70% increase in strength or more. Yet, despite having used this technique, Shi Feng's strength had still lost to the armored giants by such a large margin. The armored giant's strength was definitely superior to a Grand Lord's of the same level. Its strength is at the peak of Tier 3? Shi Feng thought to himself as he eyed the magic soldier before him. Currently, both his hands were numb. He was currently a level 67, Tier 2 Swordmaster. After executing Strength Combination, His strength should easily rival that of a level 55 Grandlord. Yet, even with such strength, he was still inferior to the magic soldier before him. While part of the reason for this disparity was the difference in skills used, a large part of the reason was the difference in attributes. If the magic soldier's strength wasn't at the peak of level 55, tier 3, Shifeng wouldn't have suffered so much damage in just one attack. Moreover, the combat standard of the magic soldier before him was actually at the flowing water realm. The magic soldier had a very accurate grasp of his location. Otherwise, with Shifeng's speed, there was no way that attack could have cornered him and prevented him from dodging as expected of the leader of a guild. "You really are strong," the armored giant said as he eyed Shifeng. The armored giant then turned to a nearby armored giant and said, "Ape, come over and help me. I want to see how long our dear guild leader here will be able to last against two of us." "Sure thing." The armored giant wielding a greatsword nodded. The battle-axe-wielding armored giant launched a frenzied assault on Shifeng. Relying on his high HP and defense, the armored giant completely abandoned all forms of defense and simply focused on trading blows with Shifeng. The armored giant named Copper Ape dashed over from over 100 yards away. "Not let that giant get close to the guild leader. Please, stop him." Aqua Rose hurriedly instructed. One armored giant was already more than enough to push Shifeng to his limits. If another armored giant joined the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members gave Zero Wings members no opportunity to assist Shifeng. They all persistently pinned down Zero Wings members. Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, and Fire Dance, players capable of holding their own against the armored giants, were similarly tied up in battle and couldn't move away from their positions for the moment. In the end, Zero Wings members could only watch as the greatsword-wielding armored giant closed in on Shifeng. Upon seeing that the armored giant named Copper Ape was about to reach him, Shifeng could not help but sigh. Due to the recent dungeon raid, he had already used all his berserk skills, which were still on cooldown. If he could use a berserk skill, even if his strength couldn't rival the armored giants, he could rely on his techniques to suppress his opponent. Now, however, the disparity in strength was simply too great. I originally wanted to keep this a secret, but it seems there's no other choice now. Following which, Shifeng used Phantom Kill. Immediately after summoning his doppelganger, Shifeng sent it charging at Copper Ape. "You want to stop me with a measly doppelganger?" Copper Ape sneered. He then swung his greatsword horizontally. His attack carried the strength, attack speed, and reaction speed of a tier 3 player. Even a tier 2 player would have great difficulty dodging his attack, not to mention a doppelganger controlled by a player. However, as Copper Ape's greatsword neared Shifeng's doppelganger, a powerful mana torrent suddenly surged towards the doppelganger. When the greatsword got within 3 yards of the doppelganger, its advance halted abruptly, and no matter how much more strength Copper Ape put into his arms, he couldn't push his weapon even an extra centimeter forward. A moment later, Shifeng's doppelganger gave a loud war cry. Its entire body then disintegrated and transformed into a bundle of pitch-black flames. The surging mana gathered madly in the pitch-black flames, causing the flames to flare up. In the next moment, a pitch-black claw covered in scales suddenly emerged from the gigantic bundle of flames. When the claw touched the ground immediately shattered and sank. Once the flames subsided, a 5-meter-tall dragon covered in pitch-black scales appeared in everyone's vision. Roar. Immediately after appearing, the black dragon let loose a powerful roar that echoed throughout the wetland forest. The horrific aura it released stifling the breath of every player on the battlefield. A dragon? Chapter 1815, Black Dragon's Might. Hellscythe Understalky Old Cat. The black dragon's sudden appearance forced a gasp from the players on the battlefield. Although the black dragon was a lot smaller than an actual dragon, its aura was terrifying. Everyone could feel the massive difference between their life ratings and the black dragons, a difference they had never felt from any creature they had encountered thus far in God's domain. Although most of the players present had likely never come across a real dragon, the various kingdoms and empires' libraries contained detailed records on dragons. Dragons had wiped out many kingdoms and empires throughout God's domain's long history. When a dragon appeared in an area, the area would instantly become a forbidden land for humans. A living black dragon stood before them. Moreover, When players tried to use an identification skill on the black dragon, the result confirmed that it was indeed a dragon. Why wouldn't these players be shocked and afraid? Black Dragon, Dragon, High Lord. Level 67. HP 24, 000, 000/24, 000, 000. Wait, this dragon is only a High Lord. That's right. Although the dragon is high-leveled, it's only in the upper standards of Tier 2. It isn't even a Great Lord. That spooked me. I really thought that someone had summoned a powerful dragon. It turns out it's only a High Lord. Even our party can easily kill it. The Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members who had trembled slightly with fear quickly realized that although the black dragon was a real dragon, it wasn't like the dragons in the records they had read. According to historical records, real dragons were Tier 4 mythic creatures at the very minimum. If such a dragon actually appeared before them, they'd likely run for their lives. None of them would have dared to linger, but since this was only a High Lord, the adventurer team's members discarded their worry. They had slain countless High Lords, including High Lord-ranked archaic species, and here I thought you had summoned some kind of amazing monster, but it's just an immature dragon. Copper Ape said, revealing a confident grin as he swung his greatsword at the black dragon. Scram! The black smoke around the greatsword formed a crescent as it sliced towards the black dragon Tier 3 skill, Explosive Slash. The crescent energy beam tore through space itself as it moved. From afar, it looked as if the crescent beam had just cut through a sheet of black paper. The attack's immense aura was even stifling to nearby players. Just before the crescent beam devoured the black dragon, the creature extended a scaled claw to meet the attack. Pitch black flames then emerged and enveloped the massive claw. When the crescent beam crashed into the flaming claw, it seemed as if the beam had slammed into an adamantine wall. Not only had the attack abruptly halted, but the black dragon's claw also remained unharmed and stationary. Following which, the black dragon lightly pinched the crescent beam. Ping! Suddenly, the crescent beam shattered and dissipated as if it had never existed. That is impossible! Shock filled Copper Ape's gaze as he watched his target nullify his explosive slash. He had just executed a Tier 3 skill. With his current strength and physique, he could easily suppress a Great Lord of the same level, much less a High Lord. He had believed that, in the worst-case scenario, his attack would shake the black dragon slightly. The High Lord-ranked black dragon before him had forced his attack to a stop. Moreover, the black dragon had shattered his Tier 3 skill. How could such a thing be possible? What's up with that black dragon? How did it receive that kind of attack without taking any damage? Veiled Spirit, who watched from afar, stared with wide eyes. So, this is a dragon's power? Unyielding Heart and Phoenix Rain were similarly thunderstruck when they saw the black dragon shatter the energy beam with a pinch. They could be considered quite knowledgeable about dragons, but even they were surprised. Now, they fully understood why dragons were destruction incarnate. Sure enough, a dragon's strength is really amazing. As Sure Feng controlled his doppelganger, he could feel an inexhaustible power course through his entire body. He then turned to the magic soldier before him and said, "Your strength should be at the peak of Tier 3. Unfortunately, you're not a high enough level. Otherwise, you would have posed a threat. Since you've finished your attack, it's my turn." A dragon was invincible among creatures of the same tier. Even though the black dragon was only a High Lord, it was still a level 67 High Lord. In addition, the black dragon's life rating was incredibly high. It gained a massive amount of attributes with each leveled up. Meanwhile, the player before him was only level 55. With 12 additional levels, even a player's strength would undergo a qualitative transformation, not to mention a dragon. The level 67 High Lord ranked Black Dragon was already more powerful than a level 55 Great Lord ranked Black Dragon, and since dragons were invincible among the same tier, how could a Tier 3 magic soldier possibly be a match for such a creature? Furthermore, the magic soldier was an ancient weapon only meant to deal with high-tiered monsters. Before a true dragon, a magic soldier was garbage. When Sure Feng finished speaking, he controlled the black dragon to open its maw and inhale a mouthful of air. A gigantic magic array then formed before the creature, gathering a massive amount of mana. A moment later, the black dragon released a deafening roar dragon breath. Immediately, pitch-black flames devoured Copper Ape, extending up to 200 yards away from the black dragon. In the blink of an eye, a huge portion of the battlefield transformed into a fiery hell. Agonized screams echoed across the field as streaks of white light rose from the fiery hell's single-breath attack had burned over 100 players to ash. Once the flames dissipated, a huge divide tore the ground, forming a far more frightening hole than the one glorious Will's myth of light had created. Even Feng, who was responsible for the attack, was surprised by the power of the black dragon's dragon breath. While the magic soldier before him was still alive, the armored giant had less than 100,000 HP remaining. The magic soldier's tough, black armor sported visible cracks. The battlefield had become deathly silent after witnessing the black dragon's horrific power. When Copper Ape gazed at the monster before him, fear filled his eyes. However, before Copper Ape could respond, Feng controlled the black dragon to pounce on and attack the gigantic player with a claw swipe. When the black dragon's claw slammed into Copper Ape's helmet, the player fell on his side, shattering the armor piece. Copper Ape instantly lost over 30,000 HP. Flames then erupted on the black dragon's other claw before the monster thrust it into the magic soldier's armor chest. The flaming claw penetrated the armor like a hot knife through butter, and Copper Ape screamed in pain as the black dragon's blazing claw thrust into him. Flames devoured Copper Ape's entire body, his remaining 44,000 HP plummeting in the blink of an eye. Copper Ape's HP vanished, his body transforming into fire before it vanished. When the flames eventually subsided, only a deep crater remained. Chapter 1816, Level Suppression. Hellscythe Undersockield Cat. The black dragon had turned the armored giant that was undefeatable just a moment ago into a pile of ashes. This scene caused the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members to fall into a daze. Many seconds later, they still couldn't wrap their minds around the fact that a magic soldier got killed. In contrast, Zero Wings members were ecstatic. Amazing. All hail the guild leader. The powerful black dragon rekindled the Zero Wing members' hope of victory. With the black dragon's strength, the remaining 9 armored giants would be no problem. As for the other dark players, these people had been at a disadvantage previously. If not for the armored giants' interference, both the members of Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw would have long since been crushed already. So, this is the trump card Black Flame has been hiding all this time? Unyielding Heart could not help his shock at the defeat of one of the armored giants. He had never thought that Zero Wing actually possessed such a powerful foundation. The guild was revealing one trump card after another, each one more amazing than the former. Although the black dragon summoned was only a High Lord, the strength it displayed was far superior to an ordinary High Lords of the same level. How is this possible? A somber expression appeared on Veiled Spirit's face the moment she saw Copper Ape die. Had the black dragon spent a lot of time to defeat Copper Ape, she could have accepted this defeat. However, the battle had been so decisive that she simply couldn't. Copper Ape's combat power as a magic soldier was at the peak of Tier 3, yet he had been overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. For a moment, Veiled Spirit even doubted the authenticity of the magic soldier she was looking at. Commander, what should we do now? The female cleric standing beside Veiled Spirit asked hurriedly when she saw the black dragon charging toward the other magic soldiers. Everyone, listen up. This black dragon is a summoned creature. As long as we kill its summoner, the black dragon will automatically disappear. Everyone, gather up and prioritize killing Black Flame. Veiled Spirit commanded hurriedly. In God's domain, most summoned creatures shared a common weakness, which was their summoner. Now that the black dragon was proven to be an unstoppable existence, their only hope of getting rid of the menace was to kill Black Flame, its summoner. So long as they killed Black Flame, they would regain the upper hand in the battlefield. After hearing Veiled Spirit's words, the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members reacted quickly, staring fiercely at Feng. Previously, they had been too shocked by the black dragon's prowess and had forgotten about the fatal flaw of summoned creatures. However, now that they had snapped out of their daze, they promptly charged at Feng one after another. Meanwhile, 3 of the remaining 9 magic soldiers moved to surround the black dragon to prevent it from helping Feng kill him. He's alone. As long as he dies, victory will be ours. Suddenly, over 100 players swarmed toward Feng, killing intent radiating from their eyes. That's right. As long as we kill you, this black dragon will disappear. Ironblade, the leader of the Ironblade team as well as the battle-axe-wielding armor giant that was fighting Feng earlier, shouted as he glared at Feng, who stood less than 15 yards away. He raised his battle axe into the air, then abruptly swung it down onto the ground before him. Die! Boom! In the next moment, 12 earthen spears jutted out from the ground around Feng and stabbed at the swordsman, each earthen spear carrying the full strength of the magic soldier. Meanwhile, Ironblade raised his great axe and leaped into the air. He then slashed downward with his great axe as he descended toward Feng, his actions thoroughly sealing all of Feng's escape routes. However, Feng showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he activated Defensive Blade and swung his two swords to meet the approaching battle axe in battle boom. After Feng nullified the earthen spears and expended his Defensive Blade's block count completely, his swords came into contact with Ironblade's battle axe. The swordsman's feet immediately sank deep into the ground. When everyone saw the outcome of the clash, however, they were thoroughly stupefied. Feng had received less than -2,000 damage from the clash. To any player on the battlefield right now, this amount of damage was practically negligible. After all, they all had several tens of thousands of what's going on. Why is his strength so much more than before? Ironblade stared at Feng in confusion. He could not understand why Feng had lost so little HP during their clash this time. Sure enough, it still isn't possible to match a magic soldier even with the attribute bonus provided by Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Feng could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he looked at his vibrating swords. When he summoned the black dragon, Dragon's domination had taken effect. For every dragon present within a 1,000-yard radius, Dragon's domination increased all of his basic attributes by 500 points each. By performing strength combination in this buffed state, he had managed to drastically reduce the damage he took from Ironblade this time. However, when going up against a Tier 3 magic soldier, he could execute strength combination only for defensive purposes. Using the technique offensively was impossible. Strength combination was a very sophisticated technique. Even the slightest mistake could lead to failure. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 magic soldier possessed a Tier 3 physique. What with Ironblade being a flowing water realm expert, the Berserker could deal with an offensive strength combination very easily. Trying to use the technique in an attack would only do Feng more harm than good. Not to mention, his defense and HP were significantly lower than Ironblade's. Facing off against Ironblade in a direct clash would only bring on an earlier death. I want to see just how many times you can block my attacks. Ironblade also understood Feng's present state. Right now, all he needed to do was one thing: maneuver his attacks through the swordsman's defenses. Strength combination was an extremely complex technique. Trying to use it in a high-speed battle only made the technique even more difficult to execute. The moment Feng slipped up, he would die. I am indeed unable to block your attacks that many times. However, you can't possibly be thinking that this is a one-on-one duel, right? Feng said as he looked at Ironblade's battle axe approaching him once again. He used divine steps and switched positions with the farthest doppelganger, then retrieved a scroll from his bag and activated it. A moment later, a golden-haired beauty wearing long, silver robes and holding a crystalline staff appeared before Feng. Due to the presence of this woman, the density of the ambient mana increased slightly. Meanwhile, the woman herself gave off a pressure that instilled fear in those enveloped in it. This new arrival was none other than Anna. Feng's personal guarda's personal guards also took up a slot when entering a team dungeon. Feng couldn't summon Anna to his raid team of 200 players while raiding the Eclipse throne, which was a 200-man team dungeon. More importantly, if personal guards participated in a team dungeon raid, a successful clear would not count as a first clear. Hence, Feng had not bothered bringing Anna and Kite out even though both of them would have been powerful helpers. However, now that he was out of the dungeon, such restrictions no longer applied at this point. Anna was already a level 85, Tier 2 NPC. Aside from her basic attributes, the powerful pressure she exerted on the players present was due to level suppression. Get rid of them. Feng commanded, pointing at the magic soldier before him. As you wish. Anna nodded and started chanting an incantation. Reacting to the situation, Ironblade immediately swung his battle axe at Anna. In response, Anna lightly tapped the butt of her staff on the ground. A golden barrier spread out from her staff, pushing Ironblade over 20 yards away. By the time Ironblade shattered this barrier, Anna had already summoned a level 85 Golden Giant and 10 level 85 Rock Guardians. She then proceeded to buff their attributes with just one punch. The level 85 Golden Giant sent the level 55 Magic Soldier stumbling backward by several steps. The disparity in strength resulting from the difference in levels was massive. The enemy players charging toward Sherfong gasped involuntarily at this scene. Meanwhile, the 10 level 85 Rock Guardians stood guard around Sherfong, their posture daunting the approaching Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw members, who halted their charge. Although the level suppression system had been tuned down over several system updates, it had not weakened to the point of negligibility. After the difference exceeded 15 levels, the effects of level suppression would become significant. Meanwhile, there was currently a gap of 30 levels between the Dark players and the Rock Guardians. Do you think you all can come and go as you please? Sherfong sneered as he glanced at the members of the two Dark Adventurer teams that were previously charging at him. All of you should just stay here forever. He then had the 10 Rock Guardians attack the backtracking players faced with a bunch of level 50+, Tier 1 Dragonoid players. The level 85 Rock Guardians were able to send a couple flying with every punch. Due to the level suppression, the players' defense had weakened considerably. Even Tier 1 Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights couldn't withstand the blows of the Rock Guardians and were sent flying with a punch. Meanwhile, after fighting for some time, the Black Dragon Sherfong controlled finally killed one of the 3 magic soldiers, pinning it down. Now, the Black Dragon thoroughly suppressed the 2 remaining magic soldiers, each of its normal attacks taking away over 20,000 HP from the magic soldiers and over 50,000 if it used a skill at the moment. The magic soldiers and the other players belonging to the 2 Dark Adventurer teams were getting massacred. Commander, we've lost nearly half of our members already. Are we still going to continue fighting? The female cleric standing beside Veiled Spirit asked. From Black Shark's death until now, only a little over a minute had passed, yet they had already lost so many of their members. By the time reinforcements arrived, their entire adventurer team would be annihilated. After pondering for a brief moment, Veiled Spirit gritted her teeth before reluctantly shouting, "Retreat! Have everyone pull away from the battlefield as quickly as possible." The report they'd received regarding Zero Wing was outrageously inaccurate. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to charge into the Starlight Corporation's guild hall and choke the members of the corporation's intelligence unit to death. Zero Wing's current performance was completely different from what was reported, so much so that she suspected the report was actually about an entirely different guild. Chapter 1817, Eclipse Gate Shaken. Hellscythe Understalky Old Cat. The Golden Giant and Rock Guardians' sudden participation turned the situation around, giving the 3 guilds an overwhelming advantage. After hearing Veiled Spirit's command to retreat, both the Shadow Claw and Dark Hunters members scattered and fled the battlefield. However, Sherfong had no intention of letting the 2 adventurer teams get away, and he ordered his team to give chase and kill as many enemy players as possible. If not for the fact that their team fully consisted of the 3 guilds' Tier 2 players, Zero Wing would have definitely suffered a severe loss from this ambush. The guilds had also gotten lucky that the 2 adventurer teams that had ambushed them weren't capable of using their trump cards to their full potential. If the Dark Hunters had also brought 200 Tier 2 players, and they all consumed the basic Dragon Potion, they would have been extremely difficult to deal with. If Zero Wing's members fought Tier 2 Dragonoid players, in Sherfang's opinion, only Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet Cloud, Zhao Yueru, and Aqua Rose would be guaranteed to win a one-on-one fight. Everyone else would have a 50% chance at best. Shadow Claw's magic soldiers shouldn't be underestimated, either. Unless one amassed a large number of magic soldiers, they wouldn't be able to exhibit their abilities in full. 10 magic soldiers simply weren't enough to display their true power. Magic soldiers would only be able to activate the magic arrays on their armor when 100 stood together. If those magic arrays activated, the 100 magic soldiers could even trample over 20 Tier 4 mythic monsters of the same level. At one point in the past, 100 magic soldiers had joined a battlefield of Tier 2 players. The magic soldiers had been killing machines, allowing a first-rate guild to fend off a sieging superpower and defend its town successfully. When players fought each other in God's domain, it was practically impossible for one side to push the other to the brink of extinction in a single battle. After all, the world of God's domain was not reality. Players could resurrect after dying. Hence, players generally had to undergo a long fight, whittling their opponent's strength down until their opponent could no longer resist. Although it was impossible to exterminate the adventurer teams, now that the two adventurer teams had scattered and run, Silverwing needed to do everything in his power to weaken the adventurer teams. This way, it would take the two adventurer teams a lot more time to recover. However, after the removal of Dark Precinct, it became extremely difficult to catch up with the escaping Dark players. To make matters worse, the marshy forest's layout was extremely complex. As a result, the fleeing Dark players escaped the three guilds' pursuit very quickly. Only the guild's rangers and assassins could continue the chase. The other classes had to watch on, powerless, as their targets disappeared in less than a minute. The two Dark Adventurer Team's members had thoroughly disappeared into the dense forest. Commander, the other Adventurer Team's commanders say that they'll arrive soon, and they're asking about the battle situation. The female cleric following Veiled Spirit reported. How should we respond to them? What's the situation? Veiled Spirit frowned, fury on her face as she continued, tell them that they can fight all they want. Shadowclaw will take no part in this. The female cleric was speechless. However, she more or less understood her commander's mood. Shadowclaw had suffered severe losses in this battle. This was the first time their adventure team had suffered so drastically. Moreover, the information the Starline Corporation had given to them had been painfully inaccurate. It was only natural for Veiled Spirit to be furious. The female cleric immediately conveyed Veiled Spirit's reply, word for word, to the commanders of the various approaching adventurer teams. Commander, it seems Shadowclaw's commander is somewhat angry, saying that Shadowclaw is pulling out of this hunt, and that we can go ahead and continue the fight if we want. The Dark Hunters have also left the area. Should we continue forward? This is interesting. It seems both Shadowclaw and Dark Hunters have suffered quite a loss at the hands of Silverwing. Wait, isn't that Silverwing? Did some superpower try to ambush their team? Silverwing's gentle snow is so strong. She killed nearly 100 people in one hit. When the public saw the independent players' video, their blood boiled with excitement. The standard of the battle between Silverwing and the two Dark Adventurer teams was unprecedented. The battle had completely shattered their understanding of guild wars. Other kingdoms' independent players, in particular, gained newfound recognition of Silverwing. They had never thought that Starmoon Kingdom's ruling guild would be so powerful. News of this battle also reached the various major powers' intelligence members. These intelligence members relayed the information to their respective upper echelons immediately. Chapter 1818, comparable to a first-rate guild. Hellscythe Understalky Old Cat. Dark Knight Empire, Light Shadow Citadel. A lofty tower sat in the middle of the city, and hovering above this tower was a gigantic, dark purple crystal. The crystal created a magic barrier that enveloped the city, and the crystal could be seen clearly by the large number of players walking throughout the streets. There were also a large number of NPCs and dark creatures, such as demons, abyssal demonkin, vampires. The multiracial population in Light Shadow City far surpassed that of Kingdom's Dark City's many neutral race NPCs hawked their wares along the city streets, a sight that was even rare in other empires. Dark City's Light Shadow City was no less prosperous than Dark Knight City, the Dark Knight Empire's capital. Moreover, Light Shadow City had a wider variety of races. Meanwhile, a luxurious, 5-story tall mansion stood in the city's lively central district. A large number of players came and went from the mansion, and all of them were either extravagantly dressed merchant players or level 54+ experts. When the players in line outside of the mansion saw these merchant and expert players, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. These players' levels and equipment are amazing. They're even better than the experts in first-rate guilds. That's only natural. Although Dark Soul is an alliance, not a guild, it periodically raids team dungeons. The alliance also frequently plunders the various large guilds' elite teams and main forces. Of course, its members have excellent weapons and equipment. Moreover, despite such banditry, the various large guilds are utterly powerless to do anything about it. For example, one first-rate guild went all out to deal with Dark Soul, but in the end, the alliance had annihilated its army, and the guild was eventually forced to disband. That's right. It was due to that success that Dark Soul is holding a mass recruitment. When I heard about it, I dropped what I was doing and came here. It would be great if I could join the alliance. If we get to join Dark Soul, we'll be able to move through the Dark Knight Empire and the several neighboring kingdoms unhindered. Even the various dark guilds will have to treat us with respect. In addition, if we join one of the top 5 adventurer teams after joining Dark Soul, such as Shadowclaw, the Copper Eagle Kingdom's #1 Dark Adventurer team, or Dark Hunters, which has recently become famous in the Dark Knight Empire, will be set for life. I hope I can get into one of the top 5 adventurer teams too. It's a pity that the requirements are extremely high. At the very least, you'll need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor or reach the 5th floor's late stage and have a specialty. The several thousand Dark players outside of the mansion quietly discussed their desire to join Dark Soul in the Dark Knight Empire and its several neighboring kingdoms. Dark Soul enjoyed a status rivaling that of super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Moreover, unlike most dark guilds and dark adventurer teams, Dark Soul wasn't afraid of a confrontation with the various large guilds. It even dared to challenge 2 super first-rate guilds simultaneously to dark players, who were always forced into hiding. This was a freedom they hungered for. Now that Dark Soul was recruiting members, independent dark players like themselves couldn't miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, inside an office on the mansion's topmost floor, a young man stood by the office's window. As the young man observed the independent players outside of the mansion, a grin spread across his face. This man was none other than Tigerbreaker, Dark Soul's Alliance Master. Since we announced the recruitment, over 2,000 players have passed our test already. In addition, over 30 well-known adventurer teams have applied to join us. With these new recruits, once we receive the resources the Starline Corporation promised, we'll be able to nurture 2 or 3 well-equipped expert legions quickly. A level 55 male elementalist wielding a withered wooden staff reported, "Good. Pathless, you've done well this time. As long as the other adventurer teams deal with Zero Wing, we won't have any problems acquiring the promised resources," Tigerbreaker said, smiling. "Alliance Master, you can rest assured. I've heard that Black Shark and the others have discovered the whereabouts of Zero Wing's upper echelons. The Dark Hunters and Shadowclaw have already left to set up the ambush. I believe Zero Wing will suffer severely. Once we receive the confirmation, the Starline Corporation will definitely be satisfied with our performance and pay us a portion of the agreed resources up front," the level 55 elementalist named Pathless said, smiling. Once the Starline Corporation delivered the promised resources, Dark Soul would become the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Overlord. Once it achieved that goal, Dark Soul could then secure its sovereignty over all of God's domain's dark forces. While Tigerbreaker and Pathless conversed, Pathless received a message. After reading it, however, his complexion paled. "Has something happened?" Tigerbreaker asked curiously when he noticed Pathless' gloomy expression. "I just received a message stating that the adventurer teams that went to Starmoon Kingdom to deal with Zero Wing are preparing to return," Pathless said. "Return? They've dealt with Zero Wing already?" Tigerbreaker could not help his surprise. "No, that's not right. Zero Wing is a large guild, comparable to a first-rate guild. It is impossible to deal with it so quickly." "What happened?" "Zero Wing has dealt a heavy blow to the Dark Hunters and Shadowclaw. Both adventurer teams have lost over half of their people." According to Veiled Spirit, the information Starline provided was horrendously inaccurate. The Zero Wing they encountered was an entirely different guild than what the reports had mentioned. Due to this unexpected development, the various adventurer teams' commanders have decided to return to Light Shadow City and discuss the matter further. Pathless said quietly. "How is that possible? That's Dark Hunters and Shadowclaw we're talking about. They simply left to deal with Zero Wing's main force. How could they possibly lose?" They even lost over half of their teams. Tigerbreaker stared at Pathless in shock. Also, what does Veiled Spirit mean that Zero Wing is a different guild? Alliance Master, these are the battle videos some of the players had recorded. Why don't you take a look? The situation confused Pathless as well. Following which, he forwarded the videos he had received from his subordinate to Tigerbreaker battle videos. Tigerbreaker began to examine the videos after he received them. The first video showed the 2,000+ members from the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw Adventurer teams using trump cards that even surprised Tigerbreaker. Another video showed a female berserker killing Black Shark in a matter of seconds. Said female berserker had also killed nearly 100 players with one attack. The final video showed Sherfong summoning a black dragon and killing a magic soldier in just a few seconds. The Swordsman had also summoned his personal guard, rampaging and slaughtering the two Dark Adventurer teams and forcing them into a disadvantageous position. This is Starlene's so-called comparable to a first-rate guild? Tigerbreaker's face flushed with anger as he watched the videos. Are Starlene's intelligence members sleeping on the job? How is this comparable to a first-rate guild? A first-rate guild's main force can wipe out two of Dark Soul's top-ranking adventurer teams. Pathless, contact Lu Xinglua and tell him that if he wants to get rid of Zero Wing, he'll have to triple the pay we agreed on. Otherwise, this transaction is over. Understood. I'll contact him right away. Pathless was just as furious after watching the videos. He felt that the Starlene Corporation had toyed with Dark Soul. Chapter 1819, Advanced Smithy Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Hellscythe Undersocki Cat. The city's central district bustled with activity and traffic. Players also crowded the shops along the streets. Players from other cities and kingdoms constantly visited these shops to purchase items. The Dark Knight Empire's businesses were far more popular than those in the neighboring kingdoms. In those kingdoms' capitals, level 50 secret silver equipment was rare on the market, but in Dark Knight City, such equipment was common. Some shops even sold level 50 fine gold equipment only. The prices for those items were absurdly high, way above market value due to Dark Knight City's prosperity. Many players from neighboring kingdoms brought their treasures here to sell. This made the city a hub for precious treasure. The various large guilds operating in the neighboring kingdoms had even stationed some players in Dark Knight City long-term to search for purchase opportunities. Kingdoms' capitals simply couldn't compare to the Dark Knight City's liveliness. Meanwhile, a towering guild hall loomed in the center of the city's central district. The guild residents occupied an area large enough to house a stadium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Not only would one need a high enough status to purchase such a large plot of land, but they'd also need a frightening number of coins. The land's base price was 50,000 gold, and it was one of the few spacious lands available in Dark Knight City's central district. This guild residence is so luxurious. The owner has even built a 5-story restaurant in it. This is ridiculous. I've heard it costs quite a lot to build a restaurant in a guild residence. Such a massive restaurant should cost at least 10,000 gold to build. 10,000 gold? Aren't you looking down on Starlink a little too much? The Starlene Corporation established the guild. Including the building's various accessories, Starlink has spent a total of 20,000 gold to build this restaurant. The guild also built training rooms with magic array enhancements. I've heard that the mana density inside these training rooms is much higher than that of the outside world. You'll be far more efficient when training in those rooms. It's a pity that only Starlink's members can enjoy this benefit. Then, why don't we just join Starlink? A newcomer like you? Join Starlink? Starlink is one of the top 3 guilds of the Dark Knight Empire. It's no weaker than super first-rate guilds like Crimson Emperor or Unyielding Soul. Although Starlink is mass recruiting right now, it is still out of reach for a newbie like you. While the players near Starlink's residence discussed the guild, a team of 100 players atop leopards turned onto the street. The 100-man team wore exquisite uniforms and radiated majestic auras. Many experts watched the team of players enter Starlink's residence in awe, dreaming of joining that team in the future. The 100-man team was Starlink's main force, and not long ago, the main force had defeated a level 50, 100-man team dungeon's 4th boss. Now, the team only needed to defeat the final boss to complete the 100-man team dungeon. This raid progression could already rival that of the Dark Knight Empire's 2 super first-rate guilds. Meanwhile, 3 people stood in the guild leader's office in Starlink's guild hall. These 3 watched the guild's main force, which had just returned from a dungeon raid. From a window guild leader, we have now caught up with Unyielding Soul's raid progress. Now, it is only a matter of time before we surpass Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor, a level 55, Tier 2 male shield warrior carrying a silver cross shield across his back said, laughing as he turned to Lu Xinglua, who wore a set of black robes due to Starlink acquiring a share of the secret pavilion's magic crystal vein. The guild acquired a large number of magic crystals every day. This allowed the guild to sustain the magic arrays powering the guild's training rooms. With this, the guild's experts could continuously train and improve rapidly. Once the guild had accumulated enough Tier 2 players, it was only a matter of time before they obtained the first clear of the level 50, 100-man team dungeon they were raiding. Now that their guild didn't have to worry about magic crystals, they were able to nurture guild experts much faster. In 1 or 2 months, Starlink might even surpass Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul's expert count, becoming the Dark Knight Empire's #1 guild. Not bad. The struggle for the Thorn Fortress is about to start. For a while, divert all of the magic crystals we obtain to nurturing as many Tier 2 players as possible. I want to see how Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul intend to compete with Starlink when we obtain the management rights to Thorn Fortress. Lu Xinglua said, smiling. Understood. Guild leader, rest assured, I'll make sure that we have more Tier 2 experts than Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul by the time the struggle begins, the shield warrior promised. As Lu Xinglua was about to discuss their plans for the struggle over Thorn Fortress, he received a message notification. A message from Dark Soul? Lu Xinglua muttered when he noticed the sender's identity. By the time he finished reading the message, his expression had darkened. Have the people from Dark Soul gone mad? They're actually tripling their price to deal with a small guild like Zero Wing. Guild leader, we just received a message as well. It seems that Dark Soul's members have ambushed Zero Wing's main force. However, Dark Soul's members suffered a disastrous defeat and lost over half of its numbers. I suspect that this has something to do with their new demands. Dawn Webb, a level 55, Tier 2 female elementalist and the third person in the room, explained. Yuri saying that Dark Soul tried to ambush Zero Wing, but the guild turned the tables on them? For a moment, Lu Xinglua thought he had heard wrong. How is that possible? It's true. Some people have posted the battle videos on the Eclipse Gate's official forums. Almost everyone in the Eclipse Gate is talking about it, Dawn Webb said as she forwarded a few battle videos to Lu Xinglua. So, that is the case. Lu Xinglua could not help his frown as he watched the recordings. No wonder why a measly bug dares to oppose me. Guild leader, are we still going to take care of Zero Wing? Dawn Webb asked. Of course. Lu Xinglua said determinedly. But before we do, we have to secure the Thorn Fortress. Send a reply to Dark Soul. Tell them that they can forget about tripling the price. I'm not going to triple their pay just because they got scratched. However, I am willing to tweak the conditions of our agreement. As long as they annihilate Zero Wing, I'll give them an additional 5% of Thorn Fortress's shares. Also, tell Tigerbreaker that Zero Wing doesn't have any backers. Since Zero Wing is so strong, it must have a massive secret. If he doesn't want that secret, he better not regret his choices once Starlink claims it. He was very familiar with the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw's strength in Dark Soul. They were merely the 4th and 5th ranked adventurer teams in the Alliance. Dark Soul was only defeated due to misinformation, yet Tigerbreaker wanted to use this opportunity to hike up the price. Understood. Dawn Webb nodded before contacting Dark Soul's representative. While Lu Xinglua discussed Zero Wing, the various superpowers had discovered the battle in the Eclipse Gate. The outcome further increased Zero Wing's fame among the various superpowers. At the same time, the guild had attracted a lot of attention. For a guild of Zero Wing's caliber, it was simply absurd to have so many Tier 2 players. The guild was definitely hiding something major. For a time, the various superpowers re-evaluated their opinions of Zero Wing. Rather than an ant, Zero Wing had become a fat piece of meat. Relay my commands. Order our subordinates to investigate the secret to Zero Wing's success. After watching the battle between Zero Wing and Dark Soul, many superpowers upper echelons issued the same command. Meanwhile, Shifeng had already rested and paid Silverwing Town a visit. Guild leader, I have brought the 50 advanced architects you asked for, Melancholic Smile said as she approached Shifeng, who surveyed an empty plot of land. The 50 advanced architects following Melancholic Smile could not help their growing nerves as they looked at Shifeng. They were confused about why their guild leader had gathered them all here. With so many advanced architects, one could construct an entire basic town. Good. I've gathered you all here today to build the construction on this design, Shifeng said. He then retrieved a stack of old parchment from his bag. This stack was none other than the advanced Smithy design. Chapter 1820, Upgrading Silverwing Town, an advanced Smithy? Melancholic Smile could not help her surprise when she saw the description of the design Shifeng took out. At this point in time, she was quite knowledgeable about advanced constructions. Every advanced construction had functions that far surpassed their basic counterparts. Moreover, they had their own specialties. However, designs for advanced constructions were extremely difficult to acquire. Although Melancholic Smile was initially excited at the identity of the design, seeing the materials and space needed to construct the advanced smithy dampened her mood quickly. The advanced smithy required not only 2,000 pieces of extremely valuable mana ore but also 1,000 advanced magic cores and 500 earthfire crystals. The mana ore required wasn't too much of a problem, as Zero Wing had collected quite an amount during this period. As for the advanced magic core, it was a rare material that could be obtained only from the bosses of level 50 and above team dungeons. However, the drop rate wasn't 100%, so it was extremely valuable on the market. One advanced magic core sold for 5 gold. 1,000 advanced magic cores would mean 5,000 goldas for the earthfire crystal. It was even more valuable, as it could be acquired only in the fields, particularly mountainous regions with fiery environments. It was one of the main materials needed to produce higher-ranking fire resistance equipment. Although the market value of earthfire crystal was roughly 5 gold, due to its rarity and the demand, it was almost impossible to find large quantities of earthfire crystal for sale. Currently, Zero Wing had only a little over 600 earthfire crystals stockpiled. Spending 500 crystals in one go would deplete the guild's inventory. Aside from the 3 aforementioned materials, the advanced smithy also needed 10,000 magic crystals to construct. The total cost of its construction came to roughly 30,000 gold. Currently, Zero Wing was developing rapidly and needed to spend money on various fronts. If not for Zero Wing City, the guild wouldn't have been able to keep up with its expenditures. Hence, spending 30,000 gold's worth of rare materials to construct an advanced smithy truly wasn't a wise course of action. However, before Melancholic Smile could try to dissuade Shifeng, he had already distributed the tasks to the advanced architects. He even had the necessary materials prepared already. All the 50 advanced architects needed to do was build the structure. Although Zero Wing's main force had suffered some casualties and lost 20-odd pieces of equipment in the battle with the 2 Dark Adventurer teams, the spoils of war they gained were far more valuable. The members of Dark Hunters and Shadowclaw were experts among experts. They were all geared in excellent equipment that was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's. However, while the quality of the equipment Zero Wing looted was indeed slightly inferior to the equipment it lost, the quantity easily made up for the poorer quality in total. Zero Wing had gained over 400 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment and 60+ pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. After deducting the compensations and rewards given out, Zero Wing had still netted more than 10,000 gold from that single battle. However, even if one had 10,000 gold, they would be hard-pressed to acquire so many pieces of up-to-date top-tier equipment. Although the profits from this battle were not enough to cover the construction cost of the advanced smithy, the advanced smithy served a great purpose as an advanced construction. It could elevate the prosperity and popularity of a town by a significant margin. At this point, Silverwing Town already possessed sufficient basic constructions and security to get upgraded into an intermediate town. Now, it just had to accumulate sufficient popularity and prosperity. However, constructing the advanced smithy wasn't an easy task. Aside from advanced architects, it needed one player capable of drawing advanced magic arrays because the advanced smithy required the inscription of many magic arrays for the following period. Feng could be seen busily inscribing magic arrays onto the constructed walls and floors of the advanced smithy. Someone looking at Silverwing town from some distance away would notice that a section of the town's outer area had suddenly been cordoned off and something big was under construction there. This situation immediately attracted the attention of many resting players nowadays. Silverwing town had already become the most popular town in the Orc Empire. Many guild players seeking to grind in the Orc Empire or raid the teleportation war fortresses chose to rest in Silverwing town. Even though the war fortresses in question were very far away from Silverwing town, players still chose Silverwing town over other guild towns in the Orc Empire. One reason for this was the EXP buff that players could accumulate by resting in Silverwing town, which would help greatly in leveling up. Another reason was the battle arena in the town. However, contrary to expectations, the high mana environment of Silverwing town wasn't the reason why its battle arena was popular. Instead, the main reason for its popularity was the fact that the town was now a hub for players originating from various kingdoms and empires. Due to this situation, experts from different countries could spar with each other. Being able to spar with a large number of different experts of the same combat standard was a tremendous benefit for experts seeking to improve themselves now that Silverwing town had already become the #1 town in the Orc Empire. If not for the limited space, its player population could easily exceed 1,500,000. Damn. Silverwing town is already crowded enough, yet Zero Wing is actually wasting such a large, empty space on another building. That's right. With the number of buildings in the town continuously increasing, the number of players the town can accommodate will keep declining. I'm not even sure if I can squeeze my way into the town tomorrow. The players resting in a nearby bar could not help but frown when they saw the stadium-sized structure under construction. There were simply too many players trying to enter Silverwing town right now. To make sure Silverwing town operated normally, Zero Wing had made it so that players who weren't Zero Wing members could stay in Silverwing town for only 10 hours a day. If players refused to leave the town once their allocated time was up, the NPC soldiers would either forcibly remove them from the town or outright kill them. Yet, despite this restriction, Silverwing town was still packed all day round. At this point, Zero Wing had limited the number of players allowed inside the town at one time to just 800,000. If latecomers wished to enter the town, they would have to wait for someone to exit it. Hence, as more buildings rose in the empty spaces in town, the number of players allowed in would be reduced. Time passed quickly. When Feng finished inscribing the last magic array, 8 hours had already elapsed. The 50 advanced architects had taken only 4 hours to construct the physical structure of the advanced smithy. It's finally done. Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the completed advanced smithy. Although the smithy had only 3 floors in total, it was over 20 meters in height. The advanced smithy before him was definitely a cut above basic smithies, which were only 4 meters in height. This was something that could be seen from the building's external appearance alone. However, the inside of the building was even more amazing as Feng had personally inscribed every magic array. He had a general idea of the magic array's abilities. The advanced smithy could not only repair and produce custom-made weapons and equipment but also break down weapons and equipment and return to players some materials used to make those items. Players could then use the reclaimed materials for new weapons and equipment. Although the recovery rate wasn't very high, it was still better than selling obsolete items to NPCs. If he revealed this ability, countless players would definitely swarm to the advanced smithy to break down their obsolete weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Zero Wing could charge a small fee for the service. Good. Let's get it running now. Feng then called up the advanced smithy's system interface and chose to open the building to the public. In the next moment, the magic curtain surrounding the construction site disappeared, exposing the massive building to the public. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Feng's ears. System, Silverwing town's popularity and security have fulfilled the requirements of an intermediate town. Do you wish to upgrade Silverwing town? Wonderful. Just as I expected. Feng could not help feeling joyful when he heard the system notification. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time now. He immediately chose to upgrade Silverwing town. Chapter 1821, Crimson Flame Fortress. A series of system notifications assaulted Shurfang's hearing after he chose to upgrade Silverwing Town. Orc Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Silverwing Town for becoming the first intermediate town in a neutral map. Rewarding 10,000 town popularity points and 1 caravan guard order. Silverwing Town Region System Announcement. Silverwing Town will undergo a promotion. All players will be teleported out of the town in 1 minute. Silverwing Town Region System Announcement. Silverwing Town's promotion will take 30 minutes. Please wait patiently until it is complete. The system announcements repeated 3 times, echoing in players' ears in their respective regions. What? A promotion? They're already upgrading Silverwing Town. How did Zero Wing do it? Amazing! Once the town is upgraded, we'll have a much easier time getting in. For a time, Silverwing Town's players were in an uproar over the sudden promotion. As for the various large guilds' upper echelons, they wore solemn expressions when they received a report on this matter. The fat piece of meat that was Silverwing Town had already been tempting to the various major powers, and they had been trying to find a way to claim it for themselves, but the improvement speed of the town's defenses was simply absurd. The NPC soldiers the town had recruited were also becoming increasingly powerful. Including the 5 magic towers, none of these superpowers felt powerful enough to capture Silverwing Town. Hence, they decided to continue accumulating their strength for now. However, Silverwing Town's promotion to an intermediate town was a huge problem. Not only would Silverwing Town be able to construct more defensive structures, but the number of NPC soldiers it could hire had also increased from 1,000 to 2,000. That would effectively double the town's defensive capabilities in terms of basic attributes. NPC soldiers were far superior to players. In addition, Silverwing Town soldiers were more than 10 levels higher than current players. If players wished to deal with these NPCs, they would have to employ Zerg tactics. Now that the town had twice as many NPC soldiers to protect it, they would need at least twice the manpower to defeat these NPCs, making Silverwing Town even more difficult to capture. Shortly after the system announcements, the players in Silverwing Town were all teleported a considerable distance away. However, instead of leaving the area, the teleported players stood outside of the town. In fact, players who grinded in the Orc Empire hurried to join the crowd. Meanwhile, news of Silverwing Town's promotion quickly spread to the various superpowers. Zero Wing is impressively efficient. It's a pity that there is no longer a point in upgrading Silverwing Town, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing slightly when he read the report he had just received. Uncle Yuan, now that Silverwing Town has been upgraded to an intermediate town, it will be able to accommodate more players and increase Zero Wing's income by multiple times. Why would that be pointless? Purple Jade asked curiously. I guess it's expected that you don't know. Yesterday, I received news stating that 9 Dragons Emperor has secretly joined hands with Blackwater and Beast Emperor, and they are preparing to raid the Orc Empire's Crimson Flame Fortress, Yuan Tiexin said. The Crimson Flame Fortress is located in the Orc Empire's inner region and on one of the safer paths to the Orc capital city. In addition, the fortress offers teleportation services. Once the Crimson Flame Fortress has been captured, it'll generate massive profits for the 3 involved parties. It'll also allow them to raid the Orc capital city far more quickly. What? That's the Crimson Flame Fortress. Based on our investigations, its raid difficulty ranks among the top 5 teleportation war fortresses in the Empire. It is too difficult for current players to raid, and on top of that, dark players will definitely try to interfere. Do they really dare to raid the Crimson Flame Fortress? The news astonished Purple Jade. There were countless orcs inside the Crimson Flame Fortress, and the lowest leveled among them was level 60, with the highest leveled orcs being level 75. Furthermore, the fortress was protected by many war weapons and mythic orcs. That is exactly why 9 Dragons Emperor and Blackwater are working with Beast Emperor. Based on what we know so far, Beast Emperor will guard the battlefield with his evil beast army. Meanwhile, Blackwater and 9 Dragon Emperor's armies will be responsible for sieging the fortress. With the evil beast army in their way, the dark guilds and dark players won't try to interfere, Yuan Tiexin explained. Once they capture Crimson Flame Fortress, Silverwing Town's status in the Orc Empire will become quite awkward. Thus far, the secret pavilion had only conducted a preliminary investigation on the regional dungeon, Orc capital city. Even so, the resources they had discovered had far exceeded their expectations. Not only did the regional dungeon offer a large number of magic crystals, but players would also level 50% faster if they grinded in the area. Most importantly, the Orc capital city, an intermediate city, could be captured. If one captured this intermediate city, they would earn just as much profit as the secret pavilion's magic crystal vein earned. Moreover, they wouldn't need to station a large force of players to protect the city long-term. If Blackwater and Nine Dragons Emperor acquired the Orc capital city, with the wealth of resources they earned through the city, they could easily destroy Silverwing town. The two entities might even be able to threaten Zero Wing's safety in Starmoon Kingdom. This was because Beast Emperor bore an irreconcilable vengeance against Zero Wing. Setting aside the fact that Beast Emperor had a significant portion of his foundation within Starmoon Kingdom and would need to take over the kingdom to further his development, the secret pavilion had recently learned that of the 5 precious evil god apostle slots Beast Emperor had, Shi Feng had destroyed 2. This loss had severely impacted Beast Emperor's development. Beast Emperor got his hands on the Orc capital city's resources, he'd have a good chance of taking over Starmoon Kingdom and yanking Zero Wing out of the game by its roots. Uncle Yuan, why don't we notify Zero Wing? Purple Jade asked. Forget it. Even if Zero Wing found out, there is nothing it can do. Although Zero Wing's main force had displayed outstanding combat power in the Eclipse Gate, this revelation will not change Zero Wing's situation. While Zero Wing is fully capable of defending its territory, it simply doesn't have enough forces to launch an offensive assault on Beast Emperor. This is also the greatest problem that upstart powers with little to no background normally face, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. Had Zero Wing agreed to partner with us, they might have been able to stop Beast Emperor's group. However, with Zero Wing's current forces, even if they gain the full support of Phoenix Rain, Beast Emperor is impossible to stop. In God's domain, many upstart powers rose to prominence every day, but these powers had a fatal flaw. They were ignorant of greater powers. They all deemed themselves capable of rivaling true superpowers. Although Zero Wing was superior to most of the up-and-coming powers in God's domain, it wouldn't be easy for the guild to become a true superpower. There would be plenty of other powers trying to use Zero Wing as a stepping stone and rise to prominence themselves. Meanwhile, in the Orc Empire's Silverwing town. After a half-an-hour wait, the recently promoted Silverwing town appeared before the crowd. Silverwing town now occupied twice as much space as the old version. It was also much closer to the primordial divine ruin, which was now within range of the town's magic towers. Since the town was in a neutral map, Silverwing town's walls had grown taller as well. Now, they were 7 meters tall. Divine runes had been carved into the walls, preventing players from vaulting over and enhancing the wall's defense. Guild leader, look. Even the town's buildings have changed. They look nothing like they did before. Melancholic Smile could not help but gape in shock as she looked at the tall buildings in the distance. Every building in the town had grown considerably taller. It was evident that the buildings had been upgraded as well. Rather than a town, Silverwing Town looked like a basic city. Have everyone prepare to reopen Silverwing Town to the public, Shi Feng said, nodding. He had spared no expense in outfitting Silverwing Town with the most extravagant buildings he could afford precisely for this moment. This was also Neutral Town's secret. Chapter 1822, Town Opening. Silverwing Town. Under Shi Feng's command, it took less than 20 minutes to complete the preparation work for Silverwing Town's reopening. Moreover, thanks to the reserve NPC guards Magic King Craig Midlands had prepared beforehand and the large number of NPCs that had come looking for work after the town's promotion completed, they had quickly filled the additional 1,000 NPC soldier slots Silverwing Town had gained. Craig Midlands himself had inspected all 1,000 of these new NPC soldiers. Due to Silverwing Town's steady development, not only had more NPCs arrived to apply for a soldier position, but higher quality NPCs had. Applied normally, when a basic town was upgraded to an intermediate town, it would struggle to fill the additional 1,000 soldier slots within a short time. The town would be fortunate to recruit around 300 Tier 1 NPCs and a dozen Tier 2 NPCs during the first week after the town's promotion. Most NPCs that applied were only elite rank. The town would slowly have to accumulate, nurture, or replace its NPC soldiers to increase the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers it had yet. Due to Craig Midlands' fame, over 3,000 NPCs had applied to work for Silverwing Town as soon as the promotion was complete. Including the 300 Tier 1 NPCs Craig Midlands had kept on reserve, it took no time for Silverwing Town to recruit 1,000 NPCs. Among the NPCs recruited, over 100 were Tier 2 NPCs, with the rest being Tier 1 NPCs. Normally, an intermediate town would need around 2 weeks to accumulate 100 Tier 2 NPCs. More Tier 2 NPCs would only show up and apply to work for the town after it increased its popularity. After all, Tier 2 NPCs were not abundant in God's domain. Even Zero Wing City only had a little over 2,000 Tier 2 NPC soldiers thus far, while the rest were Tier 1 NPCs. However, although Silverwing Town had plenty of high-quality NPC soldiers, Zero Wing had spent over 20,000 gold to outfit these NPCs with proper weapons and equipment in God's domain. NPC soldiers did not come with their own items. Like players, they had to be armed. This was an important factor in strengthening a town's defenses. Of course, some NPCs would bring their own weapons and equipment when applying to become soldiers, but their items were usually low quality. They were much weaker than the standardized weapons and equipment the system provided. Naturally, the combat power these NPCs would be able to display would depend on the quality of their weapons and equipment. For example, an NPC with bronze equipment and an NPC in mysterious iron equipment would have around a 20% difference in combat power. While 20% might not seem like much to players, but it was a lot for NPCs, who possessed much higher basic attributes. When Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City had been constructed, Zero Wing had lacked funds. Shi Feng had only been able to outfit his NPC soldiers with the cheapest bronze weapons and equipment available. He had only started to upgrade the NPC's gear after the guild had money to spare. A large fraction of the investments needed to develop a town had to be spent on the NPC soldiers' weapons and equipment. In addition, these weapons and equipment needed regular repairs, which would also cost a considerable amount of money. These reasons were why most of the various large guilds avoided owning too many towns. This even held true for the various superpowers. Although the superpowers occupied many towns, they would not arm every one of them to the teeth. Instead, they would focus on developing a few select towns. However, arming the NPC soldiers with better items was why many first-rate guilds' headquarters were able to withstand sieges from super first-rate and super guilds. The longer a town developed, the stronger the NPC soldiers guarding it would become. When fully equipped with top-tier equipment, NPC soldiers could even contend with players of a higher tier. Fortunately, with the exception of some extremely powerful top-tier equipment, the majority of the weapons and equipment NPC soldiers used could be purchased from the system with coins. There was no need for players to invest time and effort into farming weapons and equipment. Hence, Shi Feng had spent over 20,000 gold to arm the newly recruited NPCs. A full set of level 50 to 100 bronze equipment would cost 2 gold coins. This was extremely cheap compared to players' equipment. However, as equipment quality increased, so did the price. Level 50 to 100 mysterious iron equipment cost 10 gold per set, while secret silver equipment cost 100 gold, fine gold equipment cost 600 gold, dark gold equipment cost 1,500 gold, and epic equipment cost 6,000 gold per set. With how many NPC soldiers a town had, it was no exaggeration to say that a town's development was a bottomless pit financially. For Silverwing Town, Shi Feng had decided to arm the Tier 2 NPCs with secret silver equipment and Tier 1 NPCs with mysterious iron equipment. Although Zero Wing had earned a lot of funding through Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town, Shi Feng planned to invest the majority of that money in the Lost Town. The Lost Town was, after all, far more important and valuable than Silverwing Town Guild leader. We have assigned duties to all of our NPC soldiers. Should we open the town now? Aqua Rose asked. Smiling, she looked at the rows of wage-equipped NPCs before her. Due to their continuous investment in Silverwing Town, these NPC soldiers had far better equipment than those in Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City. Among the initial 1,000 NPC soldiers, over 100 Tier 2 NPCs wore fine gold equipment, while the remaining NPCs wore secret silver equipment. This was unimaginable for other guilds. Normally, Other guilds would, at most, arm their NPC soldiers with mysterious iron equipment, spending the majority of their money on building the town's infrastructure. Alright, let's open the gates. Shi Feng said, nodding. Alright. Guild leader, should we limit the number of visitors? Aqua Rose asked. Although Silverwing Town can accommodate far more people now, for the sake of the NPC merchants, it's best if we set a limit. Let's set it at 1,500,000 players, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. We letting so few people in? Aqua Rose was somewhat confused. After the upgrade, Silverwing Town occupied twice as much space. Even if they allowed 2 million players in, the town would, at most, be as crowded as it had been as a basic town. That's quite a lot already, actually. Shi Feng could not help but laugh at Aqua Rose's greed. Moreover, Silverwing Town isn't just meant for players. We need to leave some space for NPCs. Leave space for NPCs? Aqua Rose's confusion grew after listening to Shi Feng's explanation. In any case, open the town to the public. You'll understand what I mean in a moment, Shi Feng said as he gazed at the anxious crowd outside of the town. He did not bother to explain further. In God's domain, while players were important to a guild town's development, NPCs were equally important. But in a neutral map, NPCs were even more so. This was because NPCs could increase a town's popularity. Most importantly, they could create opportunities that would allow some players to get rich overnight or instantly become peak experts. However, players had only discovered this later in the game. Shi Feng had to focus on preparing for that inevitability now. This was especially true now that he had the Caravan Guard order. Aqua Rose said nothing more after receiving Shi Feng's order. Immediately, she had some guild members gather at the town's entrance and open the gates. When the town finally reopened, a swarm of players surged into Silverwing Town. When these players saw the various buildings inside the town's walls, they were stupefied. Is this really Silverwing Town? Crap. This is too extravagant. This place can rival a small NPC city. Everyone exclaimed in shock when they saw the town's tall buildings. Quick, come over here and take a look. There's a 5-story tall smithy. Amazing! What kind of smithy is this? It's actually run by NPC master forgers. We can place custom orders and break down our old weapons and equipment here. Even if I never raid team dungeons, I can now get my hands on top-tier equipment. Stop dreaming. Didn't you see the price for custom-made items? You also have to provide the required materials. It's still better than having no access to top-tier weapons and equipment. Look, you can even order level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment. Do you think the various large guilds would sell level 50 dark gold equipment to independent players like us? When the independent players discovered the advanced Smithy's abilities, they went crazy with excitement. The services even tempted quite a few guild players. While the players in Silverwing Town discussed the advanced Smithy, Shi Feng paid a visit to Star Moon Kingdom's Star Moon City. When he arrived, Shi Feng made his way towards the headquarters of the kingdom's Adventurers Association. Lord Protector, how may I be of service? Elk, an NPC senior administrator, respectfully asked as he approached Shi Feng. I wish to commission the association to set up a trade route to Silverwing Town, Shi Feng stated as he took out a token made of black iron. This token was none other than the Caravan Guard Order. Chapter 1823, Setting Up a Trade Route. Setting up a trade route? Senior Administrator Elk was surprised when he saw the black iron token in Shi Feng's hand. He then warned Shi Feng, Lord Protector, although you have a Caravan Guard Order and indeed qualify to set up a trade route to a town, I must warn you that it is not such an easy task. The cost involved is astronomical. Moreover, since you are setting up a trade route to Star Moon Kingdom's capital city, not only will the cost be much higher, but the risks are also significant. If you abandon the operation before it is complete, this Caravan Guard Order will become useless. I understand. However, I am confident in securing a trade route to Silverwing Town, Shi Feng said, nodding. He knew what it meant to set up a trade route. After all, he had done so many times during his previous life. If a guild town wanted to become more attractive to NPC merchants and increase the town's development speed, it had to have trade routes. Once the trade routes were in place, the town would acquire another benefit. The town in question would gain priority over rare items that NPC merchants transported. In addition, NPC merchants that used the trade route would pay the town a usage fee. While these privileges might not seem like much, they would become a neutral town's main income source before it became a city. As a town's popularity increased, more NPC merchants would visit it. Even ordinary NPCs that used the trade routes would have to pay a usage fee. The trade route would become a safe path to the town and would include high-tiered NPCs to escort visiting and departing NPCs. Not even level 100 players would dare to ambush such a trade route. Although the usage fee was only 80 coppers per NPC, if 100,000 NPCs used the trade route each day, the trade route would generate 800 gold each day. Moreover, this was only one trade route. As the ruling guild set up more trade routes, the town would generate more income. However, players could only set up trade routes for neutral towns. This function was not available for guild towns in kingdoms and empires. This function was only available to intermediate towns and above, as well. In addition, the number of NPCs that visited a guild town via the trade route would depend on the NPC city the town was connected to. The more prosperous the NPC city was, the more NPC visitors a guild town would see. If players set up a trade route to a capital city, it was almost guaranteed that their guild town would see 100,000 to 200,000 visiting NPCs every day. If the trade route were connected to an ordinary NPC city, the town would only receive around 20,000 to 50,000 NPCs. However, the more prosperous an NPC city was, the more difficult it would be to set up a trade route. Aside from a revenue source, trade routes were a good method for players to acquire rare resources. Not all of an NPC merchant caravan's goods were available to players. A considerable portion would be reserved for other NPCs. Normally, players weren't allowed to purchase these items, but if a guild town had priority over NPC merchants' goods, not only would the town's owner have access to rare items for players, but they'd also have access to NPC-reserved items. Many of the NPC-reserved items were materials that were very difficult to purchase via the player market. Sometimes, NPCs even sold large quantities of magic crystals. Only, they cost significantly more than the market price. Even so, this was a valuable opportunity for guilds. While it was easy to convert magic crystals into coins, the opposite wasn't. This was especially true with a large stock of magic crystals. However, NPCs were different from players. NPCs had a much easier time acquiring magic crystals because NPCs occupied most or veins that were capable of producing magic crystals and within kingdoms and empires' borders. It was fairly normal to find NPCs who sold magic crystals carrying a stock of 5,000 to 10,000. On the other hand, one would be hard-pressed to purchase 5,000 to 10,000 magic crystals from players. NPC merchants occasionally sold rare advanced designs as well. Although these designs would similarly be overpriced, their rarity made the cost worth it. After all, it was almost impossible to purchase advanced designs from other players. If one were extremely lucky, they could even find NPC merchants that sold fragmented legendary items or clues leading to such treasures. Although such occurrences were ridiculously rare, based on player-collected statistics, the more NPCs merchants that visited a guild town, the higher the ruling guild's chances were of finding an NPC that carried such items and clues. Naturally, every clue that led to a fragmented legendary item was extremely valuable. Since there was a possibility to acquire fragmented legendary items, Silverwing wouldn't miss the opportunity. Since players in the past hadn't often spoken about how they had acquired their fragmented legendary items, Silverwing knew very few methods to do so. In fact, most players wouldn't even reveal the fact that they owned a fragmented legendary item. Hence, Silverwing only knew about the relatively famous fragmented legendary items. However, the methods of acquiring those items were incredibly demanding, so he couldn't hunt them down at this stage of the game. Since you understand the risks involved, that is fine. If you wish to set up a trade route to Silverwing Town, it will cost you a base fee of 10,000 gold and 5,000 magic crystals. As you possess an ordinary caravan guard order, you are only allowed to form a 100-man team. The team will require a minimum of one advanced magician to carve magic arrays on the route to repel monsters, Senior Administrator Elk explained. Lord Protector, may I know if you will need me to introduce you to some mercenaries to accompany on your journey? Of course, Feng said, nodding. The caravan guard order was a trigger to activate the special quest for setting up a trade route. While Feng could rely on players to complete this quest, he could also enlist the help of the Adventurers Association's mercenaries at this stage of the game. NPC mercenaries were undoubtedly much stronger than players. Hence, players that acquired a caravan guard order at this stage of the game would generally hire mercenaries to aid them. Unfortunately, the price was quite high. In the past, some guilds had tried to save money, confident that their members would be strong enough to handle the task. However, while Zero Wing's main force was very powerful, the trade route he wanted to establish required crossing the border into the Or Empire. When establishing a trade route, the system would occasionally send monsters to interfere. These monsters would be 15 levels higher than the local monsters, and many of the Or Empire's monsters were level 60 or higher. In that case, the interfering monsters would be level 75 and above once he entered the Empire. These monsters were too high of a level for Zero Wing's main force members at this time, so they weren't suitable for this quest. Ori. Here is a list of mercenaries willing to undergo this challenge with you, Lord Protector, Elk said before handing Feng a list. The quest to set up a trade route was very special and very dangerous. Players couldn't simply hire whatever NPC mercenaries they wished. The available mercenaries would depend on the player's status in the Adventurers Association. The higher one's status was, the more NPC mercenaries they could choose from for the operation. Amazing. 4-star treatment in the Adventurers Association is really a great help when setting up a trade route. Feng could not help his surprise when he read the list. During his previous life, he had only been able to recruit 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs at best. As a result, he had struggled to set up trade routes for Shadow's neutral towns. Now, however, even 2-star, Tier 3 NPCs had applied to join his quest, not to mention 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs. He had to admit that the Spirit Slayer Advanced title came with some awesome benefits. Without hesitation, Feng spent over 15,000 gold to hire 97 mercenaries, spending almost every coin he had on hand. The weakest mercenaries he hired were level 80, 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs, with the strongest being level 83, 2-star, Tier 3 NPCs. Overall, his team had 15 Tier 3 NPCs. After Feng handled the necessary procedures and learned how to draw the necessary advanced magic array, he summoned the level 85 Anna and level 83 Kite. With 97 other NPCs in tow, he grandly departed Star Moon City, riding secret silver transport carriages. The secret silver transport carriages were an extraordinary sight to behold. 5-meter-tall lightning-horned earth dragons pulled the carriages behind them. The earth dragons themselves were great lords, and watching the caravan move down the city streets was spectacular. What's going on? Is the city hosting some kind of event? That's not it. The lead transport carriage's driver is a player. Could this be a player-triggered event? That player is wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem. Zero Wing is so awesome. It can actually produce such powerful carriages? There are over 10 Tier 3 NPCs in the caravan. This is ridiculous. Chapter 1824, Strong Legion. Shortly after the 10 secret silver transport carriages being pulled by lightning-horned earth dragons appeared on the streets of Star Moon City, the sight quickly sent the entire city into an uproar. The adventurer teams that made a living by delivering items were green with envy as they looked at the transport carriages. Transport carriages might not seem particularly important in the game right now, as players could simply store items inside their bag spaces and teleport to other cities. However, as players reached higher levels, transport carriages would become increasingly relevant. The number of items that could not be stored inside players' bag space would increase as players progressed further into the game. Such non-bag space items were extremely valuable, and the only way to transport them was via transport carriages. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams could purchase only horse-drawn transport carriages. On the other hand, the secret silver transport carriages had great lord-ranked lightning-horned earth dragons pulling them. There was simply no comparison between the two. Just the aura of the earth dragons was enough to scare away the mobs one would normally come across out in the fields. Not to mention, the transport carriage itself was like a huge house. One could easily imagine how many non-bag space items the transport carriage could store in such a huge transport carriage as expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. I wonder when our adventurer team will be able to obtain a transport carriage like that? That's right. If we have a transport carriage like that, we can earn over 10 gold per delivery trip. The adventurer team members seated on the advanced transport carriages parked along the streets cast covetous looks at the lightning-horned earth dragons currently. The minimum price in the delivery business for transporting a non-bag space item was 1 silver coin. The price scaled up depending on the distance traveled. Meanwhile, the adventurer team members estimated that the secret silver transport carriage could carry over 100 non-bag space items. This assumption was because the advanced transport carriages they owned were only the size of an ordinary horse carriage but could already carry a maximum of 60 non-bag space items. No matter how they looked at it, the house-sized transport carriages should be capable of transporting at least 100 non-bag space items. Only Feng knew that the value of the secret silver transport carriage was actually not the slightest bit inferior to a secret silver speedboat. The secret silver transport carriage could carry 350 non-bag space items and 30,000 bag space items. The 10 transport carriages lent to him this time were meant to convey the materials needed to carve special magic arrays. Each of these materials took up 1 non-bag space slot. Moreover, in terms of speed, the lightning-horned earth dragons were superior to even dark gold mounts. While the players on the streets were talking about the secret silver transport carriages, the lightning-horned earth dragons took only a few seconds to disappear from everyone's sight as they galloped toward the city's main gate. Although some members of large guilds tried to follow Feng and investigate his actions, their mysterious iron mounts could only eat the earth dragon's dust as they watched the secret silver transport carriages disappear from view. Sure enough, secret silver transport carriages are really fast. If Zero Wing can acquire one, transporting diamond wood and 7 luminaries crystals on land would be a lot easier. Feng could not help but be astonished as he looked at the scenery rapidly flashing by. If a transport carriage possessed such speed, even robbing it would become a very tough proposition. However, during his previous life, first-rate guilds would be very fortunate if they could acquire even bronze transport carriages, let alone secret silver transport carriages. After traveling for about half an hour, Feng arrived at a crossroads. He then stopped the caravan and had all the NPCs stand guard. Someone traveling from Star Moon City to Silverwing Town on a dark gold mount wouldn't be able to complete the journey even after traveling continuously for 5 or 6 days. Not to mention, one would have to cross many high-level regions during the journey. Fortunately, he was only setting up a trade route, so he didn't need to travel its entire length. All he had to do was connect some trade routes that previously were unconnected. By doing so, he would be able to bypass a few high-level regions and carve out a trade route to Silverwing Town that would come across monsters no higher than level 80. If this task were left to a first-timer, creating such a safe path without several days' worth of research would be impossible, due to a lack of familiarity with the existing trade routes of Star Moon Kingdom. Feng, however, knew the trade routes present within the kingdom like the back of his hand. After all, back when he was serving as Shadow's guild leader, he had been the one responsible for setting up the majority of the trade routes owned by Shadow. Hence, he was well aware of which existing trade routes would get him from Star Moon City to the borders of the Orc Empire safely and swiftly. Feng spent about 10 minutes to carve out a magic array in the middle of the crossroads. When he activated the magic array, a blue ripple spread out from the magic array and stopped only after covering a 30,000-yard radius. The monsters close to the crossroads immediately started distancing themselves from it. After a short moment, a safe path was established between the route he currently stood on and a nearby trade route. After completing this task, he led his caravan toward the nearest NPC town. He then used the teleportation array there to travel to another NPC town and continued connecting other independent trade routes. Throughout his journey, he caused quite a commotion across the entire Star Moon Kingdom. The various major powers based within the kingdom grew restless and confused at Feng's actions, unable to figure out what Zero Wing was trying to do. After running around for a day or so, Feng successfully created a new trade route that connected Star Moon City and the border between Star Moon Kingdom and the Orc Empire. For the remainder of the trade route, due to the absence of existing trade routes within the Orc Empire, Feng had no choice but to create an entirely new one by himself. When the various guild players grinding and questing in the Orc Empire's outer area saw the secret silver transport carriages approaching, they involuntarily gaped in shock. Compared to the lightning-horned earth dragons pulling the transport carriages, the level 60 orcs trying to stop the carriages were nothing more than jokes. The earth dragons sent every orc that stood in their path flying with a single headbutt. In the end, the lightning-horned earth dragons took only a brief moment to break through the blockade of several thousand orcs. Then, after reaching an empty section of the road, the convoy of carriages suddenly came to a halt. In the next moment, level 70-plus orcs and monsters appeared out of nowhere and charged at the cloaked man that just alighted from the lead carriage. The man was sporting a six-winged emblem. As the orcs and monsters closed in on the man, groups of NPCs got off the other carriages and took up a defensive formation. These NPCs were all level 80 and above, and even the weakest among them was Tier 2. Despite facing an army of several thousand monsters, these NPCs remained steadfast as they defended the cloaked man. Meanwhile, the dozen or so Tier 3 NPCs fighting in the front lines sent groups of Lord-ranked orcs and monsters flying. With a casual attack among these NPCs was a golden-haired beauty that summoned a Great Lord-ranked golden giant, which thoroughly suppressed the Great Lord-ranked orc leading the assault on the caravan. Meanwhile, every offensive spell cast by the golden-haired beauty wrenched a cry of pain from the Great Lord-ranked orc, whose HP decreased rapidly. The army of several thousand orcs and monsters were utterly helpless against this 100-man team. The monsters couldn't even get within 30 yards of Feng before dying at the NPC's hands. The horrific scene made the spectating guild players nearby shudder in fear. Meanwhile, the spectating guilds included the Blackwater Guild, which Feng was very familiar with. Currently, there was a 1,000-man team from Blackwater present led by Singular Burial. At this moment, however, Singular Burial no longer had a tyrannical air around him. After suffering consecutive defeats, he had lost all his corporate backing, which left him in an extremely awkward position in the Blackwater Guild. Now, he was only an inconspicuous elder in Blackwater. Moreover, he was only level 53 right now. He looked nothing like the almighty guild leader of Heaven's Burial. Who is that person? How is he able to control so many NPCs? Wait a minute. Isn't that female NPC one of Black Flame's personal guards? She is. That's Anna. Crap, doesn't that mean that player is Black Flame? Not good. Black Flame is looking over. At this moment, when Blackwater's members looked at Feng, fear flooded their hearts because they were all fully aware that he could command the NPCs around him to reap their lives at a whim. Meanwhile, they would be utterly powerless to do anything about it. Chapter 1825. One success was built atop the sacrifice of thousands. As the NPC legion pushed back the approaching orc and monster army, a wall of corpses quickly formed on each side of the road. These NPCs are so strong. I get the feeling that this NPC team can even raid an ordinary guild town. I know, right? Just look at those Tier 3 NPCs going. They are throwing level 70-plus Great Lords with a single hit. Their individual combat power is likely even higher than Grand Lords of the same rank. Even if these Tier 3 NPCs aren't enough to raid a guild town, they're more than enough to kill every one of us. As expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. With the ability to control so many powerful NPCs, Black Flame could easily annihilate armies of tens of thousands of players. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are helpless against Zero Wing. The various spectating guilds and adventurer teams gulped as they watched the fight between the NPCs and monsters. Tier 2 NPCs were much stronger than Tier 2 players of the same level. Only peak experts with several pieces of epic equipment could possibly contend with an ordinary Tier 2 NPC. If Tier 2 players tried to face a Tier 2 NPC that was over 20 levels higher, they could only wait for their deaths. As for Tier 3 NPCs, they would only need a few moves to finish off Tier 2 players. If the targeted Tier 2 players lacked defensive capabilities, they might die after one hit. If these NPCs turned their blades against Tier 1 players like themselves, a single attack would be more than enough to kill several of them instantly. Blackwater's members are probably doomed. That's right. Blackwater has been picking a lot of fights with Zero Wing in the Orc Empire. Now that Black Flame has found some of Blackwater's members, he'll massacre them. The various large guilds members couldn't help but watch Blackwater's members with pity as they fought the local orcs nowadays. Blackwater and Zero Wing's members would fight whenever they came across each other in the fields. Although Blackwater currently had over 1,000 members present, before the Sword King, the group was a joke. Furthermore, Black Flame had a team of level 80+ NPCs with him. This further reduced the chances of Blackwater's members escaping this place alive. Why is Black Flame here? We're doomed. We're doomed. Fear colored the faces of Blackwater's members as they watched Feng. They had experienced the man's might firsthand, so they knew just how powerful he was. Black Flame was truly unstoppable. He could easily single out and kill a specific player while surrounded by an army of tens of thousands. Although their team currently had over 1,000 well-equipped elite and expert players, Black Flame could annihilate them all by himself. Their only option was to run. If others heard their thoughts, they'd be a laughingstock. If 1,000 elite players simultaneously attacked a single expert, one move should be enough to end the battle. Even a peak expert would try to avoid a 1,000-man enemy elite team. How could a lone player possibly defeat an army of elite players? However, they knew very, very well that the likelihood of such a situation was high. Not only did Black Flame possess multiple large-scale destruction spells, but he also had ridiculous movement speed. He also had enough strength to contend with mythic monsters. In addition, he was capable of summoning powerful monsters. It wasn't an exaggeration to call Black Flame a one-man army, damn it. Why is he here? Singular Burial paled when he saw Feng's cloaked figure looking at Feng now. Singular Burial was no longer as confident as he had been in the past. He harbored no thoughts of fighting Feng as he knew that doing so would be a waste of energy. In fact, it would only lead to a quicker death. Singular Burial could not understand why Feng had come to a backwater place like this. They were currently in the Orc Empire's outer region. For an expert of Feng's caliber, only grinding or questing in the Empire's core would be worth his time. He had struggled to stabilize his standing in Blackwater. In the hopes of elevating his position in the guild, he had been doing his best to raise the Heaven's Burial members that had followed him to join Blackwater, yet before his efforts could bear fruit, he had encountered Feng. "Commander, what should we do?" Daybreak Fog revealed a somber expression when she saw Feng. As well, after Heaven's Burial disbanded and Flame Blood was crippled, over half of Heaven's Burial's main force members had chosen separate paths. Because of this, their positions in Blackwater had plummeted. Among their 1,000-man team, only 100 or so were experts. While this might be a high number compared to other 1,000-man elite teams, it was nowhere near enough to deal with Feng. To Feng, their experts were no different than the team's elite players. The Swordsman could kill them all with one hit. We don't have any other choice. Have everyone slowly retreat. We can't afford another loss. Get ready to use the Tier 3 group instantaneous teleportation scroll to send the main force away from this place. Everyone else should spread out and run. Absolutely do not fight Black Flame, Singular Burial said, gnashing his teeth. The Tier 3 group instantaneous teleportation scroll was extremely valuable, an item he had obtained after completing a difficult team quest. It was also the only life-saving tool he had to save his team. However, the teleportation scroll could only teleport a maximum of 100 players. He couldn't transport his entire team. I understand. Daybreak Fog nodded. She then took a silver magic scroll from her bag and eyed Feng's every movement. If she noticed the slightest change, she'd activate the scroll immediately. However, Feng, who sat on the leading transport carriage, had finally finished carving an expulsion magic array on a crystal shard. He then tossed the crystal to the ground before him and started chanting an incantation. Very quickly, the crystal merged with the earth. A slightly incomplete magic array then formed beneath Feng's feet. Seeing this, Feng took out several light blue crystals to complete the array. Once complete, a blue ripple of light radiated out from the array as if something had frightened them. The level 70+ orcs and monsters, which had been busy fighting the NPCs, fled from the caravan. Even the orcs and monsters several hundred yards away from the caravan began to back away. The spectating crowd nearby stared with dropped jaws. What did he just do? The several thousand orcs and monsters that had previously occupied the road had retreated by over 500 yards, watching the road in terror. Every monster as far as the eye could see did the same. Not one dared to approach the road. Once Shifeng finished his work, he collected the leftover materials. As he returned to the transport carriage, he noticed a 1,000-man legion backing away from his position. Singular burial? Shifeng quickly spotted singular burial among this 1,000-man legion. However, his old enemy watched him cautiously. Seeing this, Shifeng could not help but sigh inwardly. Currently, singular burial wore a mix of level 50 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Aside from the man's longbow, Shifeng could easily discern the rank of his other items. Looking at him now, it was hard to believe singular burial had once been the guild leader of an almighty guild in Starmoon Kingdom. This was the cruel reality of God's domain. In God's domain, one's success was built atop the sacrifice of thousands. After a glance at singular burial, Shifeng climbed back onto his transport carriage and had the convoy continue down the road. If he did not complete the trade route quickly, the expulsion magic arrays he had already set up within the Empire would begin to disappear. This was the time limit players had to endure. The system would not allow players to take their sweet time when establishing a trade route. As for killing singular burial and the others, he had no interest in such a task. Moreover, with singular burial's current state, he didn't consider the man a threat. After realizing that Shifeng was leaving without a fight, Blackwater's members breathed a deep sigh of relief. Commander, Black Flame left. Daybreak Fog could not help but cry out with joy when she saw Shifeng drive his transport carriage away. When Shifeng had turned to look at them, she had nearly used the precious group instantaneous teleportation scroll. Out of anxieties, he left. Singular burial wore an expression of mixed indignation and sadness as he watched Shifeng leave. He had noticed a hint of pity in Shifeng's eyes. This discovery had dealt an unprecedented mental blow. Is he trying to say that I don't even qualify to face him now? Chapter 1826. Vulcan Sigh. After Shifeng left, all of the various large guilds members visibly relaxed. Black Flame is leaving, just like that? He doesn't intend to deal with Blackwater's members? My guess is that Black Flame finds it beneath him to deal with them. I've watched the battles that occurred at the primordial divine ruin. Black Flame had soloed a mythic monster. Then he sent both Blackwater's army and the evil beast army running with their tails tucked between their legs. A measly 1,000-man elite team probably isn't worth his effort. Black Flame is too strong. His presence alone was enough to make the various large guilds shrink back with fear. It's no wonder why Black Flame is recognized as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. He is far stronger than those famous peak experts. The adventurer teams watching from a short distance away were shocked when they looked at the various guild players, who watched the departing convoy cautiously. They had never thought that the presence of a single player would be enough to deter so many guild players. They had all heard many rumors about Black Flame, but they had assumed the rumors were jokes and baseless assertions. However, they simply treated those rumors as jokes and baseless assertions. However, after seeing the man in person today, they finally understood that the rumors were actually true. In fact, Black Flame was even scarier than the rumors made him out to be. Because of this discovery, many of these independent players, who hadn't been interested in joining any guild, began to have second thoughts. They all considered joining Zero Wing, especially the Swordsman players. This was especially true for Swordsman players. Unbeknownst to Shifeng, his casual action of sparing Blackwater's members had made many independent players in the Orc Empire reconsider their position about joining his guild. At the same time, news of Shifeng's appearance in the Orc Empire had reached the various dark players hiding in the Empire. Commander, we have discovered Black Flame. Where? He's near the Orc Empire's border. However, there are quite a number of NPCs moving with him. Taking him out won't be easy. Follow after him for now. I'll gather our members and head over as soon as possible. As long as our Wind's Arrow adventurer team kills Black Flame once, we'll qualify to join Dark Soul. We cannot miss this opportunity, so follow him closely. Understood. The various Dark Adventurer teams operating within the Orc Empire began to make their way towards Shifeng some time ago. The Dark Knight Empire's Dark Soul had placed a bounty on Zero Wing. For each Zero Wing upper echelon killed, one could earn a Dark Mutation slot. If one managed to kill Zero Wing's guild leader, regardless of whether an individual or an entire team completed the task, both would be welcomed to join Dark Soul. Individuals would be given command of a new adventurer team in Dark Soul to players that operated in the dark. Dark Soul's reputation was equivalent to that of a super guild. Joining the Dark Alliance and become one of its commander-level figures was no different than becoming the vice guild leader in a super guild. Why wouldn't such an offer be tempting? The various Dark Adventurer teams and several Dark Guilds began an enthusiastic search for Black Flame. Although Black Flame was very powerful, even giants would fall against overwhelming numbers. God's Domain also had many special methods to kill players. Dark Soul had not specified a requirement to defeat Black Flame with raw strength. The lightning-horned earth dragons dashed down the Orc Empire's gravel roads as Shifeng ventured deeper into the Orc Empire. Stronger monsters and orcs showed up to hinder his progress. Initially, most of the monsters had only been chieftains, but now, lords began to target his caravan. If not for the lightning-horned earth dragons being level 80 great lords, the monsters in their way would have stopped the caravan long ago. Sure enough, it really is difficult to set up a trade rule in a land ruled by the dark forces. Shifeng inwardly celebrated as he watched one lord-ranked orc get knocked aside after another. Fortunately, he was the first player to set up a trade route in Starmoon Kingdom and had the privilege of using the lightning-horned earth dragons. Normally, players would only have access to mysterious iron transport carriages, which were only pulled by lord-ranked monsters, when setting up a trade route. Traveling through a neutral map under the Dark Forces rule with such carriages would be extremely difficult. He would have had to stop his progress whenever he was attacked. In that case, he would have had to rely on the NPCs he had hired to clear a path or dispatch a large number of his guild members to do so. With the lightning-horned earth dragons, however, he could simply bulldoze his way through. Though, due to the large number of orcs and monsters blocking his path, his advance had slowed considerably. Now, the transport carriages only moved a little faster than players running at full speed. Meanwhile, this was only the beginning of the Dark Forces territory. As Shifeng traveled deeper into the Empire, he would encounter more numerous and powerful orcs and monsters, which even the Tier 3 NPCs accompanying him would have some trouble with. After about 8 hours, Shifeng arrived before an orc fortress. According to the system map, the fortress was the final point for the trade route. This quest. Does it really want me to build the expulsion magic array inside the fortress? As Shifeng watched the patrolling orcs on the fortress's walls, he wondered if he had read his system map wrong. This was nothing like the orcs he had faced on the road earlier. On his way here, he had faced wild orcs or orc patrols, but these orcs were members of the Orc Empire's well-trained army. Fortunately, due to his quest, the fortress only had around 3,000 orc guards, far fewer than normal. In return, however, their levels and rank had increased significantly. Now, the weakest orc guarding the fortress was a chieftain, with the majority of the orcs being lords. The leader of these creatures was even a level 80 mythic-ranked orc general. After spotting Shifeng's caravan, the orc general raised its greatsword with one hand and loosed a furious roar. Suddenly, the army of 3,000 orcs stationed inside the fortress flooded out of the fortress's gates and marched towards Shifeng's caravan. Sturdy, shield-wielding orcs occupied the front line while agile, bow-wielding orcs moved at the rear. The orc army's approach even made the NPCs with Shifeng nervous. Shifeng could see well over 100 Great Lord-ranked orcs and over a dozen Grand Lords. This force was on an entirely different level than the caravan's contingent. As Shifeng wondered if something had gone awry, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, you have triggered the epic trade route quest, Orc King's Ambitions. You may choose to accept or abandon this quest. If you complete this quest, you will receive a commendation from Starmoon Kingdom and qualify to build an airport. Abandoning this quest will not affect your original trade route quest. If you choose to abandon this quest, the system will designate an alternative path for the trade route. You have 3 minutes to consider. An epic trade route quest? Shifeng was stunned when he read the system notification, but after seeing the quest rewards, he couldn't help his growing excitement. Could this be the reward for being the first player to set up a trade route? The qualifications to build an airport. Countless guilds in neutral maps dreamed of acquiring this qualification, but very few succeeded in doing so. In the past, not a single guild had revealed how they had managed it. Meanwhile, the sensational scene at the Orc Fortress stupefied the various Dark Adventurer teams and Dark guilds following Sure Phone crap. What's going on? Is Black Flame trying to raid the fortress? Does he intend to raid a fortress by himself? Is he crazy? Black Flame is insane. That's an Orc Fortress we're talking about. Although he can stand against a mythic monster for some time, capturing a fortress is a different story entirely. Even if he has some NPCs to support him, ambushing a fortress is impossible. As the Dark players watched the distance between the Orc army and Shurfeng's caravan decrease, they were dumbfounded. They had watched many guilds try to raid one of the Orc Empire's fortresses before, but this was the first time they had seen a single player attempt it. Commander, what should we do? Should we attack Black Flame? These orcs are too high-leveled. Moreover, there's a mythic orc among them. If we attack carelessly, we might get dragged into the fight. Let's wait. It won't be too late to take action once the Orc army pushes Black Flame and his NPCs back. All of the Dark Adventurer teams and Dark guilds following Sure Phone came to the same decision. Meanwhile, as the Orc army approached the caravan, Sure Phone and his NPCs prepared for battle. Let's give it a try, Sure Phone decided after analyzing his current combat power and the challenge. The quest had only mentioned that he needed to set up an expulsion magic array in the fortress, not capture the fortress. There was a huge difference between the two tasks. Naturally, the former was far easier. Moreover, this was a valuable opportunity. It would be a huge waste to give it up. Grinding his teeth, Sure Phone accepted the quest. He then pulled a magic scroll with crimson divine runes from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than the Tier 4 continuous use magic scroll, Vulcan Sigh, which he had acquired from the gold magic crystal treasure chest in the Eclipse throne. The magic scroll was even more valuable than ordinary epic equipment. Vulcan Sigh was also an extremely rare summoning scroll. He had hoped to save the scroll as a trump card for any future guild wars, but using it to complete this epic trade route quest was worth the expenditure, following which, Sure Phone injected 1,000 magic crystals of mana into the magic scroll and activated it. In the next moment, a crimson, threefold magic array manifested beneath Sure Feng's feet. The sky also began to transform, and the earth started to quake. Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Everyone noticed dark clouds block out the sun. A moment later, the space around Sure Phone began to freeze. The spectating Dark players felt a powerful aura assault their minds and bodies. Chapter 1827, Battle of Monsters. As the dusky space froze, over 24 magic arrays appeared in the cloudy sky, radiating a light that illuminated the Orc Fortress and its surroundings. As these magic arrays manifested, the Dark players felt their aura's intensity increase, making their bodies feel much heavier than a moment ago. As the heavy feeling grew, they began to panic. What's going on? Why can't I move? What did Black Flame do? Everyone quickly discovered that they couldn't even move a finger, much less walk away. They felt as if time had stopped. Moreover, they weren't the only ones subjected to this phenomenon. Even the Orc army had fallen deathly silent. Some orcs had even lost strength to stand and fell to a knee, terrified, following which, the sky shattered and formed a massive black hole. If one looked closely, they would notice a pair of flaming eyes as large as small mountains within the black hole. As these eyes appeared, the pressure on the players present increased yet again. Immediately, all of the orcs, including the mythic-ranked orc general, slumped to the ground and shuddered in fear. What's going on? It's over. We're doomed. Damn it. This must be a trap Black Flame set up. We've been tricked. As the Dark players looked up at the massive pair of eyes, they sensed their impending death and destruction. They weren't even ants before the owner of those eyes. As long as the creature willed it, its aura alone would slay these players. It wouldn't even need to attack the players from the various Dark Adventurer teams, and Dark guilds suddenly regretted their decision to target Sure Phone. Just as everyone cowered before their doom, the pair of flaming orbs vanished abruptly before fire began to pour from the black hole, raining down on the Orc Empire like meteors. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions shook the Orc fortress and the area. The ground trembled so violently that the dark players, who stood quite a distance away, nearly lost their footing. The shower of fire continued for 6 seconds, transforming the earth under the Orc army into a burning hellscape. By the time flames stopped pouring out of the black hole, the chieftain-ranked Orcs had been wiped out while the lords sustained heavy injuries. The several thousand dark players gasped when they saw this outcome. With one attack, Shifeng had obliterated half of the entire Orc army. However, before the crowd could recover from their shock, the fire on the battlefield converged and transformed into easily over 100 flame giants. The weakest among these flame giants was a level 80 High Lord, whereas the strongest 5 were level 82 Grand Lords. Vulcan Sigh is actually so powerful. Even Shifeng was astonished as he gazed at the flame giants. He had assumed that he'd be lucky to summon even one Grand Lord. He had never expected for Vulcan Sigh to summon such a powerful legion of flame giants. After the single activation of Vulcan Sigh, Shifeng noticed that the magic scroll had lost half of its durability. In other words, Vulcan Sigh was a continuous use magic scroll that could only be used twice. Moreover, he would have to wait 2 natural days before he could use the scroll again. He could not use it consecutively. However, Shifeng was very satisfied with the result. Although most Tier 4 continuous use magic scrolls could be used 4 to 6 times, their effects couldn't compare to Vulcan Sigh. The Flame Legion's arrival instantly disrupted the Orc army's formation. The 20-meter-tall Grand Lord-ranked flame giants sent over a dozen Orcs flying with a single slap. In terms of strength, even the Grand Lord-ranked Orc warriors were no match for the Grand Lord-ranked flame giants. For a time, the Legion of Flame Giants brought chaos to the Orc army. The battle between the Flame Giants and Orcs was earth-shattering. Sounds of slaughter and explosions echoed across the barren plains that surrounded the Orc fortress, stupefying the dark players that hid in the distant forest. Although the battle only involved several thousand monsters, it was no less intense than a battle between tens of thousands of players. If players joined this fight, even the shockwaves from the Orcs and Flame Giants clashing would vaporize them. While the Orc army tangled with the Flame Legion, Shifeng used the opportunity to lead his NPC mercenaries past the Orc army and towards the Orc fortress. He did not need to exterminate the Orc army to capture the fortress. He only needed to set up the expulsion magic array inside of it. Moreover, Shifeng did not think that he could defeat the Orc army. The army was led by a mythic Orc, after all. Although the Flame Giants were powerful, a mythic-ranked creature could easily suppress them. Furthermore, the Flame Legion was badly outnumbered. It was only a matter of time before the Orcs wiped the Legion out. When Shifeng was within 500 yards of the fortress, the level 80 Orc general discovered his group. With a roar, the Orc general raised its Greatsword, firing a chilling beam attack at the Grand Lord-ranked Flame Giant before it. The attack sent the Flame Giant flying back as a layer of ice formed on the ground before the Orc general. The mythic Orc then led a group of subordinates as they ran down the icy path its attack had created to block the fortress's entrance with their bodies. Other Orcs also began to abandon their fights with the Flame Giants, charging towards Shifeng's group. Sure enough, they won't let me through so easily. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the Orc general before the fortress's entrance. He then turned toward Anna and ordered, "Do it." Nodding, Anna began to chant as she approached the Orc general. When less than 100 yards separated the two, Anna finished her spell and pointed her staff at the Orc general. Suddenly, a level 85, Tier 4 Valkyrie descended from the sky using an advanced instantaneous movement. The Valkyrie instantly appeared before the Orc general and swept the lightning spear in her hands at the mythic Orc. Boom. Failing to react in time to the strike, the Orc general and a dozen or so Great Lord-ranked Orcs got sent flying over 100 yards to the side. The Valkyrie's frightening strength had even shattered the ground before her, creating a small ravine. Good. Shifeng then led his group into the fortress, commanding his NPC mercenaries to guard the entrance while he headed for the system-designated location to set up the expulsion magic array. The fortress's entrance wasn't particularly large. 20 NPCs would be more than enough to form a barricade. Fortunately, the fortress's walls had been enhanced with magic runes, and not even mythic monsters would be able to jump over them. Now, the orcs could only enter the fortress if they destroyed its walls or the NPCs guarding the entrance. The fortress walls were quite sturdy, and it would even take a mythic monster some time to destroy them. By the time the orc general created an opening, Feng would have long since completed his task. The only way the orc general could get into the fortress before Feng finished was through the main entrance, hence stationing guards would be enough very quickly. Feng found the targeted location. Wasting no time, he immediately took out a large, blue crystal from his epic-ranked spatial bag and began to engrave the expulsion magic array. As the seconds ticked by, more orcs tried to force their way into the fortress. The Tier 2 NPCs defending the entrance began to die, one after another. Only the Tier 3 NPCs barely held their ground against the Grand Lord-ranked orc warriors. The Valkyrie fought a fierce battle against the orc general outside of the building, doing her best to injure the mythic orc. Meanwhile, the orc general was utterly powerless to stop the beating. Although the orc general was a level 80 mythic-ranked creature, the Valkyrie was a level 85 mythic-ranked angel. There was a massive difference between the two beings' life ratings. The Valkyrie completely overpowered the orc general, and it took everything it had just to block the Valkyrie's attacks. Occasionally, the orc general slipped up, and the Valkyrie's attacks sent it flying. The watching dark players were flabbergasted. The various commanders and upper echelons from the dark adventurer teams and dark guilds wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they hadn't rushed to attack Feng. The consequences would have been unimaginably dire. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the orc general was heavily injured, greatly reducing its combat power. Now, it was only slightly more powerful than the Grand Lord-ranked orc warriors. I need to hurry. When Feng saw the orc general attack the guards at the entrance, he began to inscribe runes faster. 20 seconds. 40 seconds. 60 seconds. Once the orc general rejoined the fight, more NPC mercenaries began to fall. In just 60 seconds, over 10 Tier 2 NPCs had died. One of the Tier 3 NPCs had even sustained heavy injuries. When there were fewer than 30 NPC mercenaries remaining, the orc general used a powerful skill and charged past the blockade. Upon entering the fortress and spotting Feng, the orc general roared and swung its greatsword at the offending swordsman. Suddenly, a cold energy beam shot toward Feng, and everything it passed froze. While inscribing the magic array, Feng couldn't move without canceling the inscription process. He'd have to start all over again. Hence, Feng had no choice but to activate absolute defense. After the energy beam disappeared, everything except for Feng's immediate surroundings had frozen solid. When the orc general saw that Feng had survived, it was further enraged. It charged up to Feng, brandishing its greatsword. Despite the fact that the power of the orc general's attacks shattered the ground around him, Feng remained unharmed. However, his heart pounded with nervous energy, rather than feeling relieved just when absolute domain's duration was about to end. The blue crystal in Feng's hand suddenly lit up. He had finally finished inscribing the magic array. Go. Feng shoved the crystal into the ground. Before the crystal melded with the ground, a magic array appeared beneath Feng's feet. Seeing this, Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attributes skyrocketing. Scram. Feng yelled as he swung Killing Ray at the orc general. Lightning slash. A blue lightning bolt struck the orc general, and like a cannonball, the creature flew backward, only stopping when it crashed into a nearby. While losing this opportunity, Anna had her 10 rock guardians form a magic array around the orc general, trapping the mythic orc. Meanwhile, Feng took out several small crystals for the magic array's finishing touches. Since Feng was now very familiar with the process, he only needed 10 seconds to complete the array. As the magic array completed, a blue ripple of light enveloped the war fortress. A moment later, a series of system notifications reached Feng's ears. Chapter 1828, Advanced Manager System. Congratulations! You have completed the epic trade route quest, Orc King's Ambitions. Rewarding Star Moon Kingdom reputation plus 100, plus 50% EXP of current level, and 1 Star Moon Kingdom Airport Building Order. Orc Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing Silverwing Town for becoming the first town in the Orc Empire to set up a trade route. Rewarding 10,000 popularity points to Silverwing Town and 1 transportation firm design. The system announcement echoed 3 times in the ears of every player within the Orc Empire. Set up a trade route? What's that? It should be something that can lure in more NPC merchants. If that's true, doesn't that mean we can obtain even more rare items from the NPCs of Silverwing Town now? Zero Wing is really amazing. Silverwing Town got promoted into an intermediate town just recently. Now, Zero Wing has even managed to set up a trade route for it. The Orc Empire will definitely fall under Zero Wing's dominion in the future. That's for sure. Previously, the Evil Beast army was already helpless against Zero Wing. With how rapidly Silverwing Town is developing right now, I believe it will surpass Ancient Rock City before long. It would be great if that's the case. If Silverwing Town really does surpass Ancient Rock City, we won't have to worry about getting ambushed by dark players when grinding in the Orc Empire's outer area. The players grinding in the Orc Empire promptly started a discussion about Zero Wing. They all held an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. At the same time, they also hoped that Silverwing Town could develop quickly. For some reason, Ancient Rock City had actually become a mecca for the dark forces. A large number of dark players was currently gathered there. Since Ancient Rock City was located in the Orc Empire's inner area, the dark players' main sphere of activity encompassed the Orc Empire's inner area and the boundary between the inner and outer areas. As a result, the independent players trying to grind and do quests in these areas frequently came under attack from dark players. As for Silverwing Town, which was the town closest to Ancient Rock City, while it could be considered a mecca for normal players like themselves, as the town could accommodate only a very limited number of people, not that many players gathered around the town. Hence, the number of normal players operating within the vicinity of Silverwing Town was relatively low, far from enough to contend against the dark players operating around Ancient Rock City. However, if Silverwing Town were developed further, the number of players gathering at the town would also increase. The influx of normal players would naturally pose a deterrent to the dark players. At the very least, they would refrain from boldly launching attacks in large numbers. Although the news of Silverwing Town setting up a trade route brought joy to the independent players operating within the Orc Empire, somber expressions appeared on the faces of the various major powers' upper echelons when they received this piece of news. At this point in time, the number of players willing to operate within the Orc Empire had already peaked. In other words, the player population within the Orc Empire would no longer increase significantly like before. Meanwhile, the various major powers that had captured a town within the Orc Empire all needed to lure more players to their towns to develop their towns. However, if most of the players operating within the Empire were heading to Silverwing Town, how were these major powers supposed to develop their own guild towns? With this recent development, the Ancient Rock City you're managing is in for a tough time. Falling Fire, who held a crystalline crimson staff, said when he heard the latest system announcement. A grin appeared on his face as he turned to look at the level 55, Tier 2 Berserker standing beside him. To begin with, we only joined hands with the dark players to use their strength to whittle down Zero Wing. This change will bring no loss to the evil god's temple, Wind Hunter said indifferently. Moreover, no matter how Zero Wing develops Silverwing Town, it is already too late. Don't you agree? Indeed. While Zero Wing's Black Flame is indeed very scary, unfortunately for him, a guild can't become strong just by relying on one person. At the end of the day, a war between guilds is decided by the financial strength and foundations both sides possess, Falling Fire said as he looked at the Crimson Flame Fortress, whose defensive magic array had already been shattered. We'll let Zero Wing maintain its arrogance for now. As long as we capture the Crimson Flame Fortress, Zero Wing's existence will be over. The Crimson Flame Fortress was one of the most important fortresses within the Orc Empire's inner area. It was also one of the relatively safe transport hubs in the Empire. Capturing the Crimson Flame Fortress would be equivalent to taking control of the majority of the players heading to the regional dungeon Orc capital city. The amount of coins and resources they could earn from the fortress would easily surpass that from Ancient Rock City at its peak. At the same time, their control of the Crimson Flame Fortress would essentially allow them to bar Zero Wing from entering the Orc capital city. This would render all of Zero Wing's efforts in the Orc Empire useless in the long run. Their alliance would grow increasingly stronger in the Orc Empire, whereas Zero Wing would weaken. After accumulating sufficient strength, they could then capture Silverwing Town and destroy Zero Wing, permanently relegating the guild to history. Elsewhere, due to Shurfeng completing the expulsion magic array, the orc army trying to kill him was subjected to a powerful pressure from the magic array. Even the orc general's reactions turned sluggish under the pressure, allowing the swordsman to evade the orc general's attacks, albeit barely, just as Shurfeng was trying to think of a way to escape. A series of war cries suddenly came from outside the fortress. In the next moment, an army of NPCs suddenly appeared roughly 1,000 yards away from the fortress and charged toward it. Although there were only 1,000 NPCs in this army, they were all very high-leveled. At least level 100 inches God's Domain, level 50 was a major turning point. Likewise, level 100 was also a very important turning point. A level 100, Tier 2 NPC would make short work of a level 95 Great Lord. Meanwhile, among the NPCs galloping over, the weakest one was a level 100, Tier 2 NPC. Claude, the NPC leading the charge, was even a level 120, Tier 3 Knight Captain. Although Claude was only Tier 3, he was not in the same league as ordinary Tier 3 NPCs, because Claude was fully equipped in epic equipment. The silver spear he wielded was even a fragmented legendary weapon. His combat power was no doubt at the peak of Tier 3. He could even go toe-to-toe with ordinary Tier 4 mythic monsters. Shortly after these NPCs appeared, they quickly engaged the orc army in battle. Riding atop a one-horned beast, Claude swung his spear at the orc warriors that were trying to force their way through the entrance. Claude's spear transformed into a silver streak of light, tearing a hole through space as it swept at the orc warriors. 2 level 80 Grand Lord-ranked orc warriors went flying. Meanwhile, the Lord-ranked orcs, which were caught in the crossfire, were killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. Claude cut open a path in the orc army and charged straight into the fortress reinforcements. Shurfeng was both joyful and confused at Claude's appearance. He had never thought that the system would provide such a service after he completed his quest. In the eyes of a level 120, Tier 3 NPC, the level 80 mythic ranked orc general was no different from a common monster with a lot of HP. Claude sent the orc general flying with every one of his attacks. As Claude and the orc general clashed, the orc general's HP continuously decreased. When the orc general's HP fell to 50%, the mythic orc let loose a frustrated and indignant roar. In the next moment, the battling orc army started retreating. As for the orc general, it too backed up to the top of a fortress wall, then jumped off and escaped after the orc army fled. Claude approached Shurfeng. Lord Protector, thanks to your efforts, we were able to set up this important trade route. From now onward, Starmoon Kingdom's army will be managing this place to assure the trade route's security. Meanwhile, as you are the pioneer of this trade route, are you willing to pay 60,000 gold to repair this secret stone fortress and become its advanced manager? Chapter 1829, Secret Stone Fortress, Advanced Manager? Shurfeng was ecstatic upon hearing Claude's words. In God's Domain, becoming a fortress town's manager was akin to becoming a noble of an NPC town or city. Players would gain the authority to manage a portion of the shops in the fortress town and would be able to determine its development direction. However, an NPC fortress town wouldn't have only one manager. Just like Thunder Island, there could be multiple managers overseeing a single fortress town. An advanced manager possessed more authority than a basic manager. An advanced manager was close to being the deputy mayor of a fortress town. They would be able to manage important establishments such as the auction house, teleportation hall, and adventurers association, not just a bunch of shops. Although becoming an advanced manager was inferior to fully occupying a fortress town, since an NPC fortress town would be partially operated and guarded by NPCs, barring special situations, it was much safer than a guild fortress town, for example. Currently, so long as the secret stone fortress was being garrisoned by level 100 NPCs, even if Beast Emperor sent his entire evil beast army over, he wouldn't be able to take down the fortress. Unless Beast Emperor had some way to reduce the garrisoned NPCs' levels, capturing the fortress would be impossible. Lord Claude, must the 60,000 gold be paid right now? Shurfeng asked. 60,000 gold was no small sum. This was especially true for Shurfeng right now, as he had already spent most of his funds on this expedition. 60,000 gold is indeed a lot of money. Moreover, it'll take some time to get the necessary materials to repair the secret stone fortress, Claude said, nodding. It'll take 4 days at the quickest for the kingdom's army to arrive. It is fine so long as you gather the 60,000 gold within these 4 days. System: you have triggered the quest, Secret Stone Fortress. Collect 60,000 gold within 4 days. Failure to do so will result in the loss of the opportunity to become Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager. Wonderful! Feng breathed out a sigh of relief upon seeing the system notification. While it might be difficult for ordinary first-rate guilds to collect 60,000 gold in 4 days, some might even have to sell some of their lands to do so. This was not a problem for Feng after all. He had a business deal with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Both these super first-rate guilds had shown great interest in the Dark Corrosion set. They had also placed an order for a large number of all-round devices and elven silver. If he offered to let the two guilds pay for a portion of the all-round devices and elven silver using coins, instead of magic crystals, the two guilds would definitely be more than happy to do so. After Feng was done speaking with Claude, he immediately left for Silverwing Town. While collecting 60,000 gold in 4 days posed no problem, the money he needed amounted to far more than just 60,000 gold. After completing the Orc King's Ambitions quest, he had acquired the extremely precious Star Moon Kingdom Airport building order as well as a transportation firm design. Both these items were priceless treasures. The Star Moon Kingdom Airport building order was akin to a permit to open up an air route. However, he would need a lot of funds to build an airport. Fortunately, the construction of the airport did not require a design, only money. Even so, building a small airport still cost 50,000 gold. However, once he set up an air route from Star Moon Kingdom to Silverwing Town, not only would it expedite the transport of NPC merchants' goods, but players from Star Moon Kingdom would also have an easier time getting to Silverwing Town. Although air travel wasn't as fast as teleportation, it was still many times faster than traveling on land on a mount. Moreover, the transportation fee one had to pay was also much cheaper than that for a teleportation array in the past. A large part of the reason why many superpowers were able to develop their neutral towns into an advanced city was their possession of an airport. Although many first-rate guilds possessed great financial strength, the neutral towns they developed only managed to reach the basic city standard. They simply couldn't become an advanced city no matter what. Only the first-rate guilds that succeeded in building an airport were able to develop their neutral towns to the advanced city standard. This was because an airport was capable of bringing a town or city immense popularity and prosperity. Not only could an airport help NPC merchants enter a town or city much more easily, but it also provided the ability to transport cargo safely and swiftly. A delivery trip that normally took 1 or 2 days by land could be completed in just a few hours by airship. Moreover, in God's domain, some NPC trading firms restricted their development to towns and cities with airports. In addition, there was the recruitment of NPC soldiers. As neutral maps were located very far away from human civilization, many NPCs were unwilling to travel to neutral towns and cities. However, if a neutral town had an airport, the number and quality of NPCs willing to work as a soldier for that town would also increase. With this, the improvement of the neutral town's security level would accelerate. Due to this reason, the development speed of a neutral town with an airport far surpassed that of a neutral town without an airport. This was also the reason why Feng had decided to undertake the Orc King's Ambitions quest no matter what. As for the transportation firm, its construction cost 20,000 gold. The transportation firm was something that would be of great help to the players developing in the town where the firm was based. Once he constructed it in Silverwing Town, players would be able to pick up transportation quests in Silverwing Town. When players completed these quests, they could not only obtain a large sum of coins but also accumulate transportation firm contribution points. Players could then spend the CPs and coins they earned to purchase items that were exclusively traded between NPCs to players that were incapable of raiding high-difficulty team dungeons. This was a good opportunity to acquire top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools. In the past, the transportation firm was actually much more popular than even the auction house. Normally, NPC auction houses hosted auctions only once a week. However, the transportation firm would stock up on new items every day. Moreover, the more prosperous the town or city a transportation firm was based in, the better the quality of the items sold. Hence, in the past, any guild town or city that housed a transportation firm had become a holy land for independent players. Meanwhile, the airport and transportation firm would complement each other. If he could build both in Silverwing Town now, he might not even need a month to upgrade Silverwing Town into an advanced town. However, building these two constructions would cost an astronomical number of coins. Hence, he needed to take action as soon as possible. The moment Shifeng exited the secret stone fortress, the members of the various Dark Adventurer teams and Dark Guilds immediately shifted their gaze to him. Commander, should we move out now? A level 54 assassin asked, licking his lips as he turned to look at the level 54, Tier 2 rangers standing beside him. The other adventurer teams and guilds seemed to be getting ready to take action as well. After the battle with the orcs ended, the NPCs following Shifeng had also disappeared. The various dark players hiding in the forest grew restless at this development. Although they had seen Black Flame's strength, the remuneration offered by Dark Soul was simply too tempting, so much so that they were willing to risk attacking Black Flame. After all, so long as they succeeded, what awaited them was a life of glory and financial security. Chapter 1830, Shocking Retreat. Hearing the words of the assassin, the other players belonging to the same Dark Adventurer team started looking around curiously. Just like the assassin had said, their adventurer team wasn't the only one taking action. The members of the 24 or so other adventurer teams and several dark guilds around them had also started sneaking closer to Shifeng. It was obvious that these dark adventurer teams and dark guilds were growing impatient. In God's domain, the dark forces were constantly oppressed. During the early stages of the game, players belonging to the dark forces had a much more difficult time getting by than normal players. After all, the dark forces were still incapable of contending against the various kingdoms and empires right now. Meanwhile, dark adventurer teams and dark guilds with the potential to become a superpower were extremely rare. The conditions to join one such power were extremely stringent. Powers like Dark Soul, which was as strong as a superpower and also offered its members the freedom of an adventurer team, were even rarer. Joining Dark Soul would definitely bring plenty of benefits to their future development. They also wouldn't have to worry about getting hunted just because they killed the members of certain guilds. Moreover, they could grind in the high-resource maps occupied by Dark Soul and not make do in poor maps. Commander? The assassin could not help but call out to the silent Tier 2 ranger once again. If we don't make a move now, I'm afraid we'll lose this chance to the other adventurer teams. Fine. In for a penny, in for a pound. Even if we fail, at worst, we'll lose a level. If we succeed, we'll become members of Dark Soul in the future and instantly join the upper ranks of the Dark Forces, the gruff man carrying an exquisite crystalline longbow said, nodding. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. Dark players had a much more difficult time getting by than normal players. The difficulty of finding a strong support to rely on as a dark player was also much greater than what normal players faced when trying to join the various superpowers. Now that there was an opportunity to join Dark Soul, how could he possibly let this chance get away? When the 24 or so members of the adventurer team heard their commander's words, they immediately revealed fierce expressions. They then followed their commander and slowly inched their way toward Shifeng. At this moment, aside from this one adventurer team, the several thousand other dark players hiding in the forest were also entering a combat-ready state. Some stealthed assassins had even gotten within 200 yards of Shifeng. Already Black Flame has many means of escaping. We must not let him get away from us. First, form an encirclement around him, then use war bondage to trap him here. Once the battle starts, use your silencing skills on him right away. We must finish him in the first exchange. A level 54, Tier 2 assassin clad in dark gray robes said to the 30+ assassins around him through the team chat. As long as we kill Black Flame, everyone in our Poison Blade Guild will get to join Dark Soul. Then, we'll be able to live like kings in the Dark Knight Empire. We won't need to fear even super first-rate guilds. When their leader said that, the eyes of the 30+ level 53 and level 54 assassins glowed with excitement. Their guild, Poison Blade, was a relatively ordinary dark guild in the Dark Knight Empire. Normally, they could fight only second- and third-rate guilds. When facing first-rate guilds, They had no choice but to run away. As for super first-rate guilds, these existences were no different from gods to them. Let alone provoking one, they didn't even dare to come into contact with one when they thought about how they wouldn't need to fear Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul after joining Dark Soul. They could not help but feel excited as they entertained visions of such a future. Their footsteps as they approached Shifeng became much lighter than before. Their auras also became gentler. At this moment, one could say that their focus had reached unprecedented levels. Only Shifeng existed in their eyes right now. 150 yards. 100 yards. 80 yards. As these assassins closed in on Shifeng's rear, they also grew increasingly nervous. When the assassins were within 50 yards of Shifeng, a low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears and echoed loudly in everyone's mind. Scram. Before anyone could react, Shifeng abruptly turned around and unsheathed Killing Ray. He then swung the sacred sword at the air before him. Suddenly, countless arcs of lightning formed before Shifeng and joined together to form a blue river. Like a primordial beast, the blue river of lightning scorched everything in its path, spreading out in a cone covering an 80-yard radius. Before the stealthed assassins could even react, countless arcs of lightning had already devoured their bodies. After a brief moment of exposure, the assassins' bodies then transformed into streaks of light and disappeared from the area. As the lightning river gradually dissipated, the other dark players, who were still a distance away, could not help but gasp. In just one hit, Shifeng had killed over 70 stealthed assassins. Right now, numerous pieces of shiny equipment littered the scorched ground. Meanwhile, due to Shifeng's sudden attack, the footsteps and breathing of the other stealthed assassins turned chaotic, their bodies becoming exposed to everyone. This is the Sword King's strength? A Tier 2 assassin wearing dark gray leather armor gulped in fear as he looked at the scorched ground that was just a few centimeters beside him compared to the players hiding in the distance. He had managed to get a much clearer view of Shifeng's attack just now. From the moment Shifeng started activating a skill until the time the skill had fully activated, he, a Tier 2 assassin, had actually failed to react. By the time he realized Shifeng had attacked, the blue river was already shooting out from Shifeng's sword. Moreover, despite him being able to clearly see the approach of the blue river, his body had been unable to react at all. This situation was just too frightening. His mind could not process how Shifeng had executed such an attack. An ordinary expert player might not understand the implications of such a situation, but he did. The requirement for activating a life-saving skill was for players to think the skill's name. Only after doing so would the life-saving skill activate. However, if one could attack a player before the said player could have such a thought in their mind, then even having the most powerful life-saving skill in the game would be meaningless. In other words, Shifeng could kill an assassin, the class that was famed for having the most life-saving skills, in one attack whenever he wanted. This discovery instantly crushed any thoughts the assassin in dark gray leather armor had of fighting Shifeng. In reality, though, Shifeng's inconceivable attack wasn't entirely impossible to block, especially for experts who understood the principles of the realms of truth. This was because the move Shifeng had just executed applied the realms of truth's basics, moving the body before moving the mind. Unless one trained arduously to go up against attacks executed using such quick reaction speeds, reacting to such an attack was simply impossible. After executing Lightning Edge, Shifeng took a look at everyone present. Upon seeing no new challengers moving up to him, he sheathed Killing Ray before turning around and leaving. Due to Shifeng's attack, the remaining 100+ assassins no longer dared to approach him. They simply stood still as they watched him leave the battlefield. Guild leader, Black Flame is leaving. Are we still not moving? A level 54, Tier 2 shield warrior could not help but ask as he looked at the level 54, Tier 2 ranger beside him. You want to go? Be my guest, the Tier 2 ranger said, rolling his eyes at the shield warrior. The Tier 2 shield warrior shrank his neck back instinctively and shook his head. The fact that he was able to get promoted to Tier 2 at this stage of the game proved that his combat standard was much better than ordinary experts. However, Black Flame's attack inspired dread even in him. He definitely wasn't confident of blocking the attack Black Flame executed just now. Meanwhile, even after Shifeng's figure disappeared from the battlefield, the thousands of dark players remained standing quietly at their original positions with pale expressions. Some independent players that were passing by the area were stupefied when they saw this scene too strong. With just one attack, Feng had deterred several thousand Dark players from making a move. By the time the Dark players retreated from the area, news about the battle had already been spread like mad on the official forums by the independent players. Chapter 1831, or Empire's Number 1 Swordsman or Empire, Silverwing Town. After Feng shook off the Dark players' pursuit, he immediately returned to Zero Wing's residence in Silverwing Town to make arrangements for the transport and purchase of products from NPC merchants. Although he had already set up the trade route, the collection of usage fees from the NPCs who used the trade route would have to be carried out by both players and NPC soldiers. In addition, players would need to be present in person to purchase the goods that were meant to be sold to NPCs. Hence, he would need to assign considerable manpower to handle these tasks. Moreover, in order to make sure the items purchased were useful, he would have to send knowledgeable personnel to deal with the NPC merchants. However, as soon as Feng returned to the guild residence, he was greeted by a boisterous scene. Currently, guild members were chatting happily and excitedly with each other inside the guild hall. Guild leader, you're back. Everyone is talking about you right now, Aqua Rose said, excitement sprouting in her heart when she saw Feng. Because of your performance over at the Secret Stone Fortress, many people have already started titling you as the Empire's number 1 swordsman. Of course, there are some who object to this. They feel that you are unworthy of this title and will accept it only when they have actually fought you. Even so, due to this situation, many more players from the neighboring kingdoms are trying to join Zero Wing now. In addition, several well-known experts from the neighboring kingdoms want to challenge you. However, Fire Dance has accepted these challenges in your place and is currently fighting these experts in the battle arena right now. Well-known experts from other kingdoms are challenging me? Feng could not help but smile upon hearing this. This is a good opportunity. He had never thought that his battle over at the Secret Stone Fortress would spark such a development before today. He had received many challenges from experts before. However, back then, these had been limited to the experts of Star Moon Kingdom. Now, however, even the experts of other kingdoms were challenging him. This proved that his fame had already reached a considerable degree in those kingdoms. Otherwise, the well-known experts of those kingdoms wouldn't have come to challenge him. Meanwhile, the fact that these experts had come to challenge him was a good thing for Silverwing Town. Aqua, from today onwards, set up a challenge arena in the battle arena specifically for people wishing to challenge me. However, they cannot just issue a challenge without restrictions. Before I accept their challenge, they'll have to win 10 consecutive matches against people of our choosing. For now, select our fighters from our main force members. The challengers have to pay 5 gold for each match. If the challengers win, they'll get 20 gold in return. Feng said, understand? Aqua Rose replied, her eyes glowing with Feng's plan. They could not only increase the popularity of Silverwing Town's battle arena but also earn a lot of money and train the main force members, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Following which, Feng turned to Melancholic Smile, who stood beside Aqua Rose, and asked, Melancholic, how is the production of the all-round devices and elven silver coming along? Before he embarked on his quest to set up a trade route, he had left matters regarding the all-round devices and elven silver to Melancholic Smile to handle. The all-round device was an item he personally created. Hence, he could make as many copies of its design as he wanted. The only reason he had not bothered trying to mass-produce the all-round device until now was the much lower success rate other people would have when producing the all-round device compared to him, the creator. In addition, the production costs for the all-round device were also extremely high. However, now that everyone's forging techniques had improved, it wasn't entirely impossible to mass-produce the all-rounded device. Currently, only I have a feasible success rate when producing the all-round device. Hence, I am the only one producing it right now. I have already made 53 all-round devices. I am still far from fulfilling the 200 pieces you requested. However, Coco has become a master forger in Titan City. If we include her help, I believe it'll take only 1 more day for us to get the required 200 pieces. As for the elven silver, we already have over 200 bottles produced. We can deliver them to you at any time. Melancholic Smile reported joyfully. Coco has already been promoted into a master forger? Feng was overjoyed at this piece of news. A master lifestyle player would be welcomed by any major power, not to mention a master of the forger subclass, which was one of the 3 most popular subclasses. Now that Cream Cocoa had already become a master forger, the Candlelight trading firm's forging standards would also improve. Although Candlelight had 2 master forgers, as he was a guild leader, he was always busy with one thing or another. He simply could not afford to stay cooped up producing items. Likewise, Melancholic Smile had to manage the Candlelight trading firm. The time she could spend producing items was also very limited. However, Cream Cocoa was different. She did not have to manage any personnel or deal with guild affairs. She could focus fully on forging guild leader. This isn't everything. While you were away doing your quest, the people from the Ice Crystal world sent over another large batch of materials. Save for some of the specialty materials, I split the other materials into batches and had them brought to other kingdoms and empires to be sold. I also reserved a portion for our own use. After deducting our purchasing costs and the cost of the products brought over to the Ice Crystal world, we netted over 53,000 gold from this batch of materials. Melancholic Smile said that much? Feng was a little surprised when he heard Melancholic Smile's report. While it had been several days since he returned from the Ice Crystal world, he had emptied the market of all the rare materials he could find in the 2 NPC cities before leaving. He had never imagined that the players there would refill the market with materials so quickly. He had to admit that the wealth earned by selling the rare materials obtained from other worlds was truly amazing. Of course, a large part of the success this time was due to the Azura Adventurer Team and Adventurer Alliance. Without these 2 organizations, collecting so many rare materials from the Ice Crystal world wouldn't have been possible. Meanwhile, they had already generated such massive wealth despite occupying only 2 NPC cities. If they could occupy the entire Ice Crystal world, the wealth they could generate would be many times more than even what the Secret Pavilion's magic crystal vein could provide. It was no wonder the various superpowers fought heavily over other worlds during his previous life. Back then, the intense competition for other worlds didn't allow second- and third-rate guilds to poke a hand into the competition. Even first-rate guilds could only fight for the scraps left behind by the various superpowers. All right, I got it. After pondering for some time, Feng turned to Aqua Rose and said, Aqua, contact Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart and tell them that we'll have their items ready by tomorrow. If they are lacking in magic crystals, they can pay a portion of the bill using coins. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose nodded. After Feng was done dealing with these matters, he promptly headed to Silverwing Town's Advanced Smithy. Currently, the Advanced Smithy was overcrowded with players. The majority of these players were here to disassemble their obsolete weapons and equipment, after which, they would use the materials they obtained to order custom-made weapons and equipment. Whenever these players used the services offered by the Advanced Smithy, 10% of the total bill would go into Zero Wing's coffers. For the item breakdown service, Zero Wing would receive around 10 to 15 copper for bronze equipment, 20 to 30 copper for mysterious iron equipment, 40 to 50 copper for secret silver equipment, 70 to 80 copper for fine gold equipment, and 1 silver to 1 silver, 50 copper for dark gold equipment. While this might not seem like much, there were tons of people coming to get their old equipment disassembled. Including the money received from repairs and custom orders, Zero Wing earned over 400 gold from the Advanced Smithy every day. However, this was only the beginning. As players reached higher levels and the fame of the Advanced Smithy spread, more and more players would come to order custom-made equipment. At that time, the Advanced Smithy could earn 1,000 to 2,000 gold per day. After Feng took a look at the Advanced Smithy's situation and had his weapons and equipment repaired, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. He then made his way to Starmoon City's Adventurers Association. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Inside one of the Adventurers Association's VIP rooms. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? The NPC Senior Administrator asked as he looked at Feng. I wish to construct a transportation firm in Silverwing Town. Here is the design for it. I hope that you can start construction as soon as possible, Feng replied before placing the transportation firm design on the table before him. Previously, as his funds had been insufficient, he had planned on setting the transportation firm aside for the moment. However, now that he was rich again, he naturally had to get it constructed as soon as possible. That won't be a problem. The construction fee will be 20,000 gold, the senior administrator said, nodding after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the design. Shifeng then took out 20,000 gold and handed the sum over to the senior administrator. After Shifeng completed the transaction, a system notification suddenly entered his ears. Chapter 1832, 3 Great Trading Firms. System, congratulations. You are the first player to have constructed a transportation firm. Rewarding 1 silver Twin Lions trading firm token. The system announcement repeated 3 times, the system's emotionless voice echoing in Shifeng's ears. Upon hearing these words, Shifeng fell into a daze that lasted for a long time. Silver Twin Lions token? Shifeng stared in shock at the silver token in his hand. Carved on this circular silver token was the image of 2 lions. There were also golden divine runes etched along its rim. It radiated an extremely ancient aura, obviously having existed for a very long time. Lord Protector, congratulations on obtaining this Twin Lions trading firm token. You are now a silver VIP of the Twin Lions trading firm, one of God's domain's 3 most ancient trading firms. It is very difficult to become one of the trading firm's VIPs. This token will be of great help to you when you are doing business or transporting goods. Lord Protector, please make sure to keep the token secure. You will not be given a new one if you lose it, the NPC senior administrator explained. However, at this point, Shifeng wasn't even listening to the NPC's explanation anymore. After all, he had a clearer understanding of the value of the Twin Lions trading firm's token than even the NPC administrator. Having long familiarity with the ability and influence of the trading firm, the Twin Lions trading firm was one of the oldest trading firms extant in God's domain. Its origins were unknown. However, rumor had it that the Twin Lions trading firm had a hand in the establishment of the famous War God's Temple. Although the Twin Lions trading firm currently did not possess as extensive an influence as the War God's Temple, whose influence spanned the entire continent of God's domain, it was still more influential than an ordinary empire. Only the 4 great empires of God's domain could possibly rival the trading firm in influence. Meanwhile, to guilds, the Twin Lions trading firm was much more important than even the 4 great empires. In fact, the trading firm's importance to guilds surpassed the War God's Temple's. This distinction was because the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes covered over half of the entire continent. Anyone ferrying non-bag space items would prefer to use the trade routes of the trading firm, as these were much safer than the trade routes operated by players. Aside from the greater danger, player-operated trade routes were far less efficient. By using the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes, one could save more than half the travel time they would normally need when using a player-operated trade route. However, getting to utilize the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes was not an easy task. One had to be a member of the Twin Lions trading firm. In other words, they needed to obtain one of the trading firm's tokens. Only then could they transport goods through the trading firm's trade routes. Hence, the various large guilds and merchant players in the past all sought to join the Twin Lions trading firm. Of course, the benefits and treatment one received depended on one's status in the Twin Lions trading firm. VIPs not only got more discounts but also had access to trade routes that were normally not open to lower-ranking members. This was especially true for trade routes in neutral maps. In addition, higher-ranking members also had the privilege of hiring NPC escorts from the Twin Lions trading firm. For example, in the past, due to Shadow's low ranking in the Twin Lions trading firm, Shifeng had no choice but to lead the guild's delivery runs himself. As a result, they frequently came under attack from NPC bandits. Had Shadow's ranking been enough in the Twin Lions trading firm to hire NPC escorts to serve as a deterrence, the guild's caravans wouldn't have come under attack so frequently. In the Twin Lions trading firm, the token one held represented their rank in the trading firm. From lowest to highest, the ranks were common, bronze, silver, gold, and elder. Although there were only 5 ranks, even the lowest common token was extremely difficult to obtain. On the market, a common Twin Lions token had been worth around 10,000 gold. Even so, nobody who had a token would be willing to sell it. One could easily imagine the difficulty of acquiring a common token. In addition, the Twin Lions trading firm acknowledged only the token and not its owner. There was no way to upgrade a token's rank. The number of tokens distributed also had a limit, and the tokens would all drop upon death. Hence, many players and powers had sought to steal the tokens in the past. From what Shifeng knew, there were only 99 common tokens, 49 bronze tokens, 24 silver tokens, and 12 golden tokens in the game at any time. As for the Elder token, he had never heard any information about it. However, he expected it to be limited to 10 with the billions of players in God's domain. This small number of tokens simply wasn't enough to satisfy the demand. Hence, every token was extremely valuable, regardless of its rank in the past. Shifeng had managed to get his hands on a common token only by a stroke of good luck. He had never dreamed of obtaining a silver token in this life. With this, transporting important items across neutral maps will no longer be a problem. Looking at the Twin Lions token, Shifeng cooked up many new plans. Non-bag space items were always worth a fortune. This was especially true for specialty products that were unique to a certain area. The main reason for their high value was the high cost of transporting them. However, many items important to players generally required the use of these materials. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the development of guild towns and cities would also start to require more and more non-bag space items. In addition, some special weapons and tools would necessitate the use of non-bag space items. Hence, the Twin Lions trading firm had been extremely popular among the various large guilds and merchant players. Now that Shifeng had a silver token, he would have no problem traveling across many neutral maps. He could also use these specialty non-bag space items to make a fortune. In addition, the Twin Lions trading firm would hold an auction once a month. The standard of this auction far surpassed any auction hosted by players and empires. One could say that the Twin Lions trading firm's auction was the highest standard auction in the entire God's domain. In the past, even legendary items had appeared in the auction, as well as fragmented legendary items in significant quantities. As for epic items, they were no different from commonplace items in the auction in the past. Every Twin Lions trading firm auction was a time for the various large guilds to increase their combat power. However, participating in the auction was not easy. At the very minimum, one needed to possess a common token. Depending on the rank of one's token, the number of people one could bring into the auction would differ. The common token allowed only one person entry into the auction venue, whereas the bronze token allowed 2 people, the silver token allowed 3, and the gold token allowed 5. As for the Elder token, as nobody had ever obtained one even after 10 years had passed in God's domain, nobody knew how many people the token allowed entry to. It seems I can have Aqua start tasking some people with transporting the diamond would we have stockpiled to the Apocalypse Empire's shipyard. Shifeng smiled as he looked at the silver token. Previously, as he had been worried about having insufficient strength to protect the shipment, he had not bothered transporting the diamond would they collect it. Now that he had a silver token, he could borrow the Twin Lions trading firm's power. By spending a little money, he could easily send the stockpile of diamond wood over to the Apocalypse Empire. Although he didn't have a bronze speedboat design right now, using diamond wood to construct advanced speedboats would still increase the attributes of the speedboat somewhat. Afterward, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and had her dispatch some guild experts to make the necessary preparations. As for himself, he returned to the Candlelight trading firm and started producing all-round devices. Although Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile could indeed produce enough all-round devices for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, he was also in dire need of the all-round devices himself, as he planned to head to the Flame Demon's Valley and activate the World Gate as soon as possible. Only with the help of the Philosopher's Hand could he increase the development speed of Candlelight's lifestyle players. The production of ships required a large number of master engineers, not to mention the production of the Hell Chariots and Guardian Puppets. Having just 2 or 3 master engineers simply wasn't enough. Meanwhile, over at Silverwing Town, the transportation firm's construction was just completed. The sudden appearance of the 3-story, stadium-sized building immediately caused a commotion among the players in the town. Chapter 1833, Gathering at Silverwing Town. The 3-story tall transportation firm was located close to Silverwing Town's main entrance. Meanwhile, 10 level 100 NPC guards stood before the entrance, one of which was a Tier 3 guard captain. The guard captain carried a greatsword on his back and wore silver armor. Due to the strict atmosphere around him, Players kept a wary distance from the transportation firm, only daring to glance at the building from far away. However, although players did not dare approach the building, one NPC merchant after another nonchalantly entered the firm. Large caravans also moved their goods into the building on a regular basis. After several minutes, the stadium-sized building was crowded with carriages and NPCs. Many players mustered their courage and entered the building after such a lively scene. Amazing. There are so many NPC merchants here. Upon entering the transportation firm's first-floor hall, the curious players immediately spotted many NPC merchants lined up at the front counter, handling some formalities. There were easily over 1,000 NPC merchants in the building, some of which had set up stalls in front of their parked carriages, selling a variety of precious items. The scene was simply dazzling. Meanwhile, the most eye-catching thing in the transportation firm had to be the gigantic crystal hovering in the center of the hall. The crystal displayed the transportation quests available today and their corresponding rewards. The quest difficulty and requirements were also listed. Players' jaws dropped after they inspected the colossal, translucent crystal in the hall. Delivery to Bronze Teeth Town. Difficulty, 2-star. Requirement, Tier 2, must have completed 5 1-star quests. Remuneration, 3 gold, 300 contribution points, and 1 void magic gold. Recruiting 6 people. Delivery to Bronze Teeth Town. Difficulty, 1-star. Requirement, level 50 or above. Remuneration, 80 silver, 50 contribution points, and 1 smart armor kit. Recruiting 10 people. Every quest offered tempting rewards. Many expert players drooled over the 2-star quests. In particular, at this stage of the game, many expert players wouldn't earn 3 gold even after a full day of grinding. Although the reward items might not be as valuable as the gold, they were also highly sought after. For example, void magic gold could be used to increase a weapon's sharpness and lower its durability consumption. However, void magic gold wasn't normally sold on the market to the expert players present. The void magic gold was far more valuable than 3 gold coins. Naturally, the 3-star quest rewards even tempted players from the various major powers. 3-star quests actually awarded rare Tier 2 skill books upon completion. Even the various major powers experts lacked Tier 2 skills. Aside from purchasing such skills with legacy points, players could only obtain them by farming monsters for skill books. However, even the drop rate for Tier 1 skill books was extremely low, not to mention Tier 2 skill books. After everyone finished gawking at the quests on the giant crystal, they noticed an exchange counter. This exchange counter allowed players to spend the contribution points and coins they earned to purchase rare items. The NPC merchants sold their available rare items were impossible to purchase elsewhere. In fact, the NPC merchants even had epic items for sale. Upon seeing these items, the players in the hall immediately went into an uproar. Quick! Notify the guild leader. We must get those epic items before the other guilds. The members of the various major powers immediately contacted their respective guilds' upper echelons and notified them about the transportation firm. As for the independent players present inside the transportation firm, their eyes glowed with excitement upon seeing the item list. Epic items. Independent players only dreamed of obtaining such items, yet as long as they earned enough coins and contribution points, they could purchase these items. In other words, they now had the possibility of acquiring an epic item for a time. News of the transportation firm spread like a plague throughout the Empire and the neighboring countries. We can purchase epic items just by collecting enough contribution points from quests? There's no status restriction? In that case, our adventurer team can contend with the various large guilds for these epic items. The rewards for Silverwing Town's transportation quests are actually so bountiful. That's at least triple the amount we get from the usual transportation quests. We need to head to Silverwing Town to develop right this instant. Many adventurer teams and independent players decided to shift their base of operations to Silverwing Town. Setting aside the fact that they could earn more money by developing there, the fact that they could purchase top-tier weapons and equipment was the final push. For a time, players swarmed towards Silverwing Town. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? The number of players trying to enter the town has suddenly increased by more than 200,000. By the looks of it, even more people will show up later. However, we've already reached the town's entry limit of 1,500,000 players, and the players waiting outside are making a huge fuss. Yaya, Aqua Rose's assistant, said as she ran up to Aqua Rose, who was currently swamped with work. I understand. Temporarily increase the town's entry limit to 1,800,000, Aqua Rose said, nodding as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Due to the transportation firm's appearance, many merchant players had contacted her, expressing their interest in renting a shop in Silverwing town long-term. Some top adventurer teams had even asked to garrison in Silverwing town. These top adventurer teams had declared their willingness to purchase private houses at a high price and sign a garrison agreement with Zero Wing. She never thought that Silverwing town would become the focal point of the Ore Empire and its several neighboring countries. This had all happened so suddenly, and she hadn't been prepared. Meanwhile, Feng, who currently forged all-round devices in the Candlelight trading firm, remained ignorant of the situation. He simply focused on forging and increased the pile of all-round devices on his table. After working for more than half a day, Feng received joyous news. Liang Jing, his temporary assistant, had finally come to a compromise with Xiao Yu and would officially join God's domain today. Moreover, she had already joined Zero Wing and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to White River City's guild residence to help her acclimate to God's domain. Feng decided to have her assist Melancholic Smile in managing White River City's Candlelight trading firm for the moment. This way, Melancholic Smile could somewhat relax. So, this is the Candlelight trading firm? Liang Jing, who wore a set of long, white robes and held a wooden staff, couldn't help but gape at the towering building before her. In her opinion, a virtual reality game was only a form of entertainment. However, after logging into God's domain, she discovered that this game was no different than reality. In fact, she felt that her senses in the game were much sharper than her senses in the real world. If not for the diamond markers and HP bars hovering above the players around her, she'd even have suspected that she had been transported into another world. Aside from God's domain's realism, the number of players she saw in the city also shocked her. She had never thought that White River City would have so many players. The city's commercial district where she currently stood was even livelier than Jean High City's commercial district. Meanwhile, the most eye-catching building in the district actually belonged to Zero Wing. This was simply inconceivable. Are you Liang Jing, the person the guild leader mentioned? While Liang Jing tried to process the new information and environment, she noticed a mellow voice. Turning towards its origin, Liang Jing discovered a beautiful young woman in a luxurious dress. Upon hearing this woman greet Liang Jing, nearby players shot the new woman envious glances. What's going on? Liang Jing was even more confused upon noticing players' reactions. Chapter 1834, Frightening Zero Wing. Looking at the woman approaching her, Liang Jing could feel the weight of the surrounding players' gazes. The long line of players waiting to enter the Candlelight trading firm turned to look at her. As well, if these people were focused on the woman approaching her, she could, more or less, understand their reactions. After all, the woman before her was tall and elegant, with a face and temperament to match. It was only natural that such a graceful woman would attract attention, but these players were focused on her, not this woman. A moment ago, these people had ignored her, yet she had instantly become a sensation the moment this beautiful young woman had called out to her. The beauty greeting Liang Jing was none other than Melancholic Smile. According to Feng, he had found her a capable assistant, although her guild leader had asked that she show Liang Jing the ropes first. Hello, I am Melancholic Smile. I will be helping you learn about the Candlelight trading firm and all there is to know about our business. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Melancholic Smile introduced herself. After Melancholic Smile's introduction, the nearby players went into an uproar. Crap. Who is that woman? Melancholic Smile actually came out to greet her? Could she be some sort of master lifestyle player? That can't be it. She's only level 10, and she isn't wearing a lifestyle insignia. She's definitely a newbie, but she must be someone important if Melancholic came to welcome her personally. Maybe she is the heiress of some major corporation, here to visit the Candlelight trading firm? For a time, the lifestyle players seeking to join the Candlelight trading firm quietly discussed Liang Jing's identity, glancing at the woman with envy and admiration. Not only was Melancholic Smile the Candlelight trading firm's manager, but she was also a master forger. She was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Rumors had it that many superpowers and major corporations had even offered astronomical prices to hire her, but she had rejected them all. Melancholic Smile was an idol to lifestyle players like them. Not only was she very beautiful, but her forging standards also ranked at the apex of God's domain. They all dreamed of a life like the one Melancholic Smile enjoyed. That was also the reason that so many lifestyle players had come from neighboring kingdoms to join Candlelight. Meanwhile, overhearing the nearby lifestyle players' discussions, Liang Jing was inwardly shocked as she examined the player before her. She never thought that this woman held such a high position. She also blushed with embarrassment as she heard the players guess her identity: the heiress of a major corporation? She was only the assistant of the Big Dipper Group's chairman. She was insignificant compared to an heiress. After Melancholic Smile and Liang Jing introduced themselves, they entered the Candlelight trading firm. White River City's Candlelight trading firm was the sole 3-star shop in Star Moon Kingdom. When Liang Jing entered the building, she felt as if she had stepped into a modern shopping mall. Only, the shop had magical elements. Unlike a mall in the real world, customers crowded the first-floor hall, stupefying Liang Jing. She hadn't imagined that a shop in God's domain could be so lively. Melancholic Smile simply smiled at Liang Jing's reaction before leading the new recruit to the third floor. The third floor and up were not open to the public, only Candlelight's members had access. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm has over 20,000 lifestyle players. They're split across multiple branches. Among them, over 4,000 have officially signed a contract to become internal members. You could say that Candlelight is the bona fide #1 trading firm throughout Star Moon Kingdom. This shop alone houses a little over 2,000 lifestyle players. In the future, you will manage this shop and its employees, Melancholic Smile explained as she gestured to the various workshops, which contained Candlelight's lifestyle players hard at work. Although you won't have to manage a lot of people at first, once you get used to the job and perform well, I'll have you take over managing Silverwing Town. Things are getting hectic in Silverwing right now. We just increased the entry limit to 1,800,000 people. We'll have to increase this number slowly in the future, so we have a lot to do. As Liang Jing listened to Melancholic Smile's explanation, she wondered if she had heard wrong. Candlelight had over 20,000 employees. Moreover, over 4,000 were officially contracted to the trading firm. In other words, there were over 4,000 players working as full-time employees for Candlelight. This was several times more than the Big Dipper Group's employees. Later, she'd even have to manage a town with 1,800,000 players. This was simply madness. If the situation was as Melancholic Smile had described, as the assistant of the Big Dipper Group's chairman, she was certain that Zero Wing was far wealthier than the Big Dipper Group. There was simply no comparing the two. She had always wondered why Feng acted so nonchalantly towards the Big Dipper Dojo's offers. It had offered a salary and benefits that countless people dreamed of, yet Feng had settled for a temporary position, focusing his efforts on God's domain. Now, she finally understood. It turned out that the Big Dipper Group's offers, which it had deemed quite generous, were little more than a farce to Feng. He had only been working for the Big Dipper as a pastime. Meanwhile, Feng had offered her a position with Zero Wing in God's domain because he had appreciated her management skills, and Xiao Yu wanted to use the opportunity to learn more about Feng's affairs. Whether she chose to work for the Big Dipper Group or Zero Wing Workshop in the future would be up to her. However, right now, she had no idea how she was supposed to report her discoveries to Chairman Xiao. What Liang Jing did not know was that Silverwing Town wasn't Zero Wing's most populated territory. Rather, Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City saw far more traffic with a player population several times higher than Silverwing Town. Elsewhere, Feng, ignorant of Liang Jing's thoughts, still focused on forging all-round devices. Finally, after a full day of work, he had crafted over 100 all-round devices. He had also made quite a few standard level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons. Thanks to all the EXP from forging, he had finally reached level 68. Although he had killed plenty of monsters when setting up the trade route, due to the NPC's participation, the EXP reward had been significantly reduced. He had only received a lot of EXP after he completed the quest. Even so, it hadn't been enough to push him to level 68. However, compared to his recent level up, the Philosopher's Hand's ability truly surprised Feng when he used the Philosopher's Soul to help guide him in forging level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons. the designs he had obtained from Titan City, the finished products had ranged between level 50 and 55. It was a massive improvement, although a standardized level 55 fine-gold weapon was slightly weaker than level 55 fine-gold equipment acquired from monsters. It was still considerably stronger than a level 50 fine-gold weapon. This was also the case for standardized level 55 dark gold weapons. The highest leveled players in the various large guilds were currently level 55. Hence, trying to acquire level 55 weapons was extremely difficult. Currently, most of these level 55 experts still used level 50 fine gold weapons. If given the choice, these experts would definitely wield a standardized level 55 dark gold weapon. If he sold these standardized dark gold weapons in bulk, he could fetch a higher price than normal. Suddenly, Melancholic Smile contacted Feng and reported, "Guild leader, the representatives from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul have arrived. They're waiting in the second-floor VIP reception room." "All right, I'll head over now." Nodding, Feng collected his forged items and headed to the reception room. Chapter 1835, Massive Profits. Candlelight Trading Firm's VIP reception room. Currently, Phoenix Rain, Blue Phoenix, Unyielding Heart, and Mu Lingsha waited in the reception room. "Uncle Heart, are the items you mentioned really that effective?" Mu Lingsha asked worriedly. "The guild has employed various methods, but we still haven't made it into the Dark Battlegrounds inner region. Moreover, the Silent Water's corrosion is extremely powerful. Even the rare advanced toughness potion only extends our survival rate a little. We've shed all pretenses with the Starline Corporation already and are engaged in an all-out war with them. We can only spare a very limited amount of resources. If we spend so many magic crystals, and these items end up being useless, it'll be disastrous." When she had asked Unyielding Heart to lead a team in assisting Zero Wing, she had assumed that the guild only needed some help with a slightly difficult quest. Yet when Unyielding Heart had returned, he had told her that Zero Wing had secured the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne's first clear. The report had left her flabbergasted. She had never realized that Zero Wing's main force was so powerful. Moreover, Unyielding Heart had praised Zero Wing's Black Flame. His praise was rare, even in Unyielding Soul. Unyielding Heart had gone on to mention that Zero Wing possessed some special tools that could help them deal with the Dark Battlegrounds' severe environment. This revelation had further increased her shock. Truthfully, she wanted to believe Unyielding Heart's claim, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Their guild had expended a lot of effort to reach the Dark Battlegrounds inner region, but every method they tried had been a failure. She had even worked herself to the bone to find a solution to this problem, yet Unyielding Heart had told her that Zero Wing had 2 items that could help their survival in the map. Moreover, Zero Wing could produce enough of these items for a 100-man team. "Miss Mu, you can rest assured," Unyielding Heart said with a bitter smile. Over the past few days, Mu Lingsha had repeatedly asked him the same question, yet no matter how many times he explained the situation, the young lady refused to believe him. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't understand her feelings at this point. Unyielding Soul and Starlink, the Starline Corporation's guild, were engaged in a bitter war. As a result, Unyielding Soul spent a frightening amount of resources each day. Meanwhile, purchasing 100 all-round devices and 100 bottles of elven silver would cost them 40,000 magic crystals. And since Zero Wing had produced the items within 3 days, as per their agreement, Unyielding Soul had to pay an additional 5,000 magic crystals. For the guild, 45,000 magic crystals were by no means a small amount. If after paying so many magic crystals, the items were useless, they'd cry with regret. Mu Lingsha found it difficult to respond to Unyielding Heart's comment. She could only hope these items would be as helpful as he claimed. Big Sis Rain, Unyielding Soul's representative, seemed worried about something. "Do you think they plan on backing out of the purchase?" Blue Phoenix asked as she eyed Mu Lingsha's worried expression. Giggling, she continued, "If they do, we'll get to purchase their share as well. Then, we'll have a much easier time exploring the Sea of Death's inner islands." "Why would they possibly back out?" Phoenix Rain asked, chuckling. Unyielding Soul has fought several large-scale battles against Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire and desperately needs weapons, equipment, and war weapons. Both guilds are furiously fighting for the high-resource maps that yield weapons and equipment. If Unyielding Soul wishes to obtain these items, It'll have to farm high-resource maps with hostile environments. The guild will have a higher chance of securing the items in those maps Unyielding Soul needs, all-rounded devices and elven silver more than anything right now. It can't afford to back out this deal. Blue Phoenix saw the reasoning in her pavilion master's words. The more hostile a map's environment was, the more treasures it would have to offer. Take the Sea of Death, for example. After exploring the sea zone's dangerous islands, the various superpowers had acquired a significant harvest now. All of the various superpowers were organizing large, powerful teams to explore the Sea of Death. However, to explore the map's islands effectively, the superpowers would need items that could reduce the hostile environment's impact on their players. While acquiring a small number of such items was not a problem, acquiring them in bulk was almost impossible if they could get their hands on the all-round devices and elven silver. Even if they didn't use the items for themselves, they could earn impressive profits by reselling them. While both guilds' representatives quietly talked among themselves, the reception room's door swung open. Following which, a cloaked, middle-aged man entered the room, and the occupants fell silent when they saw him. He is Black Flame? Mu Lingsha was shocked when she looked at the new arrival. What a powerful aura! Shi Feng radiated an extremely strong, violent aura. In Mu Lingsha's eyes, Shi Feng felt like a primordial beast, rather than a player. What Mu Lingsha did not know was that the aura didn't belong to Shi Feng. Instead, it radiated from the abyssal blade at his waist. The abyssal blade's aura could no longer be contained after Shi Feng had upgraded it to level 50. Because of this, Shi Feng had chosen to appear as Black Flame for this meeting. Sorry for the long wait. I had some business to deal with. Shi Feng apologized. It's fine. We just arrived as well, Unyielding Heart said, chuckling. Moreover, if it means we can obtain the all-round devices and elven silver, even a several-hour wait would be worth it. Phoenix Rain, who sat close to Unyielding Heart, could not help but smile when she heard the man's words. She hadn't expected Unyielding Heart to be so direct about his desire for the items. All right, since everyone is here for these two, let's get straight to business, Shi Feng said. He then took out the all-round devices and elven silver he had prepared and placed them on the table before him. After working around the clock with my people, we forged a total of 400 all-round devices and 450 bottles of elven silver. According to our previous agreement, 200 of each item will go to the Phoenix Pavilion Master, while 100 of each item are reserved for Brotherheart. As for the 5,000 magic crystals we agreed on before, we'll just forget about that. I'd like to sell the remaining 100 all-round devices and 150 bottles of elven silver via a private auction. You may bid for these extras with coins. May I know your opinions about this arrangement? Alright, I have no problems with that. Upon hearing that Shi Feng had so many extra items, Phoenix Rain could not help but inwardly celebrate. I don't have any arguments, either. Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. Only he slightly regretted his previous decision. Had he known Zero Wing was capable of producing so many all-round devices and elven silver, he would have ordered more. However, when he considered his uncertainty about how useful the elven silver would be against the Silent Water, he dismissed his regret. Hearing the two players' agreement, Shi Feng proceeded with fulfilling their previous arrangements. In the end, Shi Feng received 80,000 magic crystals from Phoenix Rain and 40,000 magic crystals from Unyielding Heart. He then allowed both to bid for the additional all-round devices and elven silver, auctioning the items off in batches of 10. As the transaction could be completed using coins, both guilds bid on the items without issues. In the end, Phoenix Rain had purchased 80 all-round devices and 120 bottles of elven silver, while Unyielding Heart bought the rest. When comparing foundations, Unyielding Soul was definitely superior to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Unyielding Soul didn't have as much financial freedom due to its war with Starlink. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain had earned quite a bit from the authority she wielded on Thunder Island and the harvests from the Sea of Death. Hence, in terms of financial strength, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was currently stronger than Unyielding Soul. After selling the extra items, Shi Feng had made over 20,000 gold. Both super first-rate guilds were also quite satisfied with the outcome as the representatives of both guilds were about to leave. Since we've sold the all-round devices and elven silver, let us start the auction for today's main course, Shi Feng said, intentionally dragging out his statement main course. You have something even better than the all-round devices and elven silver? Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart gave Shifeng confused looks. How could he possibly have something more valuable than the two items? Correct. Shifeng then began to pull the standardized level 55 dark gold weapons from his bag, putting them on display before his guests. Chapter 1836, Arming Teams. The one-handed saber Shifeng placed on the table looked quite modest, like a very ordinary weapon, yet it radiated the glow unique to dark gold weapons. A dark gold weapon that can be used up to level 55? When Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart looked at the dark gold weapon, they could not help their confusion in terms of attributes. It was only slightly better than a level 50 dark gold weapon. While it might be very tempting to ordinary expert players, to guild upper echelon like themselves, it was nothing special. Although a level 55 dark gold weapon was indeed very valuable, in terms of usefulness, there was simply no comparison between it and the all-round device or elven silver. Not to mention, the level 55 dark gold weapon Shifeng just took out did not possess any special traits. It neither added any resistances nor granted extraordinarily high attributes. Hence, they found it truly confusing that Shifeng was treating this weapon as the finale item, just as Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were wondering what Shifeng's intention was by taking out such a plain dark gold weapon. Shifeng took out another weapon from his bag and placed it on the table. This time, it wasn't a saber but a greatsword, instead selling two items. Blue Phoenix, who was watching from the side, was also baffled by this situation. Let alone two level 55 dark gold weapons, even two epic weapons wouldn't be enough to tempt representatives of super first-rate guilds like Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart. However, just as Blue Phoenix was having such thoughts, Shifeng proceeded to take out another weapon from his bag. Moreover, he showed no signs of stopping, even after revealing the third weapon. 8. By the time 10 level 55 dark gold weapons were laid out on the table, Phoenix Rain's and Unyielding Heart's expressions had changed. While level 55 dark gold weapons were not that easy to obtain, with the current strength Zero Wing's main force possessed, they understood that Zero Wing definitely could acquire some. If it were only 2 or 3 dark gold weapons, they wouldn't have felt particularly surprised by the situation. However, having 10 level 55 dark gold weapons was an entirely different story. As you can imagine, I am able to obtain quite a number of these level 55 dark gold weapons. These 10 articles are merely samples for you to see. What do you think of these weapons? Shifeng asked, smiling as he looked at the two people wearing serious expressions before him. Currently, he had produced only 10 level 55 dark gold weapons. It wasn't that he did not wish to produce more, but that he lacked the materials to do so. While the materials needed to produce these weapons were not very rare and were available in the market, they were not usually sold in large quantities. Collecting a sufficient amount would take considerable time. This was also the reason why the various large guilds that could produce dark gold weapons made only a very limited quantity in the current god's domain. Having 10 level 55 dark gold weapons was already a staggering feat. You still have more of these? Phoenix Rain asked, pleasantly surprised. May I know how many more of these weapons Brother Black Flame has? Unyielding Heart asked hurriedly. A single level 55 dark gold weapon was indeed nothing significant to them because one weapon could improve the combat power of only one player. The improvement would be minimal. However, after reaching a certain quantity, these level 55 dark gold weapons would have much more of an impact. With enough of these weapons, one could elevate the combat power of a team to a whole new level. Meanwhile, this increase in combat power would be very useful when a team was raiding field bosses. Not many, Shifeng said. Raising 3 fingers, he added, I only have enough to equip a 300-man team. May I know if the two of you are interested in this transaction? Guild leader Black Flame, you're not joking, right? Enough to equip a 300-man team? Doesn't that mean you have over 100 level 55 dark gold weapons? Mu Lingsha, who sat at a side, asked, her face twitching involuntarily. The weapons placed on the table were all meant for physical classes. None were for magical classes. Even so, trying to equip every physical class in a 300-man team would still require over 100 weapons. Currently, she wasn't even certain whether the various superpowers possessed level 55 dark gold weapons. At the very least, Unyielding Soul definitely did not. No matter how she looked at it, she simply could not accept that Zero Wing could actually take out over 100 of these weapons. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain's and Unyielding Heart's lips also twitched slightly when they heard Shifeng's words. This revelation truly came as a shock to them. With so many level 55 Dark Gold weapons, they could construct 3 very powerful 100-man teams. So long as each team had sufficient Tier 2 players, even raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons wouldn't be a problem if they had 3 teams capable of consistently raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons. Their guild's income of weapons and equipment would increase drastically. They could even acquire level 50 dungeon set equipment within 1 cooldown cycle. May I know how Brother Black Flame plans on selling these weapons? Unyielding Heart asked, a passionate flame burning in his eyes. Right, guild leader Black Flame, how do you plan on selling these weapons? Phoenix Rain asked in a serious tone as well. She could not help but admit that this finale item was truly a finale among finales. After all, while the all-round devices and Elven Silver only provided them with a chance of obtaining top-tier weapons and equipment, placed right before them was a guarantee of doing so. Simple. Shifeng then took out 2 sets of documents listing some rare materials and handed these to the 2 people before him. Using the listed materials as the standard and 300 sets of them as 1 batch, so long as you collect 1 batch of materials, you may purchase 40 weapons. We'll use these 300 sets of materials as the starting bid. You can then increase the price using magic crystals or coins, with each increment being worth no less than 100 gold. After reading the list of materials Shifeng provided, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart gasped involuntarily. Although the materials listed were not particularly rare, 1 full set was already worth quite a lot. Yet now they needed 300 sets just to qualify to participate in the auction. Shifeng's asking price truly wasn't low. We don't have any problems here, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. A first-rate guild would indeed face great difficulty collecting 300 sets of the listed materials. It wasn't a matter of money but of the rarity of the materials. With the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's huge sphere of influence, however, collecting 300 sets within a short period was still doable deal. Unyielding Heart was also determined to go through with this transaction. So long as he could obtain 40 of these level 55 Dark Gold weapons, he would have the confidence to lead his guild's main force to obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Moreover, in terms of ability to collect resources, his side was much stronger than Phoenix Rain's. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was an alliance of 2 guilds. Phoenix Rain could mobilize only half of the guild's resources at most. Since both of you are fine with this, let us start the auction now then. Upon seeing that both sides found his proposal acceptable, Shifeng grew even more joyful. Truthfully, even he felt that the amount of materials he was asking for was a little excessive, and he expected that the 2 guilds might balk at the condition. After all, even the current Zero Wing wasn't capable of collecting 300 sets of the materials at short notice. However, when he thought about how both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul were super first-rate guilds, he concluded that acquiring 300 sets of the materials shouldn't be impossible for them, although it would hurt their pockets slightly by setting such a high price in the first place. So long as he could acquire 300 sets of the materials required, given his production success rate, which was above 30%, he could instantly earn not only his cost but also quite an amount of materials. To arm Zero Wing now, however, it would seem that he had somewhat underestimated the foundations of the 2 super first-rate guilds. After all, the 2 representatives before him didn't even frown as they agreed to his proposal. Apparently, they were more than capable of acquiring over 300 sets of the materials. Chapter 1837. Titan Guard upgraded. As Shifeng started the auction, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart placed bids in a frenzy without any concern for each other. 2,000 gold. 3,000 gold. 5,000 gold. Whether Phoenix Rain or Unyielding Heart won the items, 40 level 55 Dark Gold weapons would serve a great purpose. These weapons were of the utmost importance to their respective guilds' development. Naturally, they wouldn't hold back. Rather than increasing the bid in 100 gold increments, they increased it by 1,000 gold increments in just a few minutes. The price had reached 24,000 gold with Unyielding Heart's bid. Including the cost of the materials, The total value of his offer was far more than what these 40 dark gold weapons were worth. However, Unyielding Heart did not care. Even Mu Lingsha had hinted that Unyielding Heart had to acquire the weapons regardless of the cost. Their guild currently competed with Starlink to obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Both guilds had already reached the final boss in their respective dungeons, and these weapons would ensure Unyielding Soul's victory. Even if they had to spend a little more coins than expected, they could easily earn back the cost 30,000 gold. Phoenix Rain instantly raised the price by a significant margin. She had already acquired the all-round devices and Elven Silver, but if she had these dark gold weapons as well, capturing the Sea of Death's inner islands would become far easier. After competing for several more minutes, Phoenix Rain won the first batch of weapons for 40,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Unyielding Heart then claimed the second batch for 43,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Although he wanted to win the last batch as well, due to lack of funds and these weapons' ordinary nature, he didn't go all out in the bidding. As a result, Phoenix Rain won the third batch of weapons for 41,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Super first-rate guilds really are rich. After Shifeng signed a contract with both sides, joy filled his heart. Although he didn't show it, he had to admit that becoming a master forger really was beneficial. Just by selling 3 batches of standardized dark gold weapons, he had earned 124,000 gold and 900 sets of materials. This price far exceeded his initial expectations. Now, he had the money to construct the airport and repair the secret stone forest, in addition to enough materials to arm Zero Wings members. Had he sold these weapons in single units or to small guilds, he would never have gotten such a good price. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul couldn't collect the required materials as easily as Shifeng had suspected either. This was especially true for Phoenix Rain, who would need roughly 1 day to collect all 300 sets. Unyielding Heart similarly needed a little time to collect all the materials. Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could only start crafting the weapons after he obtained the materials, and if the 2 guilds paid him in one go, he wouldn't have their purchased items ready. Hence, as a compromise, Shifeng had asked both guilds pay a portion of the required materials as a down payment. Only after they brought the remaining materials and funds would he hand over the weapons. With this compromise, not only would he have materials to produce the weapons, but the 2 guilds would also have extra time to collect the remaining materials. Neither Phoenix Rain nor Unyielding Heart had any issues with this arrangement. They hadn't brought enough money for the purchases to begin with, so it was expected that Shifeng ask for a down payment. Doing so would also ensure that Zero Wing couldn't sell the 120 dark gold weapons to anyone else. Neither Phoenix Rain nor Unyielding Heart had suspected that Zero Wing had crafted these weapons. They had assumed that the guild had acquired the items from farming monsters. Since their guilds didn't have the full payments ready, a down payment was understandable. Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart had their subordinates deliver the agreed-upon down payment, which was 30% of the full amount. In return, both guilds would be granted a full day to collect the remaining funds and materials. When the 270 sets of materials were delivered, Shifeng recruited Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa to help him craft the weapons. Although standardized level 55 dark gold weapons required a lot of time to produce, with 3 master forgers working around the clock and the Philosopher's Hand's guidance, it took them no time at all to complete the 120 weapons. After less than half a day, the 3 had used all 270 sets of materials and produced 114 weapons. Including the original 10 Shifeng had made, they had a total of 124 level 55 dark gold weapons. Now, once the weapons had been forged, Shifeng left the transaction's follow-up work to Melancholic Smile. He then contacted Aqua Rose and had her gather 20 main force members. He planned to head to the level 70 neutral map, Flame Demon's Valley. After his trade with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, Shifeng realized that he had to prioritize unsealing the Philosopher's Hand fully. Partially unsealing the Philosopher's Hand had already been so profitable. If he could fully unseal it, he could nurture a large number of master lifestyle players. Not only would he be able to arm Silverwing Town to the teeth, but he'd also be able to fortify the Lost Town. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about the Evil God's Temple, which grew stronger with each passing day in the Orc Empire. He wouldn't have to worry about Blackwater either. He could definitely afford a battle of attribution with both the evil god's temple and Blackwater simultaneously. After all, war was a competition of wealth and resources. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt even greater need to head to the Flame Demon's Valley in less than half an hour. Aqua Rose had gathered Cola, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the other core upper echelons. As the group approached the guild's meeting room, they chatted and discussed the recent challengers they had faced in Silverwing Town's battle arena. After Shifeng had set the battle arena's new rules, quite a few famous experts from the neighboring kingdoms and empires visited Silverwing Town to challenge Zero Wing's guild leader. Some experts had also visited the town purely to spar with Zero Wing's experts. The battle arena's popularity in Silverwing Town had skyrocketed, and it was now even more popular than the battle arena in Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, Cola and the others' arrival in White River City's guild hall had caused a commotion among the other guild members. Now that I'm so close to them, I can really feel how powerful our guild's main force members are. Commander Fire Dance is especially powerful. Recently, I've heard that of all the challenges she accepted, she won every single one of them. I've even heard that she defeated the 5th-ranked assassin in the Black Dragon Empire. Commander Fire Dance has a 3-digit winning streak. That's right. I've also heard that on the latest issue of the God's Domain Experts list, Commander Fire Dance ranks as the 319th expert thanks to her excellent battle records. But I still think that she hasn't revealed all of her strength yet. Her rank will definitely climb in the future. That's only natural. However, the current God's Domain ranking list has changed. Now, if you want to earn a spot on the list or improve your rank, you have to be strong enough and have a dazzling battle record. I wonder when I'll become a main force member. I really want to train directly under Commander Fire Dance. The guild holds a qualifying tournament once a month. You can participate as long as you become a core member. Right? I'll work hard to become a core member first. As the players in the guild hall talked about Fire Dance and the other main force members of the guild, a desire to join Zero Wing's main force overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who had hidden his appearance under a black cloak, couldn't help but chuckle as he overheard the various conversations. He then made his way toward the guild hall's meeting room. Guild leader, are we going on a major operation this time? Cola asked eagerly after Shifeng entered the room. He had improved significantly in the battle arena lately and itched to display his new strength, of course. However, we have to replace your equipment first, Shifeng said, nodding. Replace my equipment? Cola was confused. He currently wore the Dark Corrosion set, the best available Dark Gold set equipment in the game right now, and quite a few of his other pieces were epic rank. He didn't understand what Shifeng wanted to replace. Give me your shield first, Shifeng said. Shield? Cola revealed an excited expression as he guessed, could it be? That's right. We didn't have enough magic crystals before, but we do now, Shifeng said, nodding. Cola eagerly handed his Titan Guard to Shifeng, anticipation filling his eyes. Although he had been saving his own magic crystals, it would take him forever to collect 100,000 on his own. Moreover, the guild always needed magic crystals, making it almost impossible for him to upgrade his shield. After Shifeng received the Titan Guard, he immediately chose to upgrade it. Chapter 1838, Fragmented Legendary Shields. Hidden effect inside the resplendent meeting room. After Shifeng clicked to upgrade the Titan Guard, the shield began to glow with a brilliant light that forced the players in the room to close their eyes. By the time everyone reopened their eyes, they felt a horrific pressure wash over them. Instinctively, these players took up a defensive stance. What's going on? What's with this powerful aura? Could it be from that shield? This can't be possible, right? This aura is as intense as that of a mythic monster. All of these players were experts, and they had experienced countless life or death battles. They had long since developed senses that surpassed that of a wild beast. If they hadn't known that they were absolutely safe in this meeting room, they would have pulled out their weapons and prepared for combat. Once the intensity of the Titan Guard's aura reached its peak, it began to fade. So, this is a fragmented legendary shield? Shifeng was inwardly shocked as he felt the Titan Guard become lighter than it had been. Although the shield had never been particularly heavy, holding it still restricted his movement. Now, however, the Titan Guard was as light as a feather. It felt as if the cold, tough metallic frame were merely an illusion. The shield's hidden effect was truly frightening. It was common knowledge in God's domain that shields were so large so the MTs could effectively block a boss's attacks. In return, the shields were considerably heavy. Of course, there were lighter shields, such as wooden or steel bucklers. Although a buckler was easier to use and gave MTs more freedom of movement, its flaws were apparent. With a buckler's small size, blocking attacks properly was strenuous. This was especially true during a high-speed fight. Hence, the various large guilds' MTs usually used large, heavy shields. However, now, not only did the Titan Guard possess a huge defensive area, but it was also light. It was a dream shield for any MT. Moreover, compared to the Titan Guard's hidden effect, its new attributes were truly frightening. Titan Guard, Shield, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Minimum equipment level, 50 equipment requirement. Strength 1400 attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 9450, level 50. Block rate 39%. Strength plus 245. Endurance plus 224. Agility plus 190. Defense skill plus 3 levels. Reaction ability plus 2. Strength increased by 35%, agility increased by 30%, and endurance increased by 30%. Ignore levels plus 20. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. When equipped, all magic damage received reduced by 50%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Paralysis effects reduced by 40%. Frontal damage received reduced by 30%. All resistances increased by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Guardian Shield automatically generates a layer of guardian energy, which can block an attack and absorb a portion of the attack's strength to recover user's stamina every 10 seconds. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Iron Wall reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 50%. If attacks are of a lower tier than user, reduces damage by 70%. If attacks are of the same or higher tier than user, reduces damage by 30%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Titan's Heart generates 3 layers of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 10 times of wielder's maximum HP, increases physique by 30%, reaction speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 45 seconds. During this period, battle recovery improved by 800%, and healing received increased by 100%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Titan's Will becomes immune to all control effects. Reduces all damage received by 95% and weakens negative effects by 90%. Increases attack speed by 100% and movement speed by 30%. Starting movement speed set at 80% of maximum movement speed. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Cannot stack with other defensive skills. Additional active skill 3 dash. Titan's Domain. Every non-friendly target within a 100-yard radius will increase wielder's basic attributes by 2%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals wielder by 0.1% HP every second. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 2 hours. Maximum number of targets 100. With these attributes, an ordinary MT could immediately become a peak MT by equipping the Titan Guard. Guild Leader, how are the attributes? Cola asked excitedly. Take a look for yourself, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then passed the Titan Guard back to Cola. When Cola received the Titan Guard, he noticed the change to the shield's weight. When he saw the shield's attributes, even his breathing became harsh. Guild Leader, can we go find a mythic boss? Cola asked, staring at Shifeng with desire in his eyes. He was like a swordsman that had just acquired a treasured sword and was eager to test out his new weapon. Cola had worn the best equipment in God's domain. Even while wielding the epic rank Titan Guard, he could tank a mythic monster of the same level. Now that Titan Guard had been upgraded, he felt that he could face a mythic monster head-on. Of course, he knew that was a misconception. After all, a mythic monster was still a mythic monster. Although he couldn't face a mythic monster in a direct confrontation, he was confident of tanking a mythic monster by himself. Whether or not he could kill the monster would depend on his team's DPS. Relax. You'll have plenty of opportunities later, Feng assured his guildmate. Smiling, Feng had already been roughly 50% certain that he could complete his quest in the Flame Demon's Valley, but with the fragmented legendary rank Titan Guard, his success rate had risen to 80% at the minimum, following which, Feng had everyone switch to fire resistance equipment. He also allocated several all-round devices, Elven Silver, and the master-ranked fire resistance potion, which Silent Wonder had crafted. His teammates were confused after equipping the fire resistance equipment. They had over 100 points in fire resistance. With so much, they shouldn't have any issues raiding the current large-scale team dungeons with high-temperature environments, yet Feng wanted them to use master fire resistance potions as well. Just where were they going? We're heading to the Flame Demon's Valley. Before we go, I have to remind you all that once we're in the valley, you must follow me closely. You absolutely must not get lost, Feng said. The Flame Demon's Valley? Isn't that a level 70+ danger zone? Aqua Rose, who was relatively familiar with God's Domain's maps, asked. Shocked, the other players gasped when they heard Aqua Rose's question. While they weren't familiar with the Flame Demon's Valley, they knew what a danger zone was. The Black Dragon Empire had quite a few danger zones, as did Starmoon Kingdom. However, they had never heard of a guild successfully exploring either country's level 30 to 40 danger zones. At most, some guilds had played around in these danger zones' outer regions, but they didn't dare venture to the inner areas as death was almost certain upon entry. While part of the reason was the danger zone's extraordinarily harsh environments, the map's monsters were far more dangerous and extremely powerful. Not only did the danger zone's monsters have incredibly high basic attributes, but they also displayed very high combat standards. Even the weakest monster in danger zones had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Meanwhile, as one ventured further into the zone, they'd face even stronger monsters. Near the inner regions, one would begin to encounter monsters that could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Just thinking about a group of several hundred of such monsters would make any expert player shudder with fear. Feng had so casually mentioned that they were about to head to a level 70+ danger zone. If Aqua Rose hadn't told them about the Flame Demon's Valley, they would have assumed that they were going to some ordinary map. Based on Feng's tone, relax. I've already investigated the area. Once we enter, you just need to follow my lead. Naturally, Feng knew what kind of horrors to expect in the Flame Demon's Valley. Danger zones are also blessed maps. They are the best places to refine your skills. Don't you want to grow stronger? Hearing Feng's explanation, everyone's eyes glowed with excitement and anticipation. While they had fought in Silverwing Town's battle arena, they had realized how vast God's domain truly was. Although many of the challengers hadn't been famous, their combat standards had been extraordinary. They had only managed to defeat these experts thanks to their superior equipment. Now that they had learned of a place where they could train and improve their abilities, of course, they wanted to visit it. Feng then led his team to Starmoon City before teleporting to the Flame Dragon Empire and again to one of its border towns. In the end, Feng used the 7 Luminaries Ring's spatial gate to transport everyone across the remaining distance. After several hours, the team finally arrived before a valley that radiated waves of heat. Despite just standing at the valley's entrance, the area was hot enough to sting their skin. They did not even dare to imagine how high the temperature would be once they entered the Valley Guild leader. There seemed to be some people ahead. Minor Wind, who had used eagle eyes to observe their surroundings, suddenly reported as he pointed at the smoke-choked path ahead of them. People? Feng was astonished. Just getting to the Flame Demon's Valley was a difficult task for current players, not to mention fighting in such a harsh environment. Amazing. They're fighting a level 72 boss. And they're overwhelming it. Minor Wind exclaimed as he watched these players fight. Guild leader, some of our guild members are among them. Our guild? Feng was even more surprised to hear that his people were present, following which, Minor Wind sent Feng a recording. Why are they here? As Feng watched the video, he discovered that there really were 0 wing members among the group. One of them was the elementalist Thoughtful Rain, and the other was the cleric Blue Bamboo. Both wore 0 Wing's 6-winged emblem. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was level 56, while Blue Bamboo was level 55. In terms of levels, these two could already contend with the various superpowers experts. Guild leader, what should we do? Aqua Rose asked. Normally, players would be on guard when they encountered others in the fields. After all, PKs were far from uncommon. If one were not careful, other players might even mug them. Furthermore, the unexpected party was engaged in a boss fight. They should be even more on guard. However, the Flame Demon's Valley only had one entrance. They couldn't just wait until the other party finished their raid. Moreover, they had already used their all-round devices, Elven Silver, and Master Fire Resistance potions, all of which had time limits. Let's wait and watch them for now, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Chapter 1839, Neutral Races. Piles of large rocks decorated the scorching valley. Due to the constant screen of black smoke from within the valley, it was extremely difficult to examine the area with the naked eye. One would be fortunate if they could see up to 200 yards away. Even those with stronger physiques would only see an additional 20 or 30 yards. Only with skills like Eagle Eyes could players see up to 700 to 800 yards. While 700 or 800 yards might seem far, it was nothing to monsters in a level 70+ danger zone. These monsters could normally see up to 500 yards. Due to the level difference between these monsters and Zero Wings players, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. If they were not careful, the monsters might even notice them from 800 yards away. Under Shi Feng's lead, Zero Wings' team quickly moved to 200 yards away from Thoughtful Rain's team. Rocks and smoke obscured their position, so the other team would find it difficult to notice their presence. Isn't that Rain? Aqua Rose was a little surprised as she watched Thoughtful Rain in battle. Her combat standard has improved by quite a bit. Thoughtful Rain dealt with 3 level 70 Lord-ranked Flame Demon Guards, which moved alongside the boss monster, by herself, yet despite being out-leveled and outnumbered, she faced the 3 lords on equal footing. She had thoroughly distracted the 3 flaming humanoids, allowing her teammates to focus on the boss. It was evident that her combat standard had already reached the refinement realm. However, Thoughtful Rain's teammates were even more surprising. None of these players were human, but foreign races. They were either half-beastmen with tiger ears and tails or half-elves with snowy white skin and pointed ears. What is going on? They're not actually human? Fire Dance exclaimed in shock. Every player on Zero Wings' team was shocked. As far as they knew, it was only possible to play a human when starting the game. There weren't any other races to choose from. Although they had encountered demon players and monster players, they were transformations. Technically, they still identified as human. However, the players on Thoughtful Rain's team were different. Their initial statistics showed that they weren't humans who could transform. Instead, their races identified as half-beastmen or half-elves. While Shi Feng found the situation surprising as well, he did not find it particularly strange. Moreover, he finally understood why these other players were Hirin God's domain. Players were only allowed to play as human at the start of the game. There were no other racial options to choose from. However, after reaching level 30 and beyond, players could head to neutral races' habitats to complete conversion quests, becoming half-beastmen or half-elves. Although players would gain some racial abilities after becoming half-beastmen or half-elves, they'd abandon their identities as human and lose the protection of God's domain's ruling race. These players would find it far more difficult to move about on the continent, and in the game not all kingdoms and empires permitted entry to neutral races. Only a very small number of countries did so. Even so, there were still many expert players that willingly converted neutral races. Racial abilities were very tempting, and although these abilities wouldn't improve one's basic attributes directly, they would improve one's physical abilities. For example, half-beastmen generally gained more mobility, reaction speed, and perception. Half-beastmen were natural-born warriors. As for half-elves, they were magic's favored children. They would find magic-related tasks far easier than the other races. Both the half-beastmen and half-elf races also provided higher innate resistances. As a result, neutral players could survive and fight in maps with harsh environments, such as danger zones. In addition, like demon players, half-beastmen and half-elves were differentiated based on their bloodline purity. The purer one's bloodline, the stronger their racial abilities would be. In exchange for these benefits, not only would players face racial discrimination, but they'd also have a more difficult time upgrading their tiers. With the same combat standards and combat power, a human might be promoted to tier 3, but a half-beastman or half-elf might only reach tier 2. This was one of the main reasons that the human race oppressed the various neutral races. The human race had far more apex members than the neutral races. This was the law of equivalent exchange in God's domain, and it would be up to players to decide which path they would take. Those who were confident in their strength could definitely challenge the limitations neutral races faced. If they successfully broke past those limitations, they would no doubt become much stronger than human players of the same tier. After Shifeng's team observed these neutral players for some time, the level 72 Great Lord ranked Flame Demon Commander's HP finally fell to 50% suddenly. A level 56, half-elf female elementalist shouted, "Melee players, pull back. Dodge the boss's team wipe skill." Hearing this half-elf's command, the 9 half-beastman players fighting the Flame Demon Commander darted back from the boss. The 6-meter-tall Flame Demon Commander roared. Towering pillars of fire rose from the ground around it, melting the earth until it was molten lava. In the blink of an eye, the monster had formed a field of lava void of life. As the lava field continued to expand, the half-elf elementalist used a Tier 2 Ice-type curse, Ice River. The lava then stilled, cooling until only frozen dirt remained. The Flame Demon Commander was also frozen, becoming an ice sculpture. Attack with everything you've got. The half-elf elementalist shouted with the half-elf elementalist command. Everyone bombarded the level 72 Great Lord with their most powerful attacks, decreasing the Great Lord's HP much faster than before. Frightening damages appeared above the Great Lord's head, one after another. Even the weakest attacks dealt over -10,000 damage, whereas the stronger blows dealt over -20,000 damage in 2 short minutes. The Flame Demon Commander's HP fell to 30%. Once it did, the Great Lord's flaming body split into balls of flame, forming miniature Flame Demon Commanders. There were 50 miniature versions of the Great Lord, and each one had half of the Flame Demon Commander's basic attributes. They were still stronger than the Lord-ranked Flame Demon Guards, but they only had 600,000 HP each. Despite so many miniature Flame Demon Commanders, the half-beastmen and half-elves coped. Each player fought 2 or 3 copies and steadily shaved away the copy's HP. Once every miniature Flame Demon Commander had died, the flames gathered and merged once more. In the blink of an eye, the real Flame Demon Commander stood before the team. This time, however, it only had 10% of its HP remaining. It took less than 2 minutes for the team of neutral players to kill the Flame Demon Commander. As the Great Lord's flaming body dissipated, it left behind 5 items and flaming wreckage. Even a large guild's main force would be awed by how fast these players had dealt with a level 72 Great Lord. After watching these neutral players slay the boss, a voice called out to Shifeng as he prepared to lead his team over to greet the other players. "You guys have been watching us fight for quite some time now. It's about time you show yourselves, don't you think?" The female half-elf elementalist asked coldly as she turned towards the rock. Shifeng and the others hid behind. "If you refuse, we'll come to you." Hearing the female half-elf statement, the other half-beastmen and half-elves turned towards Zero Wings members with frosty expressions. Chapter 1840. No need for explanations. "Guild leader, it seems that we've been discovered," Aqua Rose said as she felt the killing intent radiating from the female half-elf elementalist. However, she did not reveal any signs of panic at being discovered. Instead, she calmly smiled and said, "It also seems that the other party doesn't appreciate our good intentions." "Forget it. Since they don't, so be it," Shifeng said, shaking his head and laughing. "Since they've spoken, let's head over." Kill stealing was a frequent occurrence in the fields. For such expert neutral players to come all the way to such a high-level danger zone, it was highly unlikely that they were just here to kill bosses. The only possibility he could think of was that these players were here for a high-ranked quest or had found a clue leading to one. Either way, they wouldn't like being discovered by other players. For example, Shifeng didn't want anyone to learn about his quest to unseal the Philosopher's Hand. If they did, it would definitely cause trouble for him and his guild. Even now, he hadn't told anyone about the quest, not even his teammates. Any players that had an important quest or were trying to pick one up would conceal their activities. When discovered, they'd greet the offending players with hostility. It wouldn't even be surprising if these players attacked without warning. Hence, to avoid a misunderstanding, Shifeng had decided to maintain his distance, hiding his team throughout the raid. First, he wanted to avoid unnecessary combat. Second, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were members of this neutral team. If Zero Wings members suddenly showed up in this deserted area, the team would suspect Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo of leaking information. Third, he didn't want others to know what Zero Wing was doing in the Flame Demon's Valley. However, the female half-elf elementalist's perception had exceeded Shifeng's expectations. He had never expected the woman to sense them 200 yards away despite her involvement in the intense battle. Even with his physique, he had barely seen the battle from this distance. The only other player that had seen the battle clearly was Minor Wind, who had activated Eagle Eyes. The other team's members had been busy with the fight, making it impossible to maintain Eagle Eyes. Hence, he hadn't expected to be discovered. However, since the team had noticed them, he had no choice but to reveal himself and see how events unfolded. Meanwhile, the half-beastmen and half-elves warily watched Shifeng's group approach. Guild leader, our tracks have been discovered. Should we kill them? A level 55, Tier 2 berserker, a half-beastman in armor and wielding a white bone spear, asked, lacing his words with killing intent. Let's hear them out first. At the end of the day, this map is controlled by the human race. Moreover, we're already halfway through our quest. An interruption will only make it more difficult to complete. The female half-elf elementalist quietly responded. During the battle, she had discovered Shifeng's group, but she had remained silent about it to see what the other players intended. At first, she had assumed that the team was here to catch steal, but even after the boss had died, Shifeng's group had been motionless. This proved that Shifeng's group had no designs on their loot. Even so, she couldn't let the other party follow them. After all, she had an important quest to complete. She could only expose the team and persuade them to leave. Of course, the decision had some risk. If negotiations soured, it was likely they would have to fight each other. If Shifeng's group insisted on following them, she would have to act. Her quest offered an extraordinary reward, which would qualitatively transform their guild. With this reward, it was entirely possible that their guild would instantly become as strong as a first-rate guild. As Shifeng's group increasingly closer to the female half-elf's team, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were busy with 3 flame demon guards, stared with wide eyes. Rain, aren't they from our guild? Even Vice Guild leader Aqua and Commander Fire Dance are here, Blue Bamboo said, stupefied. What should we do? Will Big Sis Melody suspect us of leaking information? The team they had joined on this expedition to the Flame Demon's Valley for a quest was extremely important to Melody, the guild leader of Ninth Heaven. This quest could even determine the life or death of Melody's guild. Hence, the woman had repeatedly forbidden them from telling anyone about the quest. Neither she nor Thoughtful Rain had spoken a word of their actions, yet their guild members had shown up here. At this point, avoiding a misunderstanding was almost impossible. We don't have a choice. We have to explain to Big Sis Melody and hope that she understands. But this is really a terrible coincidence. Thoughtful Rain, who kept the 3 flame demon guards busy, said helplessly. Unfortunately, as Shifeng's group approached, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members noticed the 6-winged emblem on these players' chests. A 6-winged emblem? Isn't that the same one that Rain and Blue wear? Could they be Zero Wings members? Guild leader, we haven't said anything about this operation to anyone. How could Zero Wings members be here? Could it be? Did Rain and Blue? I knew outsiders couldn't. Suddenly, the half-beastmen and half-elves turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Although they did not question the two directly, they watched the women with questioning gazes. Enough. I'll handle this. Melody roared as she shot her team members a chilling look. Let's find out why they're here first. Suddenly, this team of neutral players heard a deep voice. I am Black Flame, Zero Wings guild leader. My team and I have a task in the Flame Demon's Valley. May I ask you to remain here for some time? Once we're done, we'll invite you in. Shifeng's voice was sonorous, echoing throughout the valley. Moreover, his aura was imposing. He felt like an ancient behemoth that had just woken. Damn it. It's true. When Melody's team members heard Shifeng's statement, they glared at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with indignation. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were at a loss for words. They felt as if any explanation would be useless. Guild leader, since they've come to steal our quest, we should kill them. One of the Tier 2 berserkers said, exuding killing intent, I want to see just how powerful Zero Wing truly is. They had more or less heard of Zero Wing. This guild, which had started with nothing, had gone on to take control of Star Moon Kingdom. The guild was powerful enough to rival a first-rate guild, many times stronger than Ninth Heaven. However, they didn't think that they'd lose to Zero Wing's experts in terms of individual combat standards. They had the innate advantage of half-beastmen and half-elves, which would be particularly prominent in PvP. Waving to her teammates for quiet, Melody turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In a low tone she asked, "I just want to ask one thing. Did you two leak our secret?" "Big sis Melody, we didn't say anything about this," Thoughtful Rain insisted. Blue Bamboo nodded, repeated, firm resolution in her eyes. "All right, I believe you," Melody said, revealing a gentle smile. She did not think that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo would betray her trust. She then turned back to Shifeng and said, "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Melody, the Guild Leader of Ninth Heaven. May I know why we cannot enter? That way, I'll understand what I should do." Although there was no arrogance in Melody's voice, her voice held no deference either. Rather, her tone contained questions and threats. Depending on Shifeng's explanation, she wouldn't shy from a battle to the death or mutual destruction. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo tensed. "The reason?" Shifeng suddenly laughed. "I'm afraid that you don't qualify to demand answers from me. Moreover, Zero Wing has never needed to explain itself. All you need to know is that you are not allowed entry for the moment. If you refuse, I'll simply treat you like the other monsters." Shifeng then swung Killing Ray at the Flame Demon guards chasing Thoughtful Rain, tearing the space before him. A golden lightning bolt struck one of the three lords from over 60 yards away. The powerful Flame Demon guards then fell to one knee, the strike leaving a deep gash in their flesh. All three lords were heavily injured. Meanwhile, a damage of over -100,000 appeared above the Flame Demon guards' heads. Among the three lords, one even suffered nearly -300,000 damage. But compared to Shifeng's damage, what truly surprised the other guild leader was his ability to land his attack against the three moving lords without harming Thoughtful Rain, despite being over 60 yards away. Moreover, Shifeng had sent his attack through the other team, striking the Flame Demon guards before they had been able to react. Shifeng's timing and skill usage were godlike. This stunned Melody and the Ninth Heaven members, who had planned to put up a fight. Without another word, Shifeng led his team into the Flame Demon's Valley, leaving the dumbstruck members of Ninth Heaven behind. Chapter 1841, Rich Danger Zone. Melody and her teammates only breathed a sigh of relief after Shifeng's group had vanished too strong. The strength and frightening aura Shifeng had displayed had been stifling. For a moment, they even thought that they had already died. So, that is Rain and Blue's guild? How could such a powerful expert exist? When Ninth Heaven's members turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still fought the three Flame Demon guards, they watched the women with shock and fear. They had never realized that Zero Wing was so powerful. The racial talents they were so proud of were little more than a joke before Shifeng. Even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had thought that they understood their own guild, couldn't help but gape after witnessing Shifeng's attack. Not only had Shifeng's single attack alleviated the pressure they faced, but he had also shocked Ninth Heaven's experts, deterring them from attacking. Among the Ninth Heaven experts present, quite a few were even stronger than the two of them. This was especially true for Melody. Melody wore 3 pieces of epic equipment and had stronger combat standards than them, yet against Shifeng's attack, even she had failed to react. Melody also could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly as she looked at the 3 Flame Demon guards' wounds. She had intended on threatening Zero Wing and questioning Zero Wing's purpose in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, both teams had roughly the same number of players. Even if their teams fought, she did not think that her team would lose. At worst, their teams would suffer mutual destruction. However, reality proved that her thoughts were laughable. Guild leader, what should we do? Are we going to give up, just like that? A tall, robust Tier 2 Tigerman Berserker asked. Before he had seen Shifeng's power, he had been confident in defeating Zero Wing's members, but after, he understood one thing: he absolutely must not clash with Shifeng. He would only find his death if he did. He hadn't only come to that conclusion because of Shifeng's superior basic attributes, but also because of the technique the swordsman had displayed. Why should we give up? We've gone to great lengths to find this quest, and Flame Demon's Valley is so large. Do you really think that they have eyes in every corner of the valley? A Tier 2 female ranger carrying an icy, crystalline bow said, clicking her tongue. She had no intentions of giving up on their quest. Moreover, she refused to believe that Shurfeng's group would notice them sneaking into the Flame Demon's Valley. Forget it. Let's just wait here, Melody said, shaking her head. I don't think that Zero Wing is here for our quest, anyway. They must be here for something more important. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's strength, they wouldn't need to waste words on us. They could have simply gotten rid of us before entering the valley. Hearing Melody's decision, the other members nodded in agreement. Seeing the logic in her words, it would have been much easier and safer just to get rid of them, rather than asking them to wait at the valley's entrance. They had just witnessed Shurfeng's prowess personally, and they doubted that he'd need long to annihilate their team if Shurfeng wished it. He could have killed several of them with that attack, and they would have been powerless to do anything about it. We should also thank Rain and Blue. Large guilds generally dislike others following them during a large-scale operation. Generally, they seal off the area. Even if they don't, they tend to get rid of any potential threats. Yet Black Flame had simply forbidden us from entering the valley, rather than kill us. Let's not stir up any more trouble, Melody explained. When large guilds were on an important mission, they definitely didn't show mercy. The fact that they were still alive was all thanks to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's membership in Zero Wing. If not for these two women, she didn't dare imagine what kind of outcome her team would have suffered. Upon hearing Melody's explanation, her teammates gave Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo grateful and apologetic looks. They now felt that their decision to invite the women on this mission had been a wise one. Otherwise, they would have likely died an unjust death at the entrance of the Flame Demon's Valley. This turn of events had also bewildered Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still tried to figure out how to clear up the prior misunderstanding. A moment ago, the team had been hostile towards them, but now, their teammates seemed grateful and cordial. It felt like they had been dropped into hell before being thrown into heaven in the next moment. They had no idea how to react. Zero Wing is so strong, guild leader. And I've heard that Candlelight, the guild's trading firm, is doing quite well. Both Rain and Blue are Zero Wing's core members. If we can get acquainted with Black Flame through them and partner with Zero Wing, our guild's development in Forest City will definitely go more smoothly, the Tigerman Berserker quietly suggested as he looked at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. I get what you're trying to say. I'll ask them for their opinions later. However, I must say this. If they don't want to help us in that way or find it too difficult, you will let the matter rest. Melody nodded as she turned to the Tigerman Berserker in surprise. Previously, the Tigerman Berserker had been very opinionated about Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's participation in this operation. She had never expected him to suggest that they cozy up to the women. The Tigerman Berserker nodded silently in response. Meanwhile, in the Flame Demon's Valley, Shurfeng remained ignorant of the fact that his behavior had made Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo VIPs in Ninth Heaven. He simply led his team toward the Flame Demon's Valley's core region. Although the Flame Demon's Valley didn't house a lot of flame demons, as a danger zone, its severe environment was incredibly uncomfortable for those who entered. Despite having equipped fire resistance items and drinking master flame resistance potions, Zero Wing's team sweltered in the heat. This prevented them from displaying their full strength. Although Shurfeng had been very careful in selecting their path, due to Aqua Rose and the others' low levels, they still attracted flame demons. They had no choice but to engage in a few fights, slowing their advance considerably. However, killing the flame demons also granted a bountiful harvest. Although the monsters lacked equipment drops, they did drop enough fire-type materials to earn a small fortune. This was especially true for the flame crystal. The flame demons dropped these flame crystals could be turned into flame gemstones, which could be equipped on weapons. When equipped, the flame gemstone gave the weapons an additional 10% flame damage. This was an excellent item for players like them, who struggled to increase their combat power. Unfortunately, the flame gemstones were consumable items, unlike ordinary attribute gemstones, which could be used indefinitely. Even so, the flame gemstones were an excellent item. After advancing for around 4 hours, Zero Wing's members finally reached the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Shurfeng then contacted Thoughtful Rain and notified her that her team could now enter the Flame Demon's Valley. To current players, the Flame Demon's Valley's core was absolutely off-limits, even for half-beastmen and half-elves. Without the all-round devices, Elven Silver, and sufficiently high fire resistance, players would die in a matter of seconds upon setting foot in this area. Hence, he was not worried that others would discover his activities after another half an hour. Fire Dance, who scouted ahead, excitedly reported in the team chat, "Guild leader, I found something." "Something good?" Sherfong muttered, curious when he heard Fire Dance's trembling, excited voice. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone. It had many valuable things to offer. She shouldn't have sounded so excited. "Guild leader, you won't guess what I found. I actually found an ore vein," Fire Dance proudly proclaimed. Chapter 1842, Attributed Ore Vein. Upon hearing Fire Dance mention an ore vein, everyone's eyes glowed with excitement. Ore veins were extremely rare in God's domain and particularly in Star Moon Kingdom. This was because Star Moon Kingdom was a relatively balanced kingdom. While the kingdom had no lack of herbs, ores, wood, and food materials, it did not specialize in any of these resources. Hence, ore veins were very rare in the kingdom. Whenever one was found, it would be highly contested over an ore vein. "What type is it?" Sherfong asked curiously. He wasn't particularly surprised by the fact that an ore vein had appeared in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, this was a mountainous region. It was also a danger zone, a map famed for abundant resources. However, although ore veins were generally quite valuable, they were also differentiated by rank. For example, the difference between a bronze vein and a magic crystal vein was like heaven and earth. Although a bronze vein could tempt ordinary large guilds, it wouldn't be particularly helpful to Zero Wing. At the very least, it wouldn't be occupying if it were in the Flame Demon's Valley. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone and home to very dangerous monsters. The map's harsh environment would only make it even more difficult to mine the vein. Even super guilds had a hard time setting up mining operations in danger zones within kingdoms and empires, and the Flame Demon's Valley was both a neutral map and a danger zone. Normally, superpowers ignored ore veins in danger zones. The rewards simply weren't worth the effort. "A source fire vein," Fire Dance exclaimed when Fire Dance reported the vein's identity. Her teammates let out a gasp. In their opinion, finding a copper or mithril vein was already exciting, yet they had stumbled across a source fire vein. Source fire? Sherfeng's heart raced upon hearing Thesa. Source fire vein was a bona fide grade 2 vein. Unlike ordinary grade 2 veins, a source fire vein was also an attributed ore vein. It was extremely rare even among grade 2 veins. Normally, an ore vein didn't attributes, just like how ores were normally unattributed. However, if an ore had an attribute, its price would increase by several-fold. For example, frost steel ore was an ice-type ore. When using this type of ore to forge weapons, the weapons produced would deal additional frost damage. When used to produce equipment, the equipment would have additional ice resistance. This was why attributed ore veins were far more valuable than their non-attributed counterparts. Superpowers would even fight over a grade 3 attributed vein, not to mention a grade 2 vein. If the various superpowers found out about this source fire vein, they would do everything they could to acquire it. The vein might not be as valuable as a grade 1 vein, but it would greatly help their members when raiding dungeons or exploring new maps. Even if the price were great, they would pay it to secure the source fire vein. However, Sherfong had never heard of an attributed ore vein in the Flame Demon's Valley in the past, leaving him a little confused. Had such a vein existed, the Flame Demon's Valley would have been a battlefield for the various superpowers, rather than some obscure map that no one cared about. Send the coordinates. We'll head there immediately. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong wanted to verify the authenticity of the vein. If the source fire vein were real, it could help Zero Wing's rapid advance in both ship and weapon production. After Fire Dance relayed her current coordinates, Sherfong led the team, slowly approaching the assassin's location. Fire Dance was situated before a canyon that was surrounded by mountains and lava. The canyon was clear of black smoke, so visibility was excellent. Only, the terrain was extremely dangerous. There were also a large number of giant lava beasts in the area. Moreover, laying at the canyon's entrance was a gigantic, level 80 mythic ranked beast lava hound, elemental creature, mythic, level 80. HP 450, 000, 000/450,000,000. Everyone felt their heads ache when they saw the two-headed lava hound guarding the canyon's entrance. However, they could clearly see a cave in the distance with some crimson ore around its entrance. This crimson ore was none other than source fire ore. It's actually real. Shifeng's eyes burned with desire as he gazed at the source fire ore. Although the vein seemed small, it was definitely a source fire vein. How unfortunate. There are too many lava monsters nearby. There's even a level 80 mythic monster guarding the canyon's entrance. We don't have a chance of securing the vein, Aqua Rose said, slightly frustrated as she looked at the cave entrance. With their current strength, they might be able to defeat level 60 mythic monsters, but a level 80 mythic ranked monster was still too difficult. Furthermore, they had to fight the lava creature in such an extreme environment. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't be able to defeat the lava hound even if they were level 80. This was because this was a danger zone. The monsters here had much higher combat standards than monsters in a normal map. Including the frightening attributes of a mythic monster, they had no hope against the level 80 lava hound unless they returned at level 90 or 100. Lava creatures were different from ordinary monsters. Players would be subjected to the burning heat radiating from the monster's body if they got close to it. Even if players had sufficiently high fire resistance to avoid taking any damage, they'd still feel the searing pain. This pain would significantly affect players' combat power and prevent them from fighting at their best. However, this was not the most frightening aspect about lava creatures. Lava creatures' corrosive ability was far more dangerous. Weapons and equipment would rapidly lose durability when they came into contact with these creatures. If the items lost all durability mid-battle, they'd be permanently lost. Because of this, players tried to avoid lava monsters as much as possible. Meanwhile, every monster in the canyon was a lava creature. Trying to clear out these monsters long-term would be hell. Not only would they fail to acquire the vein, but they would also sacrifice a large number of weapons and equipment. If they tried to construct a mining base here, a large number of monsters would assault the base during its construction. If the mining base were destroyed, all resources they had invested would be lost. On the off chance that they managed to construct a mining base here, there was also the problem of manpower. Zero Wing simply couldn't afford to station a lot of players here. This was the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Its harsh environment could easily kill the guild's players. Players needed sufficiently high fire resistance to survive here. They were only able to explore this area because they were fully equipped in fire resistance equipment and had consumed master fire resistance potions. If any other player stood in their place right now, the extreme temperatures would have long since claimed their lives. The rest of the team agreed with Aqua Rose's assessment, a little disappointed. While the source fire vein before them was a priceless treasure, they could only afford to view it from afar. Meanwhile, as Shifeng examined the roaming lava monsters, he fell deep into thought. Not many people knew the true value of an attributed ore vein in God's domain yet. However, he did. The source fire vein would be particularly valuable to the current Zero Wing. Not only did the vein produce source fire ore, which could be used to increase the guild's overall combat power by a significant margin, but the vein also produced the super rare byproduct, Flame Source Crystals. Flame Source Crystals were incredibly useful to master alchemists, but they were also one of the main materials to produce the epic set equipment, Broken Steel, a set exclusive to his Blade Saint class lava creatures. After carefully observing the terrain and the wandering lava monsters, Shifeng said, "While it would be impossible to set up a mining base here, it isn't entirely impossible to harvest the ore. Guild leader, can we really mine here?" Anticipation burned in Aqua Rose's eyes as she looked at Shifeng. Nowadays, fire resistance weapons and equipment were in high demand since the various large guilds had realized how necessary these items were to their development. If Zero Wing could harvest the source fire vein, it would definitely increase the guild's development speed. Given enough time, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be limited to operating near Silverwing town. They could freely explore the Ore Empire and cross swords with the Ore Empire's Evil Gods Temple. They had long since grown tired of the Evil Gods Temple's antics by this point. Chapter 1843, Titan's Might. When Zero Wing's members heard that it was possible to mine the source fire vein, their eyes glowed with excitement. They all had a certain understanding of ore veins, so they knew that the source fire vein was a grade 2 ore vein. This meant that there was a certain chance to obtain magic crystals when mining it. This was something the various large guilds sorely lacked right now, especially Zero Wing. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding and recruiting more members. This meant that the guild needed to nurture far more players. Although Zero Wing had training locations like the Battle Arena, the guild members still had to train in the Divine Coliseum's Trial Tower. Zero Wing's battle arenas simply couldn't accommodate enough people. The Trial Tower also provided comprehensive training, testing players' limits. If Zero Wing could acquire a large number of magic crystals, the guild would be able to transform the new recruits into usable combat power. Right now, the majority of Zero Wing's members wouldn't be useful in large-scale combat. This was also why Zero Wing's members couldn't venture far from Silverwing Town, and the guild couldn't develop properly in the Or Empire. We'll have to give it a try before we'll know if it's truly possible. I can only say that we have around a 30% success rate, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly confident in his plan. While it was common knowledge that lava monsters were extremely difficult to deal with, not many knew that lava monsters also had obvious weaknesses: ice and water-type attacks. In addition, an ice or water-type environment would dull the lava monster's reactions to an extreme. Once the lava creature's reactions dulled, they'd become far easier to deal with. However, lava monsters filled the canyon before them. In addition, they were nowhere near the monster's levels. If they tried to lure a single lava monster, they'd likely attract a large group instead. They also had to worry about the level 80 mythic lava hound. Moreover, this was the Flame Demon's Valley. The environment was extremely hot. Even after equipping fire resistance equipment and drinking master fire resistance potions, the heat still affected them considerably, and they couldn't fully exhibit their combat powers. Picking a fight with the lava hound would be suicide. Hence, he wasn't confident in success. A 30% success rate? It's so high. Some hope is better than none at all. Guild leader, just tell us what you need us to do. When they heard their chance of success, the team grew excited, rather than disappointed. Even the various superpowers weren't likely to occupy this source fire vein, but if Zero Wing could, it could grow into a super first-rate guild within a short time. Zero Wing would then be able to compete for dominance over God's domain. It would no longer be limited to its status as a kingdom's #1 guild. Aqua Rose, who had once been an honorary elder in the veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo, had never thought that Zero Wing would one day have a chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Despite so many years of development, Twilight Echo had never reached the point where it had the potential of becoming a super first-rate guild. Yet Zero Wing already had it. Since everyone is in agreement, Aqua and those with the Sea God's legacy, ready your spells. You should have learned quite a few water-type spells. As for the remaining elementalists, prepare to use ice-type spells. Try to use as many AoE spells as possible. I don't need you all to attack. I just need you to transform this canyon into a world of ice and water. As long as you can change the environment, the lava monsters will weaken and become much easier to deal with. If you succeed, we'll have a chance of getting the Vein Cola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian. Once Aqua and the others begin, you three need to do everything you can to lure the monsters away from the canyon's entrance. Cola, you'll be responsible for tanking the lava hound. All you need to do is lure it away. Everyone else will use the ice and water-type magic scrolls I'll distribute in a moment. I don't need you to buy a lot of time. 5 or 6 minutes will be enough. No matter what happens, do not use Power of Darkness. We'll need it later. When Shifeng finished explaining his plan, his teammate gulped as they glanced at the 8-meter-tall lava hound. They had no confidence of defeating the mythic monster. The other level 70+ lava monsters shouldn't be an issue, but distracting a level 80 mythic monster for 5 or 6 minutes would be a massive challenge. An unsuppressed level 80 mythic monster would most likely kill them with a single slap, and they weren't allowed to use their berserk skills. Surprisingly, however, Cola brimmed with fighting spirit. If nobody has any problems, let's begin, Shifeng said. After scouting the terrain for about 10 minutes, Aqua Rose and the other casters finally decided on their positions. Meanwhile, after Cola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian prepared to pull every monster's aggro in the canyon. Good. Let's begin. Shifeng commanded. Once everyone was in position, immediately, Aqua Rose and the others started to chant incantations and draw runes, drawing a large amount of water and ice-type mana towards them. The non-magical class players also activated their water and ice-type magic scrolls. The flow of mana soon attracted the attention of nearby monsters. These monsters instantly searched for the change's source. However, before these lava monsters discovered Aqua Rose and her companions' locations, AoE spells began to descend. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, icicles and waterfalls rained down from the top of the canyon walls. As the streams of ice and water reached the bottom of the canyon, the molten lava vaporized the ice and water, filling the canyon with a dense mist. At the same time, the canyon's temperature began to decrease. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others' spells were only temporary. Their spells couldn't stop the lava from spewing out of the ground and canyon walls. Damn it. Why is there so much lava? If we can't stop it, changing the environment will be impossible, Blackie said, anxiety filling his heart as he watched water and ice become steam. If they failed to change the environment, the lava monsters would easily annihilate them. They shouldn't even dream of securing the source fire vein. Seeing the swarm of lava monsters charge up the canyon, Cola and the other MTs began to grow nervous. These level 70+ lava monsters hadn't weakened in the slightest. It seems the effects are quite good. Everything is coming along just as I expected. Shi Feng smiled as he watched the rising steam. He then took out the ancient weather book and activated weather control. He hadn't actually expected Aqua Rose and the others to change the environment here by themselves. After all, only powerful domain skills could accomplish such a feat. Only a fool would try to change an area's environment with ordinary AoE spells. While the ancient weather book could alter an area's weather, it was too difficult to do so in such an inferno. It would take a very long time for the ancient weather book to alter this environment enough to impact the lava monsters. Meanwhile, the lava hound would have killed the entire team several times. Hence, he needed Aqua Rose and the others to create enough steam in the valley to hasten the ancient weather book's alteration process. Suddenly, a powerful storm began to brew above the canyon, dark clouds forming in the sky. After 5 seconds, rain began to fall, showering the lava monsters. As the rainwater covered their bodies, the lava monstress cried out in pain. Their body temperatures rapidly began to cool. Not only did the lava monsters' movement speed begin to decrease, but they also seemed sluggish. The lava hound raged as the rain drenched its body, its howl so powerful that it even pushed away the descending rainwater and rubble on the ground. The lava hound then charged for Shi Feng, swiping a paw as it pounced on the swordsman. Not getting past me. When the lava hound ignored him, Cola activated Titan's domain and ran at the beast with his shield raised. Boom. Sparks scattered when the lava hound's nails scratched against Cola's Titan guard. The lava hound's gigantic body came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, Cola only stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding -1,000 appearing above his head. To Cola, who had over 90,000 HP, this damage was practically negligible. So strong. Cola can actually tank that thing by himself. Everyone was surprised to see Cola barely harmed. This was a level 80 mythic monster they were talking about. Although the rain had somewhat weakened the lava hound, it was a mythic monster, yet Cola had received its attack effortlessly without any help. Even Shi Feng was shocked by how little damage Cola had taken. He finally understood just how frightening a fragmented legendary shield was. By the looks of it, the Guardian Knight should have no problems tanking the lava hound by himself even if he didn't use Titan's domain. Shi Feng also dismissed the worry that plagued his heart. He then activated Gale domain and flew toward the cave entrance in the distance. He quickly reached the mine, realizing that its entrance was so small that barely 3 people, shoulder to shoulder, would be able to enter at the same time. The instant Shi Feng set foot in the mine, a series of system notifications reached his ears. Moreover, he wasn't the only person to receive the system notifications. Everyone in the Flame Demon's Valley had received them. Chapter 1844, Underground Country. System, congratulations. You have discovered the Fire God's ancient land. Flame Demon's Valley region system announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Underground Country, and activated the primordial Taboo seal. Players may enter the Underground Country in 10 days. The system announcement repeated 3 times, the system's indifferent voice echoing in everyone's minds for quite some time. Underground Country? Shi Feng was stunned. Fire God's ancient land. He had never heard of the Flame Demon's Valley containing some kind of underground country during his previous life. He only knew that the Fire Demon's Valley's monsters had a high drop rate for source fire, ore, and magic crystals, and a few superpowers had fought fiercely over the area. However, this new expansion pack had never been triggered in the past, although he had never heard of the Fire God's ancient land before. He was very familiar with ancient lands. Any location that was considered an ancient land had existed before the Great Destruction. Only, these locations had disappeared from the public eye after the Great Destruction. Meanwhile, these ancient lands were rumored to have been blessed by ancient gods, which was why they had survived for so long. But as time passed, these ancient lands had become relics among the various ancient lands that had been discovered during Shifeng's life. Some contained items that had even been famous during ancient times. These items had all been highly sought after by the various superpowers. Hence, the various superpowers had fought desperately to claim any discovered ancient lands in the past. Shifeng had never thought that the source fire vein they had found was actually an entrance to the fire god's ancient land. This rendered Shifeng speechless. Now that the system announcement had been made, the underground country in the Flame Demon's Valley would be exposed sooner or later. The source fire vein would definitely be discovered as well. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's Valley was tens of thousands of miles away from Star Moon Kingdom. If the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers wanted to claim the vein, he'd be powerless to stop them. Fortunately, it wasn't easy to reach the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Players would need high enough fire resistance to do so. Triggering this new expansion pack also excited Zero Wings members. Although they didn't know what the underground country was, they knew that this expansion pack represented a huge opportunity. Every kingdom and empire had its own specialty products, and no player had ever explored this underground country yet. This meant that they could monopolize the underground country's specialty products. Depending on the item's value, they could make a fortune by reselling them. Although Zero Wings members were excited about the new expansion pack, when they returned their attention to the horrific number of approaching monsters, they suppressed their excitement and focused on their enemies. As for Shifeng, after a moment of surprise, he quickly charged into the source fire vein and started building a marker for a teleportation magic array, trying to get all of his team members into the Flame Demon's Valley's core had already been incredibly difficult, not to mention sending an army into the valley. No guild in God's domain would be able to do so at this stage of the game, so it was impossible to mine this source fire vein long-term. However, while this task might be impossible for other guilds, the same was not true for Zero Wing. As long as he set up a teleportation marker, he could transport players via teleportation array. Not only would it save his players a lot of travel time, but they could also avoid unnecessary battles in the Flame Demon's Valley. Unfortunately, due to the massive distance between teleportation arrays, the magic crystal cost would be considerable, but compared to the source fire vein's value, the teleportation fees were almost negligible. Aside from the fact that magic crystals could drop from the source fire vein, the source fire ore was incredibly valuable. It also had a small chance of dropping flame source crystals. Meanwhile, in a hot, sandy area in the Flame Demon's Valley's inner region, Melody and her team worked on clearing out the monsters in an ancient ruin. When Shifeng entered the source fire vein, they, too, had heard the regional announcement regarding the new expansion pack. Amazing. Someone actually triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. That should be Zero Wings doing. Is it the matter they mentioned earlier? Although I don't know what the underground country is, it must have a lot of valuable items. Our ninth heaven has struck gold. The only other guild that should be in the Flame Demon's Valley is Zero Wing. Our two guilds should be the only ones who know about this underground country. We'll make a fortune by reselling the items from it. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the Ninth Heaven's members when they heard the system announcement. Traveling into human kingdoms and empires was intensely difficult for neutral races, so any items they purchased in Forest City were far above market price. Now that they had discovered the underground country, they could sell its unique items in Forest City. They'd be able to make a fortune and rapidly develop their guild. So, this is Zero Wing's strength? Melody revealed a bitter smile when she read the system announcement. She had been smug and satisfied because she had accepted a high-ranked quest with an extraordinary reward. In contrast, Zero Wing had triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. The difference between them was immense. Previously, She had still suspected Zero Wing of targeting Ninth Heaven, but now, her suspicions were laughable. To Zero Wing, her high-ranked quest wasn't likely worth a second glance. While Ninth Heaven's members envied Zero Wing for activating a new expansion pack, Shifeng frantically set up the teleportation array's marker. Setting up a teleportation marker was not an easy task. Players needed a considerable understanding of magic arrays to succeed. The procedures were extremely complex, and normally, a player would need a lot of time to set up the marker and connect it to a teleportation array. However, to Shifeng, who was adept in drawing advanced magic arrays, this task was easier. He swiftly etched magic arrays on one crystal after another before placing the crystals on a large magic array he had carved into the ground. Very quickly, the mana in the mine started to gather in the magic array. Shifeng could feel the mine's dense mana begin to dwindle. Suddenly, Shifeng heard a furious howl from outside of the mine, echoing on the mine's stone walls. Guild leader, trouble. The lava hound went berserk and is charging towards you. It's ignoring aggro completely. Aqua Rose shouted in the team chat when she saw the enraged lava hound rush back to the canyon. To current players, a berserk level 80 mythic monster was an absolute nightmare. Cola had tried to stop the lava hound with his shield but had instantly lost over 30,000 HP when the boss had responded with an angry swipe. The lava hound's strength was terrifying. If anyone else had taken that attack, they would have likely died instantly. As soon as Aqua Rose fell silent, the lava hound arrived before the mine's entrance. Fortunately, the mine entrance was too small for the lava hound, so the boss couldn't get in. Seeing this, Aqua Rose and Cola breathed a sigh of relief. However, something then happened that stupefied Zero Wing's members. The gigantic lava hound split into 3 miniature copies. Each copy was still a level 80 mythic monster, but they did have slightly lower basic attributes. Before Zero Wing's members could react, the 3 lava hounds charged into the mine. Hurry up! Shifeng could already hear rapidly approaching footsteps. It was obvious that the lava hound was almost to him. Meanwhile, he only needed to insert one last crystal into the ground to set the spatial coordinates. Unfortunately, the loading bar, which had swiftly filled before, felt extremely slow to Shifeng. It was only 70% full. While conducting the merging process, Shifeng couldn't do anything. He couldn't even activate a skill. When the loading bar reached 90%, 3 1-meter-tall lava hounds appeared before Shifeng. Despicable mortal. You dare violate this sacred ground. You'll pay for your crimes with your soul. The 3 lava hounds spoke in the human language, rage flaring in their eyes as they spat 3 scorching, white beams at Shifeng. Like lasers, the white beams vaporized everything in their path. Chapter 1845, Evil God's Sword. Just before the 3 scorching beams slammed into Shifeng, the loading bar before him finally reached 100%. When the beams were less than 10 yards away from Shifeng, a barrier of divine runes appeared. When the 3 beams met the barrier, it shook violently. As for Shifeng, he shot backward like a cannonball. Boom. Shifeng crashed into one of the mine shaft's sturdy walls. What power! Shifeng was shocked as he stared at the mine shaft's deformed terrain. He had never thought that the lava hound would possess such frightening power. Even after dividing itself into 3 copies, they were currently inside a source fire vein. The walls surrounding them were sturdy and fire-resistant, especially the source fire. Ordinary flames wouldn't melt it, let alone vaporize it. One could easily imagine how high the lava hound's flames were if those white-hot flames struck a player's equipment. Not even magically enhanced, dark gold equipment would survive. Only epic equipment might. If he hadn't activated Absolute Domain in time, he likely would have died from that attack. Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately! Shifeng shouted through the team chat once the flames dissipated. Cola could barely tank 1 lava hound. Now that they had to face 3 miniature lava hounds, which were only slightly weaker than the full version, he knew they couldn't stay here for a moment longer. After issuing his command, he switched the aura of Earth to the aura of space, preparing to teleport out of this map. Awur! As Shifeng was about to escape using space movement, the 3 lava hounds howled as one. 3 light red ripples radiated from the beasts, and as if space had frozen, the 7 luminaries' ring failed to open. A tear in space. Spatial lockdown? Feng's expression darkened when he saw the growing spatial tear before him disappear. A monster with such peerless strength and the ability, spatial lockdown, were a nightmare for players. Coming across one such monster almost guaranteed death. Monsters that possessed the spatial lockdown ability were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, only NPCs at the peak of God's domain could execute the ability. Feng never thought that an elemental creature like the Lava Hound would be able to use it as well. You have touched on the almighty fire god's taboo. Sacrifice your soul to beg forgiveness from the fire god. The three lava hounds spoke in a chilling tone before charging at Feng. Although the three lava hounds were small, their movements were so powerful that space itself trembled in their wake. Their strength could even rival the complete lava houndess. As the three lava hounds approached Feng, they split up and assaulted Feng from three different directions, transitioning into a battle formation as smoothly as NPCs. Is this a god's guardian? Feng's expression turned somber as he watched the three lava hounds approach. It was normal in God's domain to find treasures guarded by powerful monsters, and there were some incredibly powerful existences among these guardian monsters. These guardians had been created by the gods. Normally, gods only created such powerful guardians to protect their wealth. Not only did these guardians have an eternal lifespan, but they were also undying. In addition, they commanded extremely powerful skills and spells. They were even more difficult to deal with than archaic species of the same rank and level. I can only give it a try. Feng gritted his teeth and used Heavenly Dragon's power before activating Divine Steps. In the next moment, 10 doppelgangers with the exact same aura and attributes as Feng appeared. Feng and his doppelgangers then charged at the three lava hounds. Although the lava hounds were powerful, Feng managed to nullify their attacks by constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers. Using this opportunity, Feng quickly made his way towards the mine's exit. Normally, guardian monsters would give up the chase once they were a certain distance away from what they were supposed to protect. As long as Feng moved out of range, he could shake off the lava hounds. However, the lava hounds were incredibly difficult to get away from. Not only was their strength incredibly high, but their speed was also impressive. They constantly interrupted Feng's advance and left very little space for him to move forward. By the time Divine Steps' duration ended, Feng had only crossed a little over 50 yards. He was still over 100 yards away from the mine's entrance. The instant Feng's doppelgangers disappeared, a lava hound swiped its paw at Feng so fast that it was impossible to dodge. With no other choice, Feng raised Killing Ray to block the attack ping. The instant the lava hound's paw met Feng's sword, he felt his entire arm go numb. The impact sent his body flying backward over 20 yards, dealing over -40,000 damage. What incredible strength! This should be close to rivaling a high mythic strength. Feng thought as he stared at the lava hound that hit him. His encounter with the lava hound had been brief, and the beast hadn't used any skills, yet he had lost so much HP. He had already activated Heavenly Dragon's power as well, drastically increasing his strength and defense. Right now, his defense was even higher than Kola's. Although he didn't have the passive skills that provided damage reduction. Even then, he had still lost over 40,000 HP. The current lava hound before him definitely had much higher strength than the original. Meanwhile, he had to face 3 of these lava hounds. Before Feng could figure a way out of this situation, another lava hound pounced at him. Hurriedly, Feng activated parry to block its attack ping. Once more, Feng flew backward by over 20 yards. Not only hadn't he moved closer to the mine's entrance, but he was actually further from it. This was clearly what the lava hounds had intended to do with their attacks. These lava hounds' combat standards were in no way inferior to expert players. Am I going to die here? Feng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the third lava hound pounce at him. It would seem that he had taken on too large of a risk to set up the teleportation marker. While he did not mind losing 1 level of EXP, he carried multiple tools that would drop on his death. Moreover, these items would not simply remain on the ground after being dropped. After a certain time had passed, these valuable items would disappear. Meanwhile, when players died, they'd only resurrect after half an hour unless someone resurrected them with a skill or special tool. By the time he returned to this mine, his dropped items would be gone from this world. As Feng clashed with the lava hounds, his HP continued to decrease 80%. 70%? 60%? Although he had tried to use void steps to blindsight the beasts, the technique was ineffective against the lava hound's sharp sense. Even though the lava hounds couldn't see him, they could pinpoint his location with their other senses, launching another paw swipe or bite attack. Why hasn't the guild leader come out yet? Aqua Rose, who had long since distanced herself from the canyon, muttered as she watched the swarm of lava monsters return to their home. The guild leader should be fine. If he goes all out, he can even contend with mythic monsters. Blackie reassured. It's been so long, though. Moreover, there were 3 lava hounds. I think it's best if I go take a look, Fire Dance said worriedly. I'll go with you, Flying Shadow offered as he followed Fire Dance. Meanwhile, inside the mine, Sherfong watched the circling lava hounds and glanced at the small percentage of HP he had remaining with a bitter smile. Despite activating twofold Berserk, which temporarily granted him the power to contend with Tier 4 mythics, he still couldn't come within 100 yards of the mine's entrance. While he was confident that he could escape a single lava hound, 3 were too much for him to handle. To make matters worse, the 3 lava hounds coordinated perfectly. Although he had thought of using a magic or summoning scroll, the 3 lava hounds were simply too fast. They gave him no opportunities to use such tools. As twofold Berserk's duration continued to run out, Sherfong frantically searched through his bag for items that could help him out of this predicament. Suddenly, he discovered a broken longsword that had been inactive in his bag for quite some time. This longsword was none other than the evil god's inheritance, a treasured sword that had once belonged to the evil god. Seeing that the lava hounds charged at him again, Sherfong gritted his teeth and took out the evil god's inheritance. He then inserted his power into the weapon. Protecting the items that would drop if he died was undoubtedly more important than losing 10 points in all of his attributes. After Sherfong powered the sword, the evil god's inheritance pulsated. An invisible force then spread out from the sword, sweeping through the mine with so much power that even space shook with the intensity. A moment later, a deathly aura pervaded the mine shaft.